Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Roll call. Supervisor
Yo me vacuné
McGordy.
porque amo a mi familia.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm sorry, I didn't have any audio.
Roll call. Are you here?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschek.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Williams here. Supervisor Haschek will lead us in the pledge. An announcement on the flow of the meeting. Items 4D and 5A will be heard at 1:30. This is out of courtesy to our public safety partners who need a more definite time. We're on to public expression. Let's start with in-room public expression.
Board. Carrie Shattuck. I found it a little concerning yesterday when, Supervisor Williams was talking about how the public has this perception that the CEO just does the budget and that, that you guys aren't involved with it, but yet you didn't know that your own budget was increased by $150,000 for whatever IT or whatever they're adding in. And, that's kind of concerning that you guys aren't even looking at your own budget and that there was $90,000 for seating here in the board chambers that was slated in the capital improvement projects that you weren't aware of. I'm seeing like there's a big gap there in guys looking at the budget. This last year's 2021 budget, it was 657 pages. Have you guys looked through that whole thing? I have. Do you know what all these line items are and what's in there? It's a little concerning. You're trying to reinforce us and say that you know what's in there, but you're not even looking at your own budget. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members, public expression.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I would like to thank Supervisor Mulhern and the county sheriff for their efforts yesterday in, I would say, dismantling a large homeless encampment. Many people are aware of it. If you, less than a mile from here, drive down Brush Street at the intersection of the railroad tracks, there was an encampment of probably 25 to 30 individual campsites strung out along the railroad right-of-way. If anyone wants to get a graphic illustration of why we should have zero tolerance for encampments, that is it. So I would encourage this board to recommit to a policy of zero tolerance for encampments. During COVID, for various reasons, there were a number of areas where these camps kind of mushroomed out of control. Over the last year, the sheriff's office in the county, city of Ukiah Police in the city have been focused, I think, on discouraging these large encampments, which are harmful to the people who live in them, to the environment, to the community. To have a successful policy of discouraging people from being homeless, it requires both providing appropriate services to those who want them, but also enforcement for those who don't. You have to have both of those things working together. If people are just allowed to live in very incredibly substandard conditions, although it's something you and I wouldn't tolerate, some of these folks, due to their primary issues such as substance abuse, untreated mental illness, will live in that environment as long as no one is telling them, you can't be here doing this. So again, thank you, Supervisor and the County Sheriff. Briefly, I would also like to encourage the board to support the library community and their efforts to put a modest sales tax measure on the ballot to assure permanent funding for the libraries. The history is if there are more than one tax measure on a ballot, voters tend to react by voting against all of them. Particularly in these tough economic times, I do encourage you to support permanent funding for the library. Other issues can be addressed at the next election. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Keith Hewitt. I own All-in-One Auto Repair and Towing. I'm currently the abandoned vehicle abatement contract holder for the county. I am putting together a amnesty, 3-day amnesty for people who can bring vehicles to the yard at no charge to them. I have the California Highway Patrol involved. I have the Ukiah Police Department involved. The only person I haven't talked yet to is in the back, our sheriff. It's going to be on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of July. California Highway Patrol will be there to check VIN numbers to make sure there's nothing stolen. Also, they will be there to write junk slips, the 462 forms, same as we get for the AVA. Doing this because over the years of being a tow truck company owner and operator, we have been called out to basically take out the trash before I got onto the AVA system. And the companies that tow the junk vehicles, the motorhomes, the travel trailers that aren't on the AVA cannot exist because the value of what it costs out of pocket to get rid of them. What people don't understand is you get a motorhome that's 30 feet, that's over $4,500 to dispose of. Anyone who's aware of the AVA contract and how we bill it understands that. So with putting on the amnesty, there won't be any motorhomes or travel trailers. I do have the PD, they're looking for nuisance funds to try to help with travel trailers and motorhomes. I was hoping that maybe the county could look into maybe nuisance funds that's not part of the AVA to help people bring them in so we can get them off the street, get them off of people's property so they don't drag them out into the street, because that's where most of them come from. People drag them out into the street and put them there because they want the AVA to pick them up. So if we can get involvement with the possibility of helping with the amnesty to get rid of I'm not charging anyone to bring them in. I would just need, with motorhomes and travel trailers, I would just need help getting rid of those. Otherwise, I will have to eliminate motorhomes and travel trailers. The cars, at least, I can get picked up. That doesn't cost me money. So that's what it's at. We haven't seen an amnesty in, I don't think, over 15, 20 years for this community. So, and the other part is can the board help reach the community to let them know that this is happening?
I was going to ask, could you submit these details, the terms and the time window, maybe by email to the board?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Mulhern probably has the biggest social media voice. Maybe she could help get the message out inland.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. What's that? What were the dates again? The 14th, 15th, and 16th. It'll be a Thursday, a Friday, and a Saturday, because of course not everybody can do it on the weekdays, so you got to have at least one weekend.
Supervisor Mulhern has a question for you.
Thank you very much for doing this program. Would this only be for vehicles that can run well enough to get to the location, or would there be tow opportunities?
If they have vehicles that don't run, we don't care. If they want to have them drug in by their own trailer, we don't care. If they have any way that they can get them there, that's on the person who has the vehicle. Of course, if I could afford to do it for free, I would, but of course we can't, especially at $7 a gallon. Any other questions?
Yeah. Where are you located?
My main address is 406 North State Street.
Okay.
My storage yard is off of the Talmadge Frontage Road over the freeway. It is actually the last city street in Ukiah.
Thank you.
And also Willits, but also up in Lake County. So I'm hoping to do this more than once and in different areas, you know, because people from Willits aren't really going to want to drag them down to Ukiah if they don't have to. And if we can do it at another date, at another time, we'll see how this works. And maybe do one in Willits where I have my location in Willits.
Right, because I've been working with CHP and Caltrans on this issue, and so, you know, whatever you can provide is greatly appreciated.
That's what we're trying to do, trying to be a help to the solution, not part of the problem.
If you're ever in a position to come over to the coast, I could help organize. We have quite a big need.
Okay. I've been talking to a gentleman at Caltrans. He has asked me about, can we do one in Covelo? Okay. Well, I don't have a yard in Covelo, but he works at Caltrans. So I called him back yesterday and said, do you have a yard in Covelo to where we could store the vehicles there until we could get like a crusher to come up and crush them and take them away? He's checking on that now. The coast, we could do this if it all works. The coast, we could do the same thing as we do here, but I would need a place to put the cars, and then I would have to also still get the agencies involved. Like the UPD is going to give a CSO officer to run VIN numbers to make sure nothing's stolen, and also they can also write the 462 junk slips, which we would also have to do no matter where we go. We would have to have an officer on hand to run those and write the junk slips.
Well, thank you for being part of the solution. CEO Antle, which department head could be a point of contact for coordination?
The abatement, Darcy Antle, interim CEO, the abatement program is run through code enforcement with planning and building.
John Burks.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been in contact with John too. He's the one that asked me if I would come today to see about what help, if any, that the board can do to help spread it to the community to make it work better, to make it successful. I want it to be successful, not a dud.
Understood. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Catherine Hoffer, I'm General Manager of All-in-One. I just wanted to add quickly that when we first signed up to do the AVA program, it was because our backs were being broken under the weight of being required under terms of rotation lists to participate in hauling junk away. And so we were trying to help problem solve with that and got involved ultimately with the AVA program to do that. The AVA program is a limited amount of funds recognized. So Keith came up with this idea that what if we did this and started to work closely with the heads of each agency that he mentioned to see if we could put a plan in motion that would ultimately help make those AVA funds for the county go farther, because they're not being used to pick those cars up, because people can voluntarily surrender them. And again, we're not looking for like tow opportunities. If somebody wants us to tow a car in for them, great. But if another company tows a car in, that's fine too. It just simply is trying to help solve the county's problem with, much like we get called now by the PD, they want to clean out your downtown because it's so pretty. So we get called to move the motorhomes, but taking them, they're thousands of dollars to dispose of, and they have to all be pumped and they have to all be emptied, and there's so many regulations associated with them that it's very difficult to participate in that and stay solvent as a company. This is an opportunity, and you as a county board have the ability to communicate with a much broader base of people. So we were hoping to get your cooperation in respect to that, so that the word would be out so people could fully take advantage of that. And we're very grateful that both the CHP and the PD are excited to be on board to be helpful with providing officers. I don't know if they're going to ask for any kind of help from anywhere for funding to cover that overtime, because it's overtime for officers. So, but thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, public comment online. First, we have Travis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Interim CEO Ansel and Council Curtis. Travis Kilmer, DR Field Coordinator with the firm division. Drought emergency and the budget concerns recently. And to that end, I wanted to make the board and the public aware that Mendocino County was included in the USDA disaster declaration on April the 8th, which makes USDA assistance available in the form of emergency farm loans for both physical and crop production losses as a direct result of the drought disaster. And that's up to a maximum of $500,000. The application deadline for that program is December the 8th, 2022, and assistance is available to farmers and ranchers who conduct family-sized farming operations. Anyone interested in this program can contact our local farm service agency at the Ukiah office. The number there is 708-9223. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to share with the Board of Supervisors that despite the less than ideal situation the county is facing in the coming fiscal year, You already have very capable staff that have a demonstrated history on grant funding and support for drought and water-related projects. Just to provide you with a few examples, in April of 2021, PERM, with technical expertise, the Assistant Director Joe Scriven, launched a drought survey to all of our water purveyors to get a list of their shovel-ready projects and funding requirements to present to Senator McGuire. The result of that effort was a list of 25 projects and roughly $29 million in funding. PERM has been advocating with the state for direct funding as opposed to competitive grants, increased technical assistance, and funding for planning, education, and outreach to help improve conservation in our small rural water districts where immediate implementation may not be possible in the short term. Additionally, DOT and PERM, with the help of Laco Associates, secured a $2 million grant, DWR's Small Community Drought Relief Program, for the hauling of water, which facilitated the hauling of nearly 900,000 gallons of water to residential customers between September 9th and April 30th of this year. Furthermore, PERM, with the help from Engineering Services Solutions, secured an $8.8 million grant from DWR's Urban and Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Grant Program for the City of Fort Bragg's Raw Water Pipeline Project, highlighting some of the excellent work that county staff from across multiple departments have performed to date regarding this drought emergency. DOT Director DeShiel and his team have worked tirelessly on the drought. Acting Deputy team have been providing fiscal support to drought relief efforts, and OES Coordinator Brent Blazer has been organizing our state for well over a year as we wait for the water agency to be formed. It may not be the ideal scenario, but given the county's fiscal situation, this board may want to consider providing direction to the PERM team to continue for the coming fiscal year. If necessary, I'm confident that DOT, OES, and other existing county staff can bridge the gap until the county has the resources to properly fund the water agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any voicemails? Okay, that concludes public expression. Item 4B, in regards to capital improvement project sponsored by GSA. Do we have Director Rowell on the call?
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. We're before you. What you have is an item requesting to establish a capital project for the Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC replacement. Just for the purposes of identifying the property, it's at 700 South Franklin Street in Fort Bragg. The total project estimate is approximately $400,000. We're asking for, with this item, for a $350,000 transfer out of reserves. As noted in the item, in November, during the first quarter budget report, facilities and fleet under the GSA reported on several urgent projects that were in need of funding consideration, the Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC replacement being one of them. At that time, the board made a funding commitment of $50,000 towards the design of the particular project. Facilities is in the process right now of that design. And prior to going out to bid, we would need to have the full commitment of funding for the project estimates. As a reminder, also, all of our courts are part of the joint occupancy agreement that was a result of the transfer agreement dating back prior to me, so been some time. The Fort Bragg Justice Center share of cost for the courts is approximately 32%. So we will see a revenue offset once the project is complete. In talking with the executive office, I believe that the recommendation would be that resulting revenue would be transferred back into reserves in order to replenish that portion of the funding. We are slated to go out for outside bond financing for this. But because of the timelines in order to get this project moving, and due to the deteriorated condition of the system itself, it was recommended that we move forward with funding from reserves for this particular project. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Supervisor McGordy.
Janelle, how large is the building?
Ooh, I'm not sure if I have the square footage occupancy. I know Doug Anderson is here. He may have that at his fingertips. It's the percentage occupancy is based on, it's the 30, 70, 30 split. So we have the courts that are there. We also have the county's justice partners there. If Doug can give you the square footage, that would help. To give you some idea of this system though, it is someone said 12,000 square feet. Thank you. So the magic world of chatting is giving me the information. So 12,000 square feet. This is an old boiler system. It's very, very antiquated. Facilities has been requesting for this project just for awareness in our CIP for at least the last 3 years, if not longer. It has been on the CIP for replacement. It just hasn't had a funding stream. As of late, there are no parts available. We were buying parts literally off of eBay, but our engineer and outside third party have given us now kind of like you're in a critical phase here, that it's not if, it's when the system will fail. So 12,000 square feet.
That explains why it's so expensive. It's a big system. And is it going to continue to be a boiler-based hydronic system, or they're going to forced air? Do you know?
No, but Doug Anderson, I think he could tell you a little bit about where we're headed with our systems and HVAC replacements. Due to the board's direction to look at carbon footprint reduction and more efficient means of HVAC systems in particular, we're working with our engineers on more efficient methods when we're in these types of replacements and can plan them. But Doug can give you the details of the particular design we're looking at for the Justice Center.
Doug Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Doug Anderson, Facilities and Fleet Assistant Facilities Manager. The engineer is proposing a VAV, not hydronic, but heat pump system. That's the direction that we've been trying to head in as many of these mechanical systems as possible. There is there's also an air change exhaust system that's going to make sure that we have the air changes that are required, but otherwise it's the heating and cooling is through a heat pump.
Thank you. County Council, is this the proper procedure for using the reserve?
Mr. Chair, I might ask if we could have a little bit of time, if the board is interested in going this direction, we could have a little bit of time to look at that. Typically, a move between funds or an additional appropriation from an unexpended source is a 4/5 vote. So if you have, say, a contingency fund and you're moving it into another fund, it's typically a 4/5 mechanism. Reserve has an additional layer of requirements that I think typically involves declared emergency in relation to declared emergency. So we are in a state of declared emergency, but I think you may need appropriate resolutions and findings. And candidly, I may ask for a little bit of extra time if the board is interested in going this direction to review and to see what additional steps we might need to take.
Thank you. I apologize for not catching this sooner. I just dawned on it as we were talking. Is it possible, if the board is supportive now, for this item to come back later today?
I could have a little bit more information by this afternoon.
Okay. Any public comment in room? Online, you can press *9 on the phone or click raise hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing no public comment, back to the board.
Well, are we going to table it till this afternoon then?
Should we see a straw poll to see if there's interest in county council continuing to work on it?
I would appreciate that just for the sake of efficiency.
We will be available this afternoon. Thank you. We'll be in the meeting and listening when the board has some information and would like to bring this up again. Thank you.
Mulhern, Hascheck, and Williams are a yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Okay.
It's impossible to live in a building without heat in Fort Bragg.
Yep. Okay, it'll come back later. We're on to 5C. And this is a presentation about the Community Housing Land Trust nonprofit, Housing Mendocino Coast. And it's sponsored by Jurdy and Williams. Supervisor Jurdy will be presenting.
Thank you. So I hope that Sarah McCormick was invited to come in this morning. I think earlier the thought was it was going to be in the afternoon. So I'll introduce it. The city of Fort Bragg is in the process of launching a new nonprofit that would serve not just the city limits, but the coast beyond city limits. And what they're proposing is a housing land trust modeled similarly to the housing land trust that's in Sonoma County. The Sonoma County Land Trust, what it does and what they're proposing on the coast is for the land trust to acquire property, basically take the land costs and some of the pre-development costs out of the cost of developing a small subdivision, and then sell those homes to people who are earning between 80 and 120% of income, the area median income. And then when they would sell it to people who are in the workforce in that income group, those people would buy it with the condition that whenever they choose to sell the house, they're selling it at a price that's affordable to others who are in that same income group. So they're passing on a part of that subsidy onto the next home buyer. What they found in Sonoma County is over time, on an average, people are reselling those homes between 6 and 8 years of ownership, and then moving on to another home that they're buying in the open market. So in a generation, in 20 or so years, this program is creating 3 or more households that are now in home ownership. So it's one subsidy that gets passed on and passed on. It allows these renters to become property owners and build some equity, maybe not as much equity as they would have had they been able to afford a home in the completely open market, but they're able to gain enough equity that they are then able to move into the open real estate market and buy another home locally. So I think, to me, this seems like a really successful strategy. They've had, again, success in Sonoma County. And the presentation today was really to give the full board awareness of this proposal and hopefully some direction from the board that when county staff is reviewing available funds, as obviously the city of Fort Bragg is, that if funding was available, that we would consider supporting this as one of the housing solutions in our county. I actually think that multiple housing trusts throughout the county would make a lot of sense as a good workforce housing strategy for the entire county.
I have City of Fort Bragg attempting to bring Sarah into the Zoom meeting so we could continue with discussion, but she should be here momentarily.
Are there any questions or comments about the concept of a housing land trust?
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. I really support this initiative. I'm not sure financially what our support looks like, but certainly I think it does offer an opportunity to add more housing to our market. So I'm very interested in seeing where it goes next.
Supervisor Hascheck.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I think that there's a lot of opportunities. There's different areas in the county that if we work together, we could use that model and have an umbrella administration that would lower the cost for everyone. So I think that I would like to pursue that in other parts besides just Fort Bragg. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Supervisor McGorty.
So the land is basically held in trust, and who is the trustee?
The trustee would be the nonprofit. Mm-hmm. So in the case, I hope it's in the presentation. It was in correspondence I had with Sarah. They have, again, in Fort Bragg on the coast, they have an existing nonprofit board that they've established. I don't remember the names of everyone who's on the nonprofit. Sarah could give you all the names, but the fire chief in Fort Bragg, Steve Worsey, the president, CEO of North Coast Brewing Company, Jennifer Owen, who previously served on the school board in Fort Bragg. I believe there may be a school or hospital employee who's on their board. I think their board also includes a longtime member who works for the Mendocino Land Trust. So they've got a pretty good board, I think, when you look at who's on their board. And again, yeah, so the land would be held in perpetuity by the nonprofit.
Mm-hmm. And what is the ask of the Board of Supervisors for this and our ARPA funds?
I mean, we didn't want to limit ourselves to ARPA funds, knowing that those funds are very tight. But we wanted to just make sure the full board was aware of this idea, that we think it's good for the whole county, and that we're hopeful that the county staff and city staff may be able to find grants in the future that could help this project, whether it's the city and county jointly applying for a grant or funds that perhaps only the county can access. The city obviously is currently actively searching out grants. Included right now, they've requested a earmark through Congressmember Huffman, and he's pledged to include it among his earmark requests for the next session. And so potentially that would be used for their first land purchase.
This seems like something that the Golden State Finance Corporation from RCRC would be interested in as well, because they're always looking for creative solutions for especially getting first-time home buyers into a property. So I support this. I mean, we have to do something to build our housing stock. And again, our salaries don't seem to be keeping up with the price of real estate. So the affordability issue, this would be great.
Chair, do we know if Sarah's been able to connect into the meeting yet?
She's been given the Zoom link. I think she's trying to connect now. Supervisor McGordy, are you good for another question? Buy us some time.
Sure. Where Supervisor Jordy, where you're thinking this might be? Have you identified any sites in Fort Bragg?
So Sarah's told me about, I think, 2 or 3 sites that they're looking at. I don't know if they've publicly disclosed that or not at this point, because they're in negotiations for price and terms with the property owners. And she's advised me that they're looking at least one site outside of city limits right now for a smaller project.
Okay. So I like the idea of any of this development being inside of city limits, since we have such a hard time as a county providing infrastructure, and having hookups for water and sewer to me are critical. And if it's anything that I've learned in my first year and a half on the board, is that Mendocino County has a hard time with infrastructure, either providing it or maintaining it. So, if we do this, I would prefer that the project be inside of city limits for kind of long-term sustainability of services.
And my understanding is the first project they're looking at is in city limits, but they're also in some level of discussions with the property owner outside of city limits for a smaller project.
Yes, it's not a deal breaker, but it's just a nice to have feature if we're making these kinds of choices. And this seems like it would be pretty replicable in other parts of the county.
I think it would, because when I talk with developers, there's a certain amount of capital that they're risking when they're getting, say, a property rezoned or a planning project approved. Again, the nonprofit is taking on that risk, but in exchange, they're purchasing the land at a discount because those entitlements don't yet exist on the property. And therefore keeping some of those costs down, assuming they're successful in the entitlement process. And then secondly, the actual cost of construction, that's something to contend with. If they can get any subsidies, it further reduces the sale price.
We now have Sarah McCormick with us.
Good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
Sarah.
Supervisor Jordy gave us a good introduction, but we're hoping for more details from you about your current project and where you want to go from here.
Sounds good. Do we have the PowerPoint queued up? My apologies. I didn't realize the moving meeting time was changed to this morning.
We could have you share your screen.
Okay. Let me get to my presentations then. All right. PowerPoints are great.
We see your screen.
All right. Excellent. Well, let's just start over because I don't know how much you guys covered right now. So good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and speak and tell you about the Housing Mendocino Coast Community Land Trust. This has been incubated by the city of Fort Bragg, and I just want to give you guys a little bit of how we got here. When we updated our housing element in 2019, for better or for worse, we threw everything in there, everything that the community thought of, everything staff could think of, and we adopted probably 30 plus programs, including some that the state required us to put in there. We use the SB2 grant funds, as well as the LEAP and the REAP, which are all planning grant funds through the state of California to boost housing production, to hire Burlington Associates in Community Development. And specifically, the person that we were able to work with is Deb Getchis. She is the executive director for the Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County. She's been involved with that organization since it began about 20 years ago. And she works closely with all of the cities in Sonoma County to basically steward their inclusionary housing units, as well as doing their own development projects. So with Deb's help, she helped us file our paperwork so that it could be a standalone 501c3 nonprofit. And it's a charitable nonprofit, basically to help staff, kind of serving as adjunct staff and helping meet the needs of our housing needs for our community. We created a board of directors, and that happened in December. And now we're busy identifying our pilot project. We're kind of giving you guys the sneak peek today because of the budget conversation, and we just wanted you all to know about this organization. But the community of Fort Bragg and the city council is due for a strategic plan and really getting into all the details at a meeting in July. So I'll let you guys know when that happens so that maybe you can tune in and see that. So we're going to get into kind of all the nuts and bolts. What the city's accomplishing by doing this is basically the community land trust will help steward the land. It will make home ownership a reality for many of our workforce, because the target households we're looking at are households that earn up to 120% of the area median income. And the nonprofit, the main really important piece is that it acts as support to those households. So they're the first person a household would call if there's financial issues, if there's issues that they're worried about not being able to make a mortgage, helping families understand the importance of not deferring maintenance and to stay on top of things. And it's a relationship that's really built and lives throughout the length of the term that people live there. One of the highlight one of these important aspects of it is that currently with our affordable housing models, it's continually needs to be subsidized. Over time, you know, the amount people can afford, the amount that the market can bear continues to grow. And the interesting piece of this one is it really ties the subsidy to the housing unit and not to the family that's being served by that housing unit. So it eliminates that need for future subsidies. It also maintains the housing stocks because the land is deeded in perpetuity for this purpose. And so we're not losing we're not losing housing stock, you know, as affordable housings term out maybe 35, 55 years, those housing stocks become vulnerable to being put back out on the open market. So getting a little bit into how it works with this is that the price of the home is tied to people's paychecks. It's indexed to the Mendocino County area median income, which is an income that's put out by the state every year. It makes it very simple, very objective. Generally, they either around here, that area median income either stays stagnant or it goes up a little bit. So what the homeowner is agreeing to is that from the outset is that they agree to sell their home for a limited price when they decide to move. If they're earning 90% of the AMI, it's likely that when they move, they're going to also sell their home to a family at 90% of the AMI. What all of us know that are lucky enough to be homeowners is you don't just earn money, you don't just make money at the time of sale. Being a homeowner allows you stability, it allows you to understand what your expenses are and fixes them. And each of these households is in their own independent 30-year mortgage. So when they go to sell, there is a bit of appreciation just over time because the area median income might have gone up. There's also a debt reduction because people aren't throwing their rent money out the window anymore. You'll notice here that there's nothing about a down payment. Down payments won't be required for any of these households, which makes it a really interesting way to help first-time home buyers that can't necessarily get that down payment. The reason is because the land trust is holding value in the land, which covers that 20% that a household would need in a down payment. One of the cool things that the state of California did a couple years ago is they changed the tax laws for community land trust homes to where the household only is property taxes are only based on what they paid for the house, not for the total value of the house. And then the state is exempting the community land trust from paying property taxes. So that was a really big deal when that happened because it just made everything a lot more affordable, and it really solidified the housing land trust model as something really valuable. These are kind of the organizations that we've been talking to already. I noticed I put you guys on the County of Mendocino up right now because we're doing this today, but this is a really cool opportunity for all of us to come together. I met with the Mendocino College, who's very interested in faculty housing and student housing, as well as our healthcare system needing housing for nurses. We have our Fort Bragg Unified School District. Wendy Boyce is actually on the board, and the importance of having homes for teachers, and even some of our large employers around here that have reached out, like Harvest Market or North Coast Brewing. It's the story that we all know, but folks are having a difficult time hiring people and keeping them here. And so this model has been used often in like the university system. So for instance, a university may, like in Sonoma, the university will work with the land trust to basically pay down the affordability, buy down the affordability of that housing unit. So maybe they've invested, $200,000 into that housing unit. And as a result of that investment, the priority of who lives there is faculty from Sonoma State University. So it's a little way that you can really work in partnership and prioritize where the funding goes to who it would serve. Of course, that faculty member would need to qualify. Everybody needs to have good credit because you need to qualify for a 30-year mortgage, and you need to income qualify, meaning you only earn up to 120% of the AMI. But it does allow some prioritization. I love this because we're government, and so we're looking at how we can protect the public investment and make sure that we're spending our money wisely. But there's so many other benefits. Our employers will have the ability to recruit and retain workforce. And we've already talked about a lot of the benefits the homeowner will experience. And then just the community in general, we have here in Fort Bragg, it's kind of the national opposite. We have 65% or so of our community members are renters and 35% are homeowners. And when that gets flipped, it will just create a stronger community, because homeownership and creating that individual household generational wealth is vital for a stable and wealthy community. So that's an exciting component for me in this. So since everybody's talking about your guys' budget and the American Rescue Plan Act, I'm just putting out a wish list for the Community Land Trust, not expecting any action on this, but just kind of putting a bug in your ear. There's lots of ways that the board could support this. This is a coastal land trust, so it's to serve all the way from Westport down to Gualala. I had the opportunity to talk with Supervisor Jarity and with Supervisor Williams on how if they would support, a coastal community land trust, just kind of getting everybody's temperature and check with our council. It's definitely, even though we're the city, most of the people that work here, a lot of the people that work here live outside city limits. So it's really important that this is addressed holistically and it covers a larger area. And so, with the time change, I'm sorry, I was hoping I could get some of our board members to come here. But this is all who's serving on the Housing Mendocino Coast Board, and myself as the staff member and kind of acting ED, and Deb Getchis, Burlington Associates in Community Development, is our technical advisor, who, as I mentioned, also works running the Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County. I'm just going to stop here and take this off shared screen so I can see you guys again.
Thank you, Sarah. The board members had asked some questions that I fielded as well as I could.
Sure.
I guess the question is, are there any new questions or comments from board members?
Not seeing any questions.
Just a quick one.
Oh,
so what would you like us to do next to support you?
So there's lots of opportunities right now. I'm looking at a permanent, there's a grant source that's coming up. It's called the PHLA grant, Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant Program. So that's something that I would be interested in talking with your staff and seeing if we could put some of that grant funding towards this project for a pilot project. The parcel that we're looking at right now is 3 acres and could have a density of 45 units. We put a earmark request in for the purchase of that property from Congressman Huffman and received a letter from him letting us know that that project was selected, and it's now going through the appropriations process. So if you know Huffman or any of his staff, one of the things you can do is say thank you and let him know what an important project this is, because I'm really counting on that money coming through and not disappearing during the process. We also have, there's different things. Like I said, the Housing Land Trust does a lot of inclusionary housing units. I know here in Fort Bragg, our inclusionary housing ordinance isn't triggered because we don't have that level of development. I don't know in the county if there's that level of development on the coast. So that's another aspect. Pretty much I just want to spread the word on this model and let folks know that it can be replicated, and it's not going to be all of our answers, but it does serve its purpose, and I think it will be really effective in creating home ownership opportunities and giving us a chance to grow our community.
Do we have any public comment? And in room first, online you can raise hand or press *9 to get in the queue.
I'm curious, so like current owners would deed to the trust, or is this where she mentioned like building a unit on like a 3-acre parcel? I'm not clear on how the process works. And also, like, how would this affect property taxes for the county if it's based on It's not going to be based on market value. So, the county benefits every time something's sold. It's generally going up, so the county's benefiting more on property taxes. So if it's just based on someone's paycheck, not on the market value, that seems like it would kind of ding that revenue. And who's going to fund these loans without a down payment? That wasn't really clear. And it doesn't sound like it's helping like the general public. It's going to help, county employees and those of large employers. So if we could get a few of those questions answered, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. That was a lot, so I'm going to get started, and then supervisors, if you would remind me what I missed. But Fannie Mae is loans on community land trust homes, so it would be a 30-year mortgage through Fannie Mae. The land trust owns the land, but then sells the home. So it's actually bifurcated, and the value, basically a household pays up to 33% of their income towards housing expenses. That's kind of how the price of the home is calculated. And then the rest of the money or the rest of the investment is held in the land by the community land trust. The community land trust gives a deed towards the land. It's an exclusive right to occupy the land. And it has a lot of other, attachments to it. It talks about, no deferred maintenance. If there is deferred maintenance, those improvements will be made before it's sold. So it really doesn't benefit anybody to have deferred maintenance. The community land trust then helps find the next qualifying buyer and make sure that the next household that moves in qualifies. And to the point of it dinging the property taxes that the county or the city or anybody would receive, this is accurate. The property taxes that would be paid on the unit is just the price that the household paid. So if the market value is $500,000 and they paid $200,000, their property taxes will be for that $200,000. It is, to me, it does serve the public because it is our workforce. So I know out here, there's no such thing as commuters to work here. The fastest commute is over a really windy road, and it's not very sensible to do that on a daily basis. So we really need to figure out a way to keep our workforce here, keep our community strong. And so to me, if it's, I'm using the term from the blue economy thing that we just did up here, but a rising tide does lift all boats. And so it's just that concept. It's like I said, land is a finite resource out here. And so it's not saying that every house is going to be like this. It's just identifying and targeting that there are some houses that will serve this purpose. I hope I answered all of your questions. I did my best.
Property tax?
Pardon?
There was a question about property tax.
I just responded to that one. So if a household, say a market rate house is $500,000, and then the household that's buying the community land trust home can only afford $200,000 with 30% of their income. The property tax will be valued by the state of California on the $200,000 purchase, not on the $500,000 market rate value. So
and Sarah, if I could add, so in the examples that you're looking at, is you're taking a vacant piece of property that has almost no property tax, and over time, maybe as many as 45 houses are developed and built. And even given your example, the property taxes will go way up on that piece of property because now you have up to 45 houses, even in the example you gave, $200,000 each. There's substantially more property taxes being paid to the schools, to the county, to the cities. And the cities, as most people know, don't get much of the property tax in their cities. So it's principally going to the schools and to the county, but it's still an increase in property taxes for a property that has been sitting vacant and is being developed through this model.
I just want to be careful with that too, though, Jaredy, is because this model doesn't necessarily just take place on vacant land. Like a big portion of one opportunity that this could be is for philanthropy and for community members, to will land or, donate land or a home or anything to the land trust. So not necessarily. I think it's just part of our responsibility as government to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing to community members. And there's just a little bit of a sacrifice in that. It's not much compared to the thing, but I just want to be careful and say that it might not always be a vacant piece of land. It might be something else. And it's flexible like that. Like, it doesn't always have to be home ownership. It could be rental. It's just, it makes more sense for it to be home ownership. But we could do rental if we decide to do the community land trust model for, say, student housing for the college. A student might not want to own a home. They might just want to rent at an affordable rate.
Next commenter is Ron Edwards.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think this is a fantastic program, and I would hope to see that if this could be extended inland to help out the county as far as staffing goes and sheriff as far as housing. I'm not sure if there are ways through through the rural county program to get grants similar to the broadband build out, because rural counties are a disadvantage when it comes to having housing for employees. So if you can expand this, that would be great. Look forward to seeing this program going forward.
That concludes public comment. Items back to the board. Can I invite a motion?
Sounds like the board's supportive, so I'll just make a motion that the board directs staff to work with the City of Fort Bragg and the Mendocino Housing Land Trust to pursue grant and other funding opportunities as they become available.
I'll second that.
Okay, we're Supervisor Haschak, discussion.
Well, I know that this is the coast, but it would be great to expand it to look at potential options in inland areas.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm spacing right now on the name of the organization here in Ukiah that works with affordable housing, but there probably are other existing organizations that could take a look at this model and work with it already. So having kind of a pilot program, I think, is helpful. And yeah, it'd be great to have these in multiple communities in Mendocino County.
Ready to vote. Roll call vote.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify with Supervisor Jurdy that it was the recommended action. The language was a little bit different, but I just want to clarify that is in line with what you're motioning.
I think the recommended action is pretty similar, but if we want to use the recommended action, you want to just repeat it, Atlas?
Yeah, I have received presentation on housing Mendocino Coast and request that county staff explore grant opportunities to support the nonprofit to develop new housing for workers who earn up to 120% of the area median income.
Sure. Okay with me.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Sarah, thanks for coming. I know the schedule was a bit of a surprise. I also thank the city for tracking you down, and we look forward to you coming back to give an update.
Thank you. I very much appreciated the opportunity. Have a nice meeting.
Item 4C, and then after 4C, we're going to take a 15-minute break. 4C is a notice public hearing regarding CDBG Applications, and it's sponsored by Planning and Building Services. Clerk and board, is there any correspondence or telephone calls you'd like to note related to this item?
All correspondence received via email has been processed by clerk of the board staff. All e-comments have been made available online, and the public hearing has been noticed.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
I would just like to announce that I did speak with staff regarding the micro enterprise technical assistance portion and whether or not that would go out to RFP for competitive bid, and they did confirm that it would.
Thank you. Can we mute Ron Edwards? Thank you. Planning and building, go ahead and present when you're ready.
Good morning, supervisors. We're just waiting for the owl to kick in. This is Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building. Here we go. Thank you. Good morning. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is the notice public hearing for the CDBG application. As a little follow-up, we did a public meeting on May 13th to solicit input from different organizations and community members on what this application process should be. The one difference this time from HCD is that there will be no funding allowed for housing or infrastructure for housing projects. So this NOFA this year is only for planning technical assistance grants or economic development grants. So going forward from there in our public meeting, we had 3 participants. We had the Noyo Harbor District, we had RCHDC, and we had West Business Development. Noyo Harbor District has requested a planning technical assistance grant for some master environmental studies, which the county supports and is moving forward in this resolution that you'll see. And also West had requested microenterprise. As Supervisor Mulhern, had stated, we have talked to HCD and will have to do an RFP for services. So although West did bring this forward, the application itself will just be for microenterprise technical assistance, and we'll do a full RFP and federal procurement process to move forward with that application, assuming it's funded through that application process. RCHDC had requested some housing support, which again is not funded in this RFP process for this funding cycle. But later, the county does have a revolving loan fund, which staff would like to discuss with the board on a future date moving forward that could support housing. From there, I'll just say that our consultant may be online. I'm not sure if Andy Lucas is available if you have questions, but I'll just be open for questions. And I believe Noyo Harbor wanted to comment as well as potentially SHN. Thank you.
Any board questions about the presentation? Okay, we're going to move to public comment, starting in room. Public comment online, click raise hand or *9 on the phone. No public comment. Back to staff for final remarks.
Thank you. No final remarks.
Okay. Any questions of staff, Board of Supervisors? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, just a comment. A few years ago, the Noyo Harbor Commission developed a sustainability plan, which is really in a lot of ways a capital improvement list for the harbor. And they now have a new harbor master, Anna Newman, who's been, I think, bringing a lot of energy and a lot of capacity to the organization. So I think that this is a really good time to be looking at public investments. I know it's not specifically in most cases for the county, but I think public investment in the harbor, I think is going to yield fruit right now.
Supervisor McGordy.
So who actually is handling the grant process? Is that going through Planning Building Services or the executive office or?
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Yes, Planning and Building Services does handle and coordinate the Community Development Block Grant. So we, with our consultant, will submit the application to HCD, and then we manage the grant process and invoices through the subrecipients, which, assuming we're successful, will be the Harbor District as well as an RFP for a microenterprise subrecipient.
Okay, thank you. I think it's generally a good idea, and this is how I see us trying to expand our ability to do things in Mendocino County, that this kind of grant and investment process is pretty critical, and I'm very supportive.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Matter is before the board. Can I invite a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
think I heard McGordy as the second.
Yes.
All right. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We are actually a bit ahead of anticipated schedule. Does staff want a break now, or do you want one more item? We only have 2 more items before closed session. You want a break now? Okay, let's break. We'll be back at 10:25.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health
5B.
and the health of those that I love.
This is discussion and possible action regarding temporary camping for profit on private property. The sponsors are Williams, McGordy, and Planning and Building Services. And I will give a brief introduction and then hand it over to Supervisor McGordy. Previously, the board had given direction to staff to bring private campsites into compliance. And I have some culpability. I think I had raised that, seeing the fire risk and sanitation problems at some sites on one of the vendors, Hip Camp. And I don't think the board fully understood that many of these sites could not be brought into compliance because we do not have an ordinance for inland or coast that really accommodates this type of use. We have a process for full-on commercial campgrounds, but this item is really focused on the incidental camping use of a property. So maybe there's a primary residence or an agricultural opportunity and they want to add a couple campsites. And I don't think it was our intention to simply shut everybody down. The goal was to bring them into compliance. So we want to talk about a pathway towards compliance. And some of the concerns that we've identified, we met with Farm Bureau, we met with some of the stakeholders, Supervisor McGordy and Director Krog met with Hip Camp. We want to make sure that whichever way we move forward, that it includes coastal. And we understand Coastal Commission may have their own thoughts on this, but we don't want to exclude the coast. We want a simple process. We don't want a major use permit that costs $6,000. We're looking for a permit that maybe costs a couple $100s, and I guess the question for planning and building will be, what can they do for a couple $100, rather than the other way around, where we start with a good idea and we find that it's quickly outside the reach of most of the potential participants. My concerns remain sanitation and fire. I would like the local fire agency to do an inspection, whether that's a one-time or annual. We need some thoughts from the board, and I would like there to be a sanitation plan. That could be a porta potty, but it's got to be, on a small parcel, and we need to think of the nuisance impact of just having a hole in the ground as the sanitation answer. And of course, we don't want to create a nuisance, but this is part of the sharing economy. It's about our rural residents having a diversified income stream. Most of them don't seem to be making a whole lot of money. I've heard between $3,000 and $8,000 a year, but it's supplemental. It helps their overall operation, and it brings more people to Mendocino County, and hopefully they spend money while they're here. Supervisor McGordy.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I think you summed it up pretty good. I think the key issue here is that it's incidental to the operation as far as larger parcels are concerned, ag parcels. And there seems to be some issue about compatibility with Williamson Act, which we have to talk about. That's not the case in other counties, because in San Luis Obispo County, where my family had property, we actually had a hunting club camp on our property, and it was fairly simple. The campers came in self-contained vehicles, and I think that's kind of the easiest level to manage, is where people just want to park an RV or a trailer on a place, and they're self-contained, so they really don't have to. The landowner is not providing much other than some level of safety and security for fire. And then it goes on up from there. So the more complex the camping arrangement that a person wants, the more complex, I guess, the permitting would be, because you have to provide some level of sanitation, as you said, probably a porta potty and wash water would be required, and that's fairly simple to set up. And in fact, you can rent that equipment from the porta potty businesses that are here in the county. And I agree with you, it's supplemental income that probably helps pay the taxes, but it also gives people potentially interesting camping experiences that you can't otherwise get. So, if someone's got a fairly large piece of property and they wanted to have up to 4 camping sites on it, that seems like that would be incidental. And it could still provide some money for people and help our economy. I think that correct me if I'm wrong on this, Supervisor Williams, but it seems like the hip camp people said that last year we had 11,000 visitors in Mendocino County using hip camp, and that they have a multiplier effect that I don't remember off that in terms of what it does for the economy, but it's something, and it would be a way for us to expand this suite of visitor experiences to enjoy the wilderness here in Mendocino County. So I'm supportive of it, but again, we can't do it at the expense of making the neighbors' living experience worse. So things like noise, light, fire, sanitation, those are all have to be taken into consideration for this to be a practical program.
Planning and building.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I am grateful that both yourself and Supervisor McGordy are helping to co-sponsor this item. I would like to ask if the clerk could please bring in 2 representatives from the consulting group that we are working with on our zoning code update that relates to this item. That's Eric Norris and Liz Golden with Interwest Consulting. And so while they're being brought in, I'll just briefly summarize that right now, Planning and Building Services is undertaking a zoning code update to our inland zoning code, Division 1. And as part of that, we're looking into whether or not we include a potential allowance for temporary camping for profit on private property that is not considered the transient habitation campground use type, which is what requires the major use permit, the $6,000 to $8,000 application fee, and several months of processing. I want to note that we've provided with this item some information from HIP Camp, and those are attached to this item. It includes, some of the data that's been collected from HIP Camp about what kind of activity you're seeing within Mendocino County. And so with that, that's my brief introduction. I'm going to turn it over to Eric Norris, and we do have a small presentation to go through. So I will go ahead and share my screen and let Eric take it away. Thank you.
Eric, you're muted.
There we go. Start over again. Yeah, thank you, Julia. Again, I'm Eric Norris with Interwest. We have the pleasure of working with your staff on an update to the inland zoning code. We're not working on the coastal code yet. Well, actually, that's not part of our scope, but certainly everything we're talking about here could probably be translated in some way over to the coastal areas. Also on the call today, I think Julia mentioned, is Liz Golden with our staff, who's been tasked with looking into the whole hip camping issue in a little bit more depth. So we are here to talk briefly with the board today. We're looking really for your direction on some parameters around what you want to allow in terms of temporary camping, hip camping, whatever you want to call that. We'll write those regulations and they'll come back to you, but we're looking basically for your direction on sort of what the edges of this thing are. Next slide. So we're not talking about what you already have in the county in terms of allowed operations, private campsites. Now we've highlighted here an example that's in the coastal zone, but we think it's a pretty good example of sort of the larger type of commercial operations. This is the Casper Beach RV Park. They have tent camping, they have places for trailers, for RVs, and there's basically everything there. Showers, internet, toilets, the whole thing. We're not talking about that. Next slide. And we're not really talking about these other kinds of camping, the traditional campgrounds that I'm sure we're all familiar with, organized camps that may be put on by a church group or some other group. And we're not looking at RV campgrounds, which is kind of like the example at Casper that we just looked at. We're looking really at the sort of smaller scale. If you want to draw a comparison, it's more like sort of an Airbnb than a hotel in terms of sort of how it operates and the scale at which they operate. Next slide. So I'm going to talk just briefly about a few different aspects of this, and we'll conclude with kind of bringing this all together and then really looking for your direction, board members. So at one end of the spectrum, I think it was just mentioned, is the very minimal example of hip camping or just camping in general. We've kind of joked with staff about this is there's your site, here's a shovel, have fun type of approach. In both of these examples here, the folks who are doing this have arrived either on a bicycle or they've hiked in, they've pitched a tent, and as was mentioned, if you have to go in the middle of the night, you go off into the bushes and take care of whatever you're going to do that way. You would bring in your own water, your own food. There's no electricity. There's really nothing here except a place to pitch a tent. Next slide. Now from here we start going up into camping that has vehicles, and it could be a place to, instead of coming in by bike, you come in by car, you pitch your tent, and again there can be a whole range of other amenities that go with it, but we're now into an area where we're attracting folks who are coming here in a vehicle. Next slide. From there, we start now going into, well, what else are we providing at the campground? Is it just a place to park a vehicle, pitch a tent, or are we starting to provide amenities? You can see examples here. Do you put a shade structure up? Do you have picnic tables? Do you have a semi-permanent kind of camping facility? The one on the right, I guess you would call kind of glamping. But this is still all within the range of what you could consider in this sort of incidental or temporary camping operation. It just, again, depends on where you want where you want the edges of that type of operation to be. Next slide. Now we're going beyond just having structures. We now have electricity, we have plumbing. So, if you want to bring your satellite television or whatever, if you want to have running water for showers or for sanitation, we're now into, again, sort of up to another level in what you would consider temporary camping. Next slide. And then, again, I think was mentioned, one of the supervisors mentioned folks who would bring in their own self-contained vehicles, whether that's a trailer with, as you can see on the right-hand side here, that's going to carry its own water. You probably have a stove in there and so on. On the left-hand side, a very popular kind of camping vehicle that is, again, is more or less self-contained in terms of being able to just sort of pull up to a spot and operate as a little mini campground. Next slide. And if we're into that question, if we're going to have self-contained vehicles, how large can they be? There's a whole range of different, motorhomes, trailers, etc. And it really has an impact on, what kind of people you're attracting and potentially what kind of impacts they're going to have on adjacent property owners. Next slide. So kind of summing all those up together, if we start off just with amenities, it's everything from the, here's a shovel, there's a spot for your tent kind of range, up to a more fully amenitized experience with electricity, toilets, etc. In terms of parking, we go everything from bicycles to personal vehicles up to potentially RVs of some size. Permanent structures, again, we go from basically nothing to simple things like picnic tables up to more or less permanent structures, as we're showing here on the right-hand side. Plumbing, electricity, everything from nothing over to fully plumbed. Now somewhere in the middle there would be as was mentioned, things like porta potties, those can come with their own little hand washing stations, but somewhere in that range is again, where do you want to hit? Self-contained vehicles, again, everything from a bicycle, which really is not a vehicle at all, up to just personal vehicles, and then getting into more and more self-contained and larger type of RV or camping vehicles. And then vehicle size, again, everything from a bicycle up to a full-sized motorhome. Next slide. So some things to consider. I think the two board members have already mentioned some of these. The number of campsites and the size of a parcel really gets to some of the issues that were mentioned about creating potential nuisances on adjacent properties and having them on a large enough property that whatever kind of noise or whatever is happening, it has a chance to disperse before it hits the neighbors. Private and rural roads, the suitability of roads for whatever kind of camping that is. Obviously, if it's people walking in or taking personal vehicles, not as much of an issue. When you start getting into larger vehicles, it becomes more of a critical consideration. There are is the potential to increase traffic if we're now attracting people into rural areas that wouldn't normally go there. On private roads in particular, which there are a lot of in the county, there's the issue of shared maintenance and a lot of questions that come up about how that road was set up, what kind of easement is over it, what kind of access rights everybody has to it, and whether they can even have this kind of additional traffic coming onto their property. Some other questions: do we want to require hosts to live on site or nearby? That tends to provide better, an enhanced ability to make sure that things don't get out of hand if you're living there and hearing the noise that's coming, versus someone just getting directions to a vacant site and being told where they can set their tent. Already mentioned RV and trailer size and length and sort of what the maximum size is that we want to allow. As has been mentioned, fire is certainly an issue, and when we have red flag restrictions in place, how does that affect the kinds of things that can happen on those campsites? But do you want to allow fires at all when those restrictions are not in effect? Certainly we don't want to allow them when they are in effect, but if they aren't, do you allow open fires? Do you require camp stoves, etc.? And kind of related to the parcel size and the number of sites is appropriate setbacks from neighboring properties or homes. Again, trying to make sure that if we're allowing this, we're not creating nuisances for the adjacent property owners. Next slide. And that's our presentation. So we can certainly come back to this if you'd like to go over anything in more detail. But we are just generally looking for your direction on sort of where in that spectrum you'd like to land. We'll take that direction, go back and write up the details, work with Julia and her staff, and eventually bring this back to the board. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and assist in the discussion.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm glad that this item's coming forward because I believe that this might be one of the only ways that some of our property owners in the North County in particular are able to retain their properties by offering hosting opportunities for beautiful areas like in Covelo and Spy Rock. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. One question that I had was regarding fire, and does that always mean an open campsite, or would that also mean, for instance, a small propane barbecue? Or what's the definition of fire?
Julia Krog, I can try my best to at least start off on that. I don't think we have really a definition of fire in our code in any capacity. I think what we were thinking about is sort of those open flames that you may see like in a fire pit and such. And I don't know if Eric has anything additional to add.
Well, if that's...
No.
Go ahead.
Liz, do you have any more information on that?
Open flame was the key indicator there. Open flames.
So that would include like a Coleman stove.
Right. I think an electric or something small would be fine, but.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm in support of having no open flames for these campsites. There are a lot of devices that offer technology to be able to cook food, and I know it's not quite as romantic to roast marshmallows not on an open flame. I just think, considering the county and the environment that we live in, I don't think it's safe. And regarding the pack out, I know that Hip Camp's website does at some point say it's, okay to bury. I would prefer, if we're going to move down this path, that we have a fully pack out policy with our campsites. I mean, that obviously would not include porta potties or whatnot, but if we're going to head down the path of bicycling or hiking in, I think a fully pack out policy or ordinance, or however it gets into the permitted system, would be appropriate. And also, I really would like to keep the costs as low as possible, because like I said, I think this is going to be the only opportunity that some of our property owners in the North County have to be able to retain their properties.
I support you on the fire and the pack out. The last thing we want is a campsite to start a mega fire, and we definitely have that potential here. But for the cost, I threw out $200, maybe $250 for a permit. What do you think is reasonable? Let's start with the dollar amount, because what we don't want to do is make it so expensive that people operate outside of the legal system.
It is a business. So, I mean, there's other fees besides the permitting process. You'd have to have a business license and pay TOT tax. So there are multiple other revenue generating sources with a property like this. I am in favor of keeping it low. I can't imagine that $250 is going to be enough to cover staff time. I mean, I want to be very realistic about what we're charging, and I want to make sure that we're covering the costs of our team. And even, it may be a sliding scale or sort of a time and materials fee structure, where if you have a very simple plan and a very generic site, that may be less than somebody that has a much more complicated site on a private road, et cetera. So I think I'm in favor of looking at potentially a sliding scale fee structure that's going to cover our costs, but also not overburden the permittee.
Planning and building.
Yes, thank you, Julia Krog, Director. I will just comment that, any sort of business being operated would likely trigger the need for a business license. So we do have a fee already adopted for business licenses, and that does have a potential add-on fee where there may be like extraordinary, reasons why it takes above our typical standard processing time. So that's sort of that sliding scale approach. I think we are going to take the direction received from today and go back and sort of look at how we can best implement this with your direction that's received, and see what type of permitting is appropriate, whether or not there's different tiers to that. And of course, this will come back in front of the board later this year, ideally. So.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for the outline. Currently, I'm looking at slide 11, and a couple of things that come to mind. So recently I was speaking with, actually yesterday, with someone who was complaining about the vacation rental next door. Now, this was on a 1 acre parcel, and I see the proposal here is sketching out 3 acres or more as the initial threshold, at least as a concept. But the problem that she was referencing was the house is listed for 10 people at a night, and very often it's absentee ownership. It's often more than 10 people that stay the night. They use lots of water. Everybody's on well water, and they're nervous as neighbors that their water is being depleted by the number of people at the vacation rental. I know this is Hip Camp. This is not quite the same thing, but it has to do with the density of use and activity and oversight. So based on all that and everything else I've heard, another comment is that people are concerned that sometimes with a trailer, the person might put the trailer far from their house, but next to their neighbor's house. So I think not only do I think that the on-site presence is really important. I'd like to see that the on-site host has to be on-site, live on-site. And whether it's the owner or a renter, but somebody is the on-site responsible party, and that the campsites must be closer to the host house than it is to the neighbor's house. I think that will help control noise because if they're going to get out of hand, the people living there who are collecting the rent are going to hear it at least as badly as the neighbors. And then finally, on the idea of the sliding scale, one concept would be, these look like they're possibly manageable at 3 acres, two sites, camping sites, but not every case is that going to work out. So what I would say is, on your concept is 3 to 5 acres, maybe it's one campsite is the cheaper fee. But if you want to go for 2 campsites on 3 acres to 5 acres, you pay for a more robust review. Same thing. And it's conceivable that 5 sites in 5 to 10 acres works out. But I think if you want, say, more than 2 campsites on 5 to 10 acres, you get the more robust review. And that would be a way of having a more substantial review for neighbor impacts, septic porta potty issues, all that stuff if you're scaling up.
Supervisor McGordy.
So a question for Planning Building Services. What is the fee for a vacation rental if someone wants to establish a vacation rental where it's still permitted?
It depends on if you have frontage on a publicly maintained road or not at this time. So if you do not have frontage on a publicly maintained road, you're obtaining a minor use permit. And Adrian, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's around like $3,000 for that application fee. And then for a business license, the board did approve a fee increase for our business license reviews. And do you remember that right off the top?
I believe it's $449.
$449 is the current cost to obtain for the business license portion. But as Supervisor Mulheron said, there is also add-on fees such as paying TOT, things such as that.
Mm-hmm. And if the vacation rental is on a public right-of-way?
Oh, that's just the business license fee. That's the $440.
I got it. Okay. And as far as the on-site owner, I think that's an excellent idea. That again, remember, this is supposed to be not necessarily a business. It's supposed to be incidental to what your property is used for. And what we don't want is people buying rural properties and setting up hip camps and then just letting whatever go on. So I also like the idea of some restrictions on light and noise if it's under a 10-acre parcel or whatever. So really, I think light and noise pollution is an issue in rural areas, and what we don't want is people that want to come up and have a loud rave until 2 a.m. I feel strongly about that. Living in a rural area, I don't really like light pollution and noise.
So I'm going to join you. There's 3. There's a majority for somebody has to be managing on site. That said, I think we should allow use permits where that may not be the case with some discretion. As we reviewed, so this is already happening in our county. We're talking about it like it's a new idea. And in fact, this has been going on for some time, and it's all out of compliance. We don't see a lot of nuisance problems created to date. And when we met with Farm Bureau, one of the members pointed at, I think it was a 1-acre site, and reading the reviews and saying, well, nobody's complaining about it. It's been in existence for quite some time. Made me realize, well, maybe 3 acres, the 3-acre threshold isn't necessary. But I think we should make it easy to revoke these permits. If the sheriff gets called out for any reason, noise, anything substantiated, I think that's a reason to revoke it. There has to be a burden on the operator. Don't create a nuisance for your neighbors. If you do, you're going to lose the right to operate the campsite. Supervisor Mulhern. Hascheck.
Thank you. I agree with most of what's been said so far. Certainly this is an opportunity to expand some of the economic benefits of the beauty of our county. One question would be, what kind of notification would be given to neighbors, in this process if we go for a minor use, or, you know, it seems like the neighbors should have some kind of input. If it's a 3-acre parcel, these people are going to be nearby. And also, I was just thinking about what happens if a person says, okay, you can bring your RV and we'll say it's hip camp or whatever, but then you can end up staying there for forever. And you create these little RV camps out in the woods. So what kind of protection would we have from that kind of situation?
Supervisor McGordy?
No, you bring up a really interesting point, because I know that there, again, like our hunting camp in Paso Robles, the people would bring their trailers in at the beginning of summer and leave them there till fall. So there are people that like to do that. I don't think that's what this is, though. I think that this is more of a limited transient stay. And I think it would be smarter to take that approach so that we don't have, if nothing else, things getting abandoned out there that, someone forgets to come pick up their trailer and suddenly we're starting to create rural blight. So I think it's probably advisable for us to have some sort of a limit. Much like a lot of campgrounds, 2 weeks, that's as long as you can stay.
I would support that as well. Looks like there's a majority. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to offer the oppositional view to living on site. So again, I'm talking about on Spy Rock Road or way out in Covelo. There may be properties that those property owners need this income to pay to retain their property. And it may not be the best use of the space that's available for them to stay on site while there is somebody visiting the property in a hip camp type capacity. So I understand that if you are in a more residentially dense area, that having on-site property owners is important. But again, Mendocino County is not a one-size-fits-all property community, and so I think there needs to be some level of options for people that live more remotely to not have to remain on site.
Would a compromise be a documented address within a certain drive time or road mileage? I think and this is why I brought up there's edge cases where we look at what's already happening, and there are sites where people don't live on site. They live on a different parcel, maybe not even adjoining, but nearby. I'm comfortable with that. What I'm concerned about is opening the floodgate to people out of area who don't live in our county, buying rural land to create campsites. That strikes me as a risk to public safety.
Yeah, I understand that, and if there's an opportunity for whatever that drive distance looks like, I think for our employees, it's 45 minutes, or interim CEO Anto, do you know off the top of your head what our drive time is for employees to be near their work site? Is it 45 minutes?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I believe as disaster service workers, it's roughly an hour and 15 minutes. I think it's 75 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that, and I also think the registration sites. I don't think what we're talking about here is creating our own type of registration site. It would be through whatever web portal already exists, and those portals already have built-in features for not only rating the facility that you camp at, but also for rating the campers. And so there are ways in which people that don't follow the rules at whether that's an Airbnb or whether that's a hip camp are no longer allowed to rent through those websites. So there are some protections in place.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about safety issues too, because again, you got to be streetwise, just like us going to San Francisco and urban people coming into a rural area. That's why I kind of like having somebody on site to sort of keep them out of trouble. And there's all sorts of ways that people could get hurt or lost or whatever. And I'm a little concerned about having unattended people staying in our rural areas. I get Supervisor Mulheron's issue about trying to generate some income for people who otherwise might lose their property or not be able to pay taxes or whatever. There's some self-interest for us here too. So but there has to be some sort of buddy system so that when someone's occupying the property, we know about it and we can check up on them if need be.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor McGordy on that, is that I would like to have the owners be there, because you don't know if these people coming from the city are going to bring guns and, shoot off all night long or whatever. That kind of stuff happens. And so I think if you have owner, resident, it takes care of a lot of those kind of issues.
Supervisor Jurdy.
This again about the on-site responder to the facility, and the vast majority of people are not going to do this. We could talk about it as a way of income for some people, and it will be some subset of the population. Most people, the vast majority of their personal wealth is invested in the house where they live. And so they are very protective of their house and their quality of life, especially during COVID, where they've been sheltering in place. So I think it's really important for us to caution ourselves to go slow on this and to not, open up the floodgates and then hear complaints after the fact. It'd be better for us to move, cautiously, like I was saying. Maybe if you go with the smaller number of sites, you get a smaller reduced review. You ask for more sites, the maximum allowed more than the minimum in your zoning district. You're going to get more intensive scrutiny, because we are going to get complaints, and there's going to be bad actors in this, and so we need to be mindful of the vast majority of the people in this county who are not going to rent out and are going to be unhappy with their neighbor who may be an absentee landlord.
So I agree with just about everything said, but I do want to recognize that this has been going on for years, and we're not sitting on those complaints. And the cases that we're considering to exclude are already happening. And what I learned I don't want this to look like the cannabis ordinance in any way. I would say that may be the worst ordinance of local government anywhere ever. And what you see the fallout with it, there's maybe 400 that'll get approved in the end, maybe, and there's about an estimated 2,400 that are operating illegally. And so if we need to create a framework where we can bring people into compliance. If we make it so restrictive that most can't qualify, they're going to continue operating outside of the system, which means we have no oversight at all. They don't get a fire check. We don't get the 10% of revenue as our TOT tax. We get nothing out of it. So I'm with my colleagues on everything said to date, but I would like staff, when they look at the existing campsites, if they find that most will be out of compliance and can't come into compliance, bring it back to the board so we can reevaluate. The goal is to have a legal market. Planning and building.
Thank you. So on that point, I just want to make sure that, one thing we're going to have to make sure is really clear in this ordinance is what is sort of the evidence that is showing that somebody is operating a HIP camp facility. That's really going to allow us to conduct enforcement on sites that may not still come into the permitted arena. That's going to be, we already have standards about what it shows as being an occupied travel trailer in terms of evidence that may support that we can utilize. That's going to be something we're going to need in order to be able to handle enforcement as well. I think there's been a real great discussion here today on some direction points to us. And what I'm hearing is that there's a desire to see some level of flexibility and really look at what we have in different zoning areas, in different sort of environmental settings in terms of residential character versus in more rural, unpopulated sort of areas. But one thing that I do really encourage the board is to make sure that any site that has a HIP camp or a private camping facility, that this is not the primary use of that site. If it were the primary use, it should really be treated as the transient habitation campground facility. This truly should be something that is accessory to or incidental to your primary use, your residential use, agricultural use, something along those lines, not so that you see properties that solely have these campground facilities. Otherwise, those should really be coming in underneath the commercial use type when it is the main use of the property. Thank you.
There's the issue of the Williamson Act, which I think presently doesn't allow this. Is that what we discovered in our discussion with Farm Bureau?
Not necessarily, but what came up in that discussion is that the county is behind in a Williamson Act audit, and maybe that would be the starting point.
Okay.
If I may, there is actually a section within the policies and procedures that were adopted by the board for Williamson Act contracted lands, and there is a section, it's 9.6D, that does list temporary camping as an incompatible use. So if the board did desire to see camping to be allowed on those sites, we would need to think about addressing that provision within the policies and procedures for Williamson Act contracted lands.
Okay, I think we're going to have to do that. And then the other issue is that I see this in my own neighborhood, where there's people who will have an event basically, and suddenly, 5 to 10 travel trailers are there, and it's obvious they're having a lot of fun. I don't want to break it up because it usually involves horseback riding and things like that. And also the gun club I know has events where they bring in a lot of campers, and I don't think they have any real permit. And I just wonder is that something else, in all fairness, that we should consider, a 1-day permit for? How would we handle that to make this equitable?
Director Krog.
Thank you. So what I can say is that, when you're holding events, if it's over 100 people, you do require an administrative permit through our office. We don't typically see that. There could be discussion too, and we can talk about that, Eric, Liz, and myself about that too, about if we just have a strict prohibition on if you're doing camping underneath sort of this private, temporary camping on private property, that you're not allowed to have events necessarily associated with that, if that's the desire of the board, without obtaining maybe additional permitting related to it. So.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd like to get some feedback from the consultants on these maximum numbers that are shown on slide 11. On the coast, there's an agriculturally zoned parcel. Therefore, it is more than 40 acres in size. And it is a farm. It is not under the Williamson Act because it's too small to be under the Williamson Act, at least in Mendocino County. Although I've read in Napa County, they allow people to be in the Williamson Act down to as little as 5 acres. So I don't know why ours doesn't give them the same tax write-off as the Napa County does. But anyway, I believe they have 5 campsites on 40 acres because they really are using it as a farm, and it's a supplemental income to the farm. And so when I see 10 to 20 acres, a maximum of 10, I'm just trying to grasp how is that really going to be incidental to the activity or other use of the property. And not every property is going to be an active farm, but these numbers look really large to me on these per parcel. If it's just an incidental use, if the property was basically a campsite, 10 sites on up to 10 to 20 acres, sure, you could get 10 to 20 campsites on 20 acres, and if that's all that the property is used for. But we're not talking about a commercially zoned, campsite.
Julia, would like me to answer that?
Yes.
Well, just a thought. Well, first of all, the numbers here are just a starting point, and definitely, appreciate the discussion. I mean, you could do a couple of things here, just kind of right off the bat. You could limit it up to just a maximum of no more than a certain number. I'm not sure what that number is. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's something less than 10. You could do that by itself, or you could also combine it with something that says that they have to be, if you have more than one on a site, on a parcel, that it has to be a certain distance from the other one. Now, I guess we're trying to keep them all relatively close to whatever the home is here. But if the idea for this, whatever we call it, hip camping, is that you come to Mendocino County to have a rural experience, if you want to stay in the campground and be around a lot of other people camping, you've got campgrounds to go to. But if you're looking for more of a sort of individual, quiet experience, does it make sense then to have these individual hip camp locations on that parcel far enough from each other that they're not disturbing, the other campers?
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm just concerned about disturbing the adjoining neighbors who are not participating in this part of the economy. Yes. And are concerned about their quality of life being impeded upon by somebody else. I mean, as the saying goes, my right to extend my arm ends where your nose begins.
Exactly.
And so we need to be aware of the rights of the neighbors.
Yeah, I like the suggestion or the idea that these should be closer to the home than they are to the adjacent property owners. And that's something, again, as you get maybe more campsites, the idea of a sliding scale or a sliding approval process based on what you're doing. But those issues of site-specific considerations about exactly where on the parcel are they proposing to have these things, and where is that in relation to the property line, to the adjacent residences, that's all stuff that needs to get looked at. Because we do want to make sure that we're not destroying the neighbor's experience as we're doing this on these parcels.
Supervisor McGordy.
I think that's very important for any campsites on smaller parcels. Someone has a larger property, being close to home probably isn't so desirable. I'm thinking of, a neighbor who has 1,800 acres. I don't see any reason why they'd have to have a campsite next to their house. I mean, there we'd have some flexibility. So we're probably creating some sort of a crazy matrix here that we have to follow. But the point is that there should be some flexibility. There could also, the key thing is always incidental, and I don't, that could be done with an income test in some cases, or activities, or I don't know what. Although Dan made a good point about how the house being a kind of a major investment for the owner, and that is the main purpose of the property as a residence, and then this would be incidental to that, kind of an accessory income and dwelling. So I'm just kind of putting all this out on the table to make everyone understand that there's going to be a lot of different permutations on how people use this, ranging, and again, some of it's going to be fairly simple, having places where people can pull their individual RV and be relatively isolated from others, and self-contained is going to be different than if we're going to have tent camping and you bike in. So these are, and I agree with what Supervisor Williams said, that the last thing we want to do is create something analogous to our cannabis ordinance. So we want to keep it fairly easy and straightforward. And then it could be revisited if we start having problems. We will revisit the ordinance and adjust it accordingly. So that the goal of this is that, yes, we would like opportunities for landowners to have extra income and visitors to have unique experiences, but at the same time, not at the expense of the neighbors.
If it's all right with the board, I'd like to put up a couple slides. These are from HipCamp, and it was from their study on the impact in San Luis Obispo County. The reason I pulled these out of the stack is I think the activity that's documented there is representational of what we already have happening in Mendocino County. And these were submitted to the clerk, so they will be on record. So they had 73 HipCamp hosts. These are the private property sites, bring in 16,700 guests, which generated 29,250 nights outside, which represented $3.2 million per year in their county. And I thought it was interesting that was split between retail, groceries, restaurants, recreation, and transportation. And as I started from a perspective of we need to restrict this, it's a nuisance, to we need to find a way to make it compatible, because the direction we're going in Mendocino County is to be so restrictive that we create outlaws and we limit outside revenue. The one thing that we should be fighting, our top priority, is poverty. And one of the ways we address that is we bring more dollars from out of county into county where they can get recycled in our local economy. This looks like a compatible way to do it. It doesn't involve extracting resources that we don't have. Looks like it's possible to do without a nuisance. This was the second slide that I pulled out. They estimated $274 million of annual value to their county financial ecosystems on goods and services as a result of those hip camp stays. I would like to see $274 million injected into Mendocino County's local economy. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, we have that question about the Williamson Act. So have we clarified that at all? Or how do we deal with that? And what does the board need to decide?
Julia, can you remind us of 9.6D?
Sorry, I was having trouble finding the unmute button there. So Julia Krog, Planning and Building Director. 9.6D is the incompatible uses with Williamson Act contracted lands, and specifically calls out tents and tent camping and basically any type of camping facilities. So what would need to happen is essentially direction to prepare an amendment to address that provision if it were to be that the board wanted to allow this on Williamson Act contracted lands, which is what I am hearing is at least the desire I've heard mentioned by a couple board members here.
I think we have a majority for that amendment proposal.
Yes.
So I would request that if we're looking at the Williamson Act, that we look at the minimum acreage requirement. Again, I recently read that in Napa County, they have a process where they can allow people to have as little as 5 acres, I believe, in active agricultural activity to be in the Williamson Act. And I believe our county has a much higher threshold. And it excludes a lot of people who sell their produce at the farmer's market from participating and getting the tax benefit of the Williamson Act. But that provision, it sounds like it's not a state problem, it's a county problem.
Supervisor Jordy, I'll support you on that and see if we have a majority, but I do want to ask County Council when he gets back whether we can give that direction now. It's really outside of the scope of the agenda item. But I do support you on that, and I hope we can piggyback on that, asking staff to perform a Williamson Act audit. It's well overdue.
If I may, through the chair.
Yep.
So I just want to add that going through the Williamson Act policies and procedures, I mean, of course, if there's support and if we get that direction today, we'll have to do some review and research. I'm unclear on where the incompatible determination came from for the temporary camping. So there's going to be some research required on our end just to make sure there's not an issue through state law or anything like that with removing that. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to the board. The direction today does not mean that we're going to come back and say, yes, we can easily do this. We just need to be able to do that research and review.
McGordy.
You know, I thought years ago when talking one time with Dave Bankston that he said, if you're in an area that's Williamson Act and you have a non-conforming parcel as a adjacent owner who is willing to join in, you could do it. And I don't know if that provision's gone. So, for instance, I'm surrounded by, I think it's minimum 40 acres. And theoretically, my 36-acre parcel could be put in the Williamson Act in the olden days. Maybe things have changed and that's not the case. But it makes sense when you have an agricultural area to properties that are contiguous with it. If they're committed to farming and they're smaller, they should be allowed.
County Council is back. County Council, we have a couple ideas for modifying the Williamson Act related to allowing hip camps, but also allowing smaller parcels. Supervisor Jordy pointed out Napa may have a 5-acre minimum. Is that within the scope of this item for today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recommend bringing that back as a separate future item, really identifying specifically changes to Williamson Act.
So I think maybe the direction could be to direct staff to bring that item back for discussion. And likewise, we're overdue on a Williamson Act audit. Does that need to come back?
Yes, I think you could bring both of those back.
CEO Antle, can you capture those?
Yes, thank you.
Let's go to public comment. Starting in room.
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. I had no idea that these hip camps were available. I, myself, a camper, love to be out in bigger areas than confined in a little tiny campground next to a bunch of people. the site, like Jurdy, I agree with most of what all of you have said about it, but I think that there's too many sites in such a small area. I definitely think that needs to be addressed. I think like the 3 to 5 acres, it should only have like one site, because then you're, I've always lived on rural and mountain properties, and you're, between the traffic and whatnot, you're gonna have issues with people. I think the permit should be based on your size of property and how many sites you have as well, because people aren't going to want to spend as much for a permit if you have less sites. I definitely think that there shouldn't be plumbing or electrical at these, because we know how hoopty people can be with running electrical somewhere. The fire hazard. I totally agree. No fires. Barbecues or whatnot. And the other thing is like the hosts required, because people wander, people come from the city, they have no idea where property boundaries are. They're wandering onto other people's land, especially with like cannabis cultivation. That's definitely an issue. And myself, having lived on, mountain properties, people have no idea where property lines are. So if you have a host, they can show where those are, as well as like search and rescue. People are out getting lost. You send them to a place out in Covelo, they might not even be on the right property. They may be trespassing onto someone else's. Also, the maximum of like 2 weeks, and the complaints. If people are having complaints, then their permit gets withdrawn, because no one wants to live out in the country and have campers disrupting them. So, thank you.
For those online, you can press *9 to raise your hand or click the raise hand.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Nelson. Thank you for considering an amendment or creating an ordinance for dispersed camping. My family farm is between Hopland and the timer hasn't started yet, is between Hopland and Ukiah, where we grow grapes and pears. We have a winery and a tasting room. We host concerts and weddings and other events for the community, and we have a campground as well. We started the campground at the beginning of COVID in order to help sustain our tasting room. We used a program called Harvest Host. We don't charge. The campers stay a night for free, and they're all self-contained, which means they bring their own toilet and their own water. It's been an incredible success. I don't know how to quantify what it has brought to our farm. It's generated traffic for the tasting room. It's given me an opportunity to talk to people about what a family farm is about, which is always great when we have votes coming up about different things, because we want family farms to be supported. During COVID, it allowed me to maintain my employees in the tasting room, because we had customers coming in. The success of the Harvest Host program, which is free camping, has inspired us to investigate using a program like Hip Camp, where we have a paid model. We're considering charging so everything is self-contained. It's RVs, you have to have your own toilet and water. We're considering using the same model for Hip Camp, which works. It's easy. I have yet to pick up trash from any of the many customers that we've had come through. And I just lost my train of thought. Anyways, it's been fantastic. Currently, we're using about 14% of our property where we have economic income coming in. The rest of it is just beautiful hills and river access that is not generating any income. Having a program like Harvest Host or perhaps Hip Camp would give us the opportunity to bring in significant income. We're talking about a lower side of a lower price point, but some of the examples that we saw in the presentation are really interesting, where it's more the glamping model. So instead of $45 a night, it's $200 a night, and they do it in Hillsburg, and it's something that we're considering. So as you're thinking about how to go through this process, keep kind of a broad vision, please. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you for coming today, Mr. Nelson. Do you live on site at the winery, or would that conversation be a barrier for you to run a business?
I do live on site. It's really interesting. The model that we're using, listening to your discussion has kind of opened up my perspective on what the different problems might be. Our property is approximately 1,800 acres. The campers that we currently have are maybe a mile away from me. This future camping area that we're working on is a mile and a half away from me. And so the concept of having my home close to the campsites is a deal breaker because, I mean, it's 1,800 acres of property. And I can envision, so we lease the property out, the rangeland out for cattle. And we earn about $1,000 a year, which is not a whole lot of income. The camping potential has been really, really interesting. But when you're talking about 1,800 acres and having dispersed camping where somebody has a unique experience and they're from San Francisco or LA, living next to that campsite is, it's kind of a deal breaker for the concept that we have. So the county we live in is extraordinary. The compliments that we get just flowing every day. It's been really, really interesting inviting people from outside into our community. It's generated a ton of income, but I think it's also generated a ton of goodwill for our community in the sense that people go, oh, so this is what nature looks like. I can see the stars.
And a question from Supervisor McGordy.
Well, just a comment. So Mr. Nelson's my neighbor, and I can see where some of his guests stay, and they're pretty low impact on the neighborhood. They're far enough away from me, first of all, that it's quiet. I don't think they're particularly noisy people anyway. And I compliment Mr. Nelson on trying to figure out how do you keep multi-generation families on the farm, and watching the Nelson family go from just sort of being commodity sales to where they're doing value added and agritourism is inspirational. And I think it's a good model for what Mendocino needs to do, to refer back to Supervisor Williams' comments about how do we bring money into our community without creating a horrible impact or the need to expend more resources. So this seems to be, what the Nelsons are doing is really good.
Question from Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so Mr. Nelson, at 1,800 acres, your parcel is a little bit bigger than the average in Mendocino County. So I think most of these permits would be for properties much smaller than yours, and that's certainly what I had in mind when I was talking about the camping sites being closer to the on-site host as the neighbors. But what's the closest you would envision any of your campsites or future campsites being from its nearest neighbor?
So our current campsite is, and again, this was a COVID shift, but it's the parking lot of our event area. And it's beautiful, but it is a parking lot. And it's about, probably at the closest, 100 yards away from our neighbor. We have yet to receive a complaint. Again, it's just been, and again, I've been in camp, I grew up camping. I've been in the situations where there's loud, rowdy, people are drunk and causing havoc. This experience that we have had has just been extraordinary. I was not looking forward to it. Our farm is private, but since we've started to open it up and really diversify, this experience has been just really stellar. I understand the problems that we need to avoid for our community. My experience has just been outstanding.
So just a concept to toss out, that, because again, you're dealing with a much bigger parcel than I think most people are working with. But if that a concept was, closer to the site manager owner than to the neighbors, maybe a qualifier could be, but in any case, no closer than 300 feet from the adjoining neighbor. 300 feet does sound a little bit close. I guess it depends, on the site. Is there terrain? Is there trees? What's separating the campsite from the adjoining house?
Yeah, the one thought that I have about somebody mentioned that if you have a complaint, the sheriff is called, you have the option to lose your permit. And I think that is pretty good motivator for the owner operator to make sure that he or she is doing a good job. It also gives the opportunity for a rotten neighbor to be rotten, but it's that concept made sense to me.
How many campers have you had since you started?
I forgot to bring that type of information. We, because we don't want to, part of our concept is it's beautiful. We want people to come and have a unique experience. The area that they're parking in is probably about 2 acres. When it's busy, we'll have up to 10 campers, which is rather unusual. And it starts to feel a little bit crowded, so we've developed some other areas.
And has the sheriff been called out?
Again, this has been an extraordinary experience. The people, it's a different customer than we've had before. It's a different type of customer than our typical wine tasting customer. People walk to the tasting room. It's just been extraordinary. We haven't had a single call, and I'm guessing in the last 2 years, 400 guests. It's a wild guess, but it's just been absolutely extraordinary.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I see.
All right, thank you. I'm going to leave just some notes that I didn't stumble through, so thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter is Devin from Farm Bureau.
Good morning. So I appreciate the conversation, and I did appreciate the opportunity to meet with Supervisors Williams and McGordy with our Land Use Committee last week. Most of the considerations that the consultant brought forward regarding concerns were echoed by our members. I guess I wanted to bring up a couple points specific to Williamson Act. One, to Supervisors Jurdy's question, back in 2015 or so, when our policies were amended, we actually reduced our contract size. So currently, if you've got prime agricultural property, which usually means it's irrigated, actively farmed, it's only a 10-acre requirement. For non-prime properties, mostly considered rangeland, it's 40. So that was a significant reduction that's already in place. There is a requirement to have an established agricultural preserve of 100 acres, of which those contracts are part of, but there are exceptions to that the board can make. My main concern is where the board might be going and looking at 9.6D, considering what is compatible versus not. And I just want to remind the board in terms of Williamson Act that qualifying has to be agricultural income. And those compliance forms are supposed to be sent out at least every 4 years. So in 2010, when our previous Ag Commissioner, Tony Liniger, sent those out, it had been a significant amount of time, and 50,000 acres were found to be in non-compliance and were non-renewed. In 2020, our assessor sent out revised compliance forms. To my knowledge, that process is still moving forward for determining what is and what isn't compliant based on that last response. So the concern is that, if there is an opening up of the Williamson Act, there needs to be a sustained process in place for looking at what is considered compatible. Structures are a question for some of those glamping types of setups that were presented. So this could be a pro in Mr. Nelson's situation. He maintains the property. He's well-versed. He's close to town. He takes a management responsibility. But there's going to need to be some sort of oversight. And one question I had in terms of the county's permitting authority and how that really interacts with the responsibilities of these registration sites, whether it's Hip Camp or the one that Mr. Nelson uses or others that are out there. It seems that some of these individual registration companies need to take some responsibility. And I've talked with Hip Camp, and it seems like they're willing to do so. But that is something that needs to be considered in terms of how this process moves forward. And we look forward to participating when a draft is presented. Thank you.
Ron?
Yes, this is really nice to hear the concern of the supervisors for these small, particularly in the northern area of the county, parcels to have some form of income. The 3-acre parcel, I think, is reasonable. That seems to be quite a large size. The concern about neighbors, traffic, those all seem to be addressed. And this, unlike the vacation rental issue, is not taking up housing from locals. And I think the caveat should probably be a good contract with these campers, as some might find that you might have a camper that comes and decides, they want to stay for 14 days. And in California, after 14 days, they can be stuck there for quite a while. Now, the other side of this is hearing, the comparison with the cannabis ordinance, which does not work in all cases. And I hope going forward, I heard at least 3 supervisors today bring up the cannabis issue, that you would have the similar concern with cannabis. And, if someone were able to cultivate their own cannabis, that could save them between $1,600 to $2,500 a year from the cost of a dispensary. And right now, listening to this at 3 acres, yet with cannabis, we're looking at 10 acres. And, a cannabis plant doesn't wander. A cannabis plant doesn't start fires. A cannabis plant doesn't cause noise. So I hope that hope that 2 supervisors would bring back the issue of the minimum acre of 10 acres for cannabis and, be parity across the county. If we feel that 3 acres is good enough for camping, I hope that we can bring that 6 plant, 100 square feet outdoor down to access those people who would have 3 acres. Thank you.
Next, we have a number ending in 6554. Please state your name for the record.
Yes. Lee Howard.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I have great concerns with what you're looking at. One, I hope somebody starts addressing the ingress and egress issue, where you have a easement that feeds a back piece of property, and it's for residential only. And all of a sudden you start running a hip camp to it. This weekend I had 20 vehicles that came through to the hip camp. The hip camp in this particular case has an outhouse recently built, and everybody uses it. You look at the pictures that I have of the camping, and you find that they're set up tents out in high grass, no clearances, no nothing, and you can't find who is even responsible. So as you move ahead with this, I hope that you take the time to look at the areas around that are being affected. This particular hip camp is on 30 acres and on very steep terrain. very high fire danger, and it seems like nobody cares. So that's some of my concerns to start with. I will be watching. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any questions, but I think the board is contemplating a legal model so that we do have standards and we can bring people into compliance, whereas right now HIP camps are likely operating outside of oversight. So thank you for your comments.
There's no doubt they're outside of anybody's preview.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes public comment. It's back. Oh, we have 3 voicemails. And Chief, the fire and ambulance items are scheduled for 1:30.
Hi, my name's Cosmo Canebra. I live in Compchi. Addressing Agenda 5B, I'm going to read a letter that I wrote to Ted Williams regarding HIP camp. Here it goes. The reason for the email today concerns my little HIP camp operation. I received a letter from the Mendocino County tax collector asking me to pay the bed tax as well as get a business license for my HIP camp. They were kind enough to include in their letter the application forms associated with both items. Happy to comply with the governmental needs, I almost immediately returned the completed forms along with the personal checks to pay the associated fees. My next interaction was with an employee at the Department of Building and Planning. He informed me that it would be nearly impossible to get the major use permit needed to acquire the proper licensing needed to run my little operation. He suggested I withdraw my application for a business and he could then destroy my check. I received no response from the tax people who I also sent a check to. I assume they will cash it. I am fairly upset with the situation. I did a little research on the permitting of campgrounds in our county, and I see the only option is the major use one, which calls for a minimum of 10 campsites. I was only operating 5 sites. The waste was going into a permitted septic system designed for a 4-bedroom house. I am the only resident of the house. I am aware that there is somewhat of a bad name developing around the HIP camp platform. People believe the campers defecate on the ground and cause fires or a fire risk. In my experience, this is absolutely incorrect. My guests are respectful of the environment in all ways. They bring much good to the region. Also, because I live and work on my land, I obviously do not want my house and land burnt up or pooped on. I maintain close control over my space. I believe I was running a model camp and only good was coming from it. Financially, it has been a blessing allowing me to stay a resident in this town. I would love to have you drop by to look at the infrastructure, observe the fire safety aspects, and breathe in the general vibe of the land. I offer any other supervisors the same opportunity if they're interested in accompanying you. I would like to provide you with details regarding my personal hosting experience, knowledge, thoughts, and other input on the small campground subject. I realize that this is asking a lot for you to take the time to visit my small operation, but it sure would be great if you could. I want you to hear both sides of this story. I am concerned you have heard more complaints than good things about HIP camp. Thanks for your attention. Cosmo Canebra.
My name is Ellen Beekner of Casper, California. I would like to comment on Agenda Item 5B for the June 8th meeting. I am in support of low-intensity camping in Mendocino County. We are landowners on the Mendocino coast, owners of Fortunate Farm. We were able to have HIP camping for a short time before the trade tax was passed, and we realized that we did not have the proper certification. When we realized how draconian the requirements would be to get that certification, we had to drop camping on our property as an option for us. This had a negative financial impact on us. More importantly, though, the experience of having camping for a short time showed us how beneficial the practice is for the community, for tourist revenues, giving visitors to the coast a place to camp respectfully without a lot of the crowding and overflow. We also feel that we gave them a very good educational and community experience while here. We're very, very careful with our land. We had very positive experiences with respectful people, and we would love to be a part of a common sense, not as intrusive certification or process to be able to do this. We think that encouraging agritourism for small farms helps our small farms stay in business, and we'll really look forward to seeing how well this works in the test program inland and hopefully bring it to the coast soon. So I do urge you to consider an ordinance allowing private landowners to get just really simple, straightforward licensing that doesn't trigger the need for a coastal development permit for those who are willing to respectfully, carefully, and safely host a reasonable number of people on their private property to help them pay their bills and to help keep tourism alive in Mendocino County. Thank you very much.
Greetings, supervisors. My name is Kathy Brown, and I am making a comment on item 5B, temporary camping for profit on private property today. I am commenting to urge you to take immediate action by making allowances in the zoning codes for all landowners, including Williamson Act landowners who are prohibited from allowing temporary camping on their property. I'm a retired high school teacher, 25-year Williamson Act landowner, small organic farm and business owner, and caregiver in the 3rd District of Mendocino County. We are off-grid homesteaders pivoting towards generating a sustainable income from our homestead. Like most, we have had a tough past couple of years sustaining ourselves in Mendocino County. I've lost my job as a chemist, and we found it impossible to sustain ourselves through generating an income from farming produce alone. Being the 41st ranked poorest county in California out of 58 counties, it's rough to find employment with a suitable wage that will cover our bills as I simultaneously provide 24/7 care to my mother. We have reached a point of desperation where we must sell our property and move or find a way to diversify our income. We've discovered agritourism can provide this diversification that we need. People will pay to camp on our property, tour our off-grid homestead, eat from our garden, and experience the outdoors on our property. We will be bringing people to Mendocino County from all over the world using camping apps like HipCamp with a global reach. Agritourism coupled with ecotourism can provide us with an actual sustainable income, and we won't have to sell our property in a panic. Unfortunately, Mendocino County requires all landowners initiate an $8,000 application for a special use permit. This application does not guarantee automatic acceptance, and all Williamson Act owners will lose their $8,000 due to the prohibition in the zoning. Mendocino County policy is blatantly financially exclusionary. Being one of the most poverty-stricken counties with people losing their jobs, such exclusion is illogical and detrimental to everybody. With landowners allowed to open up their property for low-impact camping, Mendocino County opens the doors for us to generate tax income. I urge you to stop with the financial exclusions that prevent people from sustaining themselves through diversifying our income, and to provide the county with taxes generated through transient occupancy tax. Please step up and give a hand to the landowners in Mendocino County, embrace the residents, and forge a team with us, working with the community. Mendocino can become a role model of how to recover from the poverty that exists here. Eliminate the cost.
That concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Planning and building, have you received adequate direction today?
I'm going to actually look to our consultant as well, Eric Norris, and see whether or not there's anything additional, Eric, that you think we need to hear from the board today, or if we have enough direction to start working on this.
I think we do. I look forward to working with Julia and her staff, but I think we have some pretty clear direction here on where you want to go. We'll compare notes afterwards, but I think we have pretty clear direction on where to go. There may be some options that come back to you, but I think we know what those will be.
And subsequent related topic is the enforcement that's been underway, and staff has followed board direction. There's no question we asked to bring the sites into compliance, and compliance in a lot of cases probably meant shutting them down. I'm concerned about shutting down sites that will qualify under our ordinance eventually, and where there's a fire risk, sanitation concern, other public safety risk, by all means. But I have heard that there may be some sites that are being shut down due to complaints filed for competitive reasons by other businesses, and I don't think that should be our number one priority. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that should be our number one priority either, and I'm a little bit concerned about how far the timeline will stretch out. One of my greatest concerns is not only with the sanitation, but without having a policy or an actual directive to not allow fires at any campsites that operate as a HIP camp or other camp facility. And I understand that it's challenging without the policy moving forward. I don't know what opportunities we have as a board to try to mitigate that before this summer.
County Council?
We may be able, if the concern is specific to the fires, we may be able to do something that's a little bit more limited and targeted and be able to bring something forward on an interim basis. But I suspect that the overall changes that we're talking here, we're probably not going to be able to make them a very quick process that would be done before this summer.
County Council, could we direct staff to deprioritize enforcement of sites that do not pose as a public safety risk, including fire?
Yes, and I believe that would also be consistent with your other direction with respect to prioritizing cannabis enforcement.
Is there support for the board on that idea? Okay, I see a majority. Can we record that as direction? Okay, willing to entertain a motion, but it may be that we gave adequate direction and we can move on. Okay, we're going to adjourn to, no, we're not. Does staff need a break? No, we're on item 5D. This is sponsored by Supervisors Mulhern and Jurdy in regard to CAO and CEO model changes. Who would like to present?
I can start. I was on the ad hoc with Supervisor Jurdy to explore the difference between a CEO and CAO. We reviewed the ordinance. We added some language, and in particular, the ability to work more cohesively with the department heads through the board, and brought that forward. And then there were additional questions. I believe what we are reviewing today are additional changes that were submitted by Supervisor McGordy. And I don't know if Supervisor Jurdy had anything that he wanted to add, or if we should jump right into that memo.
I think we should jump right into Supervisor McGordy's memo, other than just to say that what we've come up with is, as the board knows, a hybrid system where we have annual reviews of the department heads who report to the CEO to have those reviews done in conjunction with the full board in closed session. So that really makes it more of a hybrid system versus a traditional CAO model, or traditional CEO model. And so, but yeah, let's go directly to Supervisor McGordy's memo.
Thank you. I missed an opportunity for a PowerPoint here, and I regret that, but you're probably relieved. The idea that I have is what's called working groups, and we've kind of skirted around this a little bit before in talking about how we might organize our justice system and law enforcement into kind of a working group, so that there's compatibility. And the idea behind the working groups is that you have departments with aligned missions or similar subject area that would meet quarterly with 2 supervisors. So there would be a series of them, and I can rattle them off. It would be helpful right now. So the ones that I see would be an ag and natural resources one that would have like the ag department, UC cooperative extension, air quality management, and if we get it, a Mendocino County Water Agency. So the next one would be health and human services. That would include behavioral health, public health, social services, environmental health. So in other words, these are people with aligned missions. Community services and land use, which includes the Department of Transportation, Parks, Cultural Services, Planning and Building Services, Cannabis Program, environmental health that has to do with the planning process. A Board of Supervisor support team, and this would be the Board of Supervisor Chair and Vice Chair would be assigned to this working group, and that's the CAO office, Human Resources, Clerk of the Board, General Services, Information Services, and County Council. So that's a working group that has to deal with the day-to-day functioning of government. The Public Safety and Justice Working Group, Sheriff and County Jail, DA, Probation, Public Defender, County Council. And, you know, I may have some of these not in the right slot, but the point is that we have the aligned mission departments that would meet with 2 supervisors who would be kind of their contact to the board on a quarterly basis. You know, the idea behind this is that we're trying to create transparency and good communication. So we know what's going on a little bit more than we do now. And what I was really inspired by, one of the first ad hocs that I was on with Supervisor Dirty was trying to look at planet building services and how to restructure things so that it worked better with the cannabis program. And that was one of the most successful ad hocs that I've been on in trying to make a difference in county government. And what it really struck me was that we were able to troubleshoot with the affected parties and also interact directly with the CEO's office to make changes so that things started to work better. And that's kind of the principle behind this, is that, again, we're not running departments, so we have the opportunity to meet with them. The working group concept also would allow, if there were aligned outside departments, like for instance in the public safety and justice, if CAL FIRE could be brought in for certain issues, like maybe dispatch as an example. Is there a way to improve dispatch? And you would bring them in for subject matter. And the idea would be that, again, not too much of a burden on individual supervisors. They would kind of commit to 4 meetings a year, but I think it could make a really big difference in terms of our level of communications with people. As far as CEO versus CAO, Pat Blacklock and I have talked at length about this. He's the CEO for RCRC, and he says really the big thing is the person and the personality that you have. I'm pretty sure the supervisors don't want to be involved in running departments, and we don't want to be in the situation of being involved with day-to-day business. So the first thing that we did, I think, was quite brilliant, which was to have the annual reviews with department heads in the CEO's office, and also stepping that up to a 360 review, where we also have more input from both people below kind of the rank and file, as well as the CEO or whoever supervising the department. I think that's really great, and I think that's been very successful and helped us a lot in understanding what's going on with the different departments. So that's kind of my idea. And then in terms of how you get assigned, well, it's kind of like our regular assignments. I think each one of our supervisors has a passion for an individual part of government that's a little bit different. In other words, I identify with ag and natural resources. Supervisor Williams is quite good at IS and IT. Supervisor Dirty has demonstrated he's good in the financial area. And Supervisor Mulheron and Hasjack are good in the social services area. So the idea, you choose one that's your core that you could probably stick with for 4 years or long term, so that you have a long term relationship. Otherwise, you'd be on a 2-year appointment to work with the individual working group that could be renewable, or you could move on to something else if you wanted or needed. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And I think it would help us a little bit to improve our communications and improve transparency and know what's going on. And the guiding principle to all this will be our strategic plan. That's really how we, now that we have one, that's how we're going to prioritize what kind of activities we do, prioritize how we spend our money, and have essentially a metrics then for seeing how we're doing in terms of what we've stated as what's important for our board to move forward.
Supervisor Mulhern. Sorry, Glenn, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I appreciate the memo in advance of the meeting, and I was able to review it. I'm in support of the working groups. I'm still a little bit unclear. It appears as though you like to have a CAO model. I'm not so sure what the difference between the ordinance and what that model would look like, or if it's simply the title. I have some concerns about changing the title from a CEO to a CAO without significant changes to the workflow, and I didn't get that from the memo. I got that the board would be more interactive, but I just wasn't sure how it would possibly change the ordinance. And one of my big concerns is not only the perception of the public of changing the title simply from CEO to CAO, but also how Mendocino County is represented in statewide organizations and how other counties view us as an agency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you bring up a good point, and it's something I kind of struggled with too, and had lots of discussions with Pat Blacklock about. I also talked with our consultants who helped us with our strategic plan. And what I discovered in Sonoma County, where they have a CAO model, they're kind of wishing that they had a CEO model, because it does take a lot of the supervisors' time to be involved with department business, and they'd like to move away from that and operate on a little bit more of a dictating policy level, but then also having some methodology for being able to be sure it's being implemented, and that's kind of where this comes in. I'm not sure that we have to make a big switch there, and that's why we're having this discussion today.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I really appreciate Supervisor McGordy putting together this detailed memo and learning from his conversations with Pat Blacklock that they have this other model in Yolo County. Is there anything else you could just tell us about? I mean, about what you learned about the Yolo County experience? To me, it sounds like a great idea.
This actually, the work group experience, I think, is being used by Santa Barbara. What Pat talked to me a lot about in Yolo County was that the CAO model is used. And he says it's really about the person you put in there more than it is what the title is. And he said that you want to have someone who's collaborative and is well-directed. That's kind of the key things, is that the board needs to give good directions. And what pushed the whole idea of the strategic plan is that's the good directions. And everything in Yolo County is based on keeping an updated strategic plan and following it, including budget development, is all based on that, because it gives them an automatic prioritization system. So we're struggling a little bit with our budget. I guess that happens every year anyway. But that's the one test we didn't really spend a lot of time on that maybe we could have. What could help us in some of our gray areas is, are we following the strategic plan priorities? So hopefully we'll start to move into that with time. And the other place where this model is used in a lot of other organizations with kind of diverse missions, like the University of California uses it for the UC Cooperative Extension. That's where I'm familiar with it. And it's a very collaborative way of bringing people together that need to be informed, but don't necessarily need to manage each other's business. And that's why I think it could be useful to us.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I appreciate this memo, and I think it's really a good framework to look at. And I guess my feeling is that with the CEO model, we need that responsibility. We need someone who's going to implement the policies and directions of the board, and someone who will have that inherent power of a CEO to make sure that the departments are doing what they're supposed to do and to be most effective and efficient in doing that. With the working group model from the memo, my concern is that we've got the strategic plan where we were looking at having supervisors take over different areas of the strategic plan, which I totally support. And then if we had these working groups, we would have supervisors involved in different areas, and I like that approach. But then we also have these ad hocs, and so I can just see this total mess coming from having all these different supervisors in different areas working on different things with different people, but if we could find a clear process for making this happen, I totally support it.
You bring up some really good points about too much direction here to staff, and these more or less are standing committees, so they're ongoing. The ad hocs, to me, tend to be kind of topical in nature, so they're centered around something that we have to specifically deal with that comes up, like HIP camps. The logical thing though would be HIP camps could be discussed with the working group and planning building services if we thought it required multiple input from other groups, depending on the size of the problem. But ad hocs are very nimble. I mean, they allow us to address an issue very quickly. This is a little bit more long-term policy when you're talking about a working group. They can bring up topics, and they certainly can function to address issues. But it does add meetings. We're looking at each of us taking on probably an additional 8 meetings a year, but it also informs. So it allows you to know what's going on. Again, Supervisor Dirty and I are now working with the Air Quality Management District, and that's also going to be a game changer for that department. I think will improve services, and they're an important contributor into the whole issue of natural resources, because things like fire and such also affect air quality. So how we manage our landscapes affects water, affects air, and agriculture. So that's why I see these as being kind of related. Does that make any sense, Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I'd like to see what County Council has to say about it.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to take a stab at making sure that I cover sort of I think the questions that Supervisor Haschak had and some of the sort of the general areas of concern here. I did appreciate Supervisor McGordy's comment, and I noticed he put it in the memo as well, that these would be standing committees. So these are Brown Act bodies, and you are looking at, by my count, another 24 public meetings a year to be able to cover these. I will start just with one sort of selfish question, which is right now I'm personally attending all standing committee meetings. We don't have a whole lot of them, but by my count, that would be about 1 in 10 of my working days. So I may ask a little bit, if the board decides to go this direction, what's the expectation in terms of county council presence at these meetings? I do just want to suggest there are a few things to make sure you need to be aware of, is that if you do create this sort of standing committee model, and I will say there's a lot of benefits to standing committees, and I have in the past mentioned that I do think that this board could certainly do more with standing committees. That we're at a point of sort of a high number of ad hocs and sort of a low number of standing committees, you do need to be careful that the ad hocs don't begin to sort of become standing committees without going through Brown Act compliance. So you can't, for example, have a general cannabis ad hoc. You can't have a general general government ad hoc, et cetera. The budget ad hoc, which is limited to one particular fiscal year, is probably about as close as you're going to be able to get on any particular ad hoc side of things. So if you do go to this model where you have the working group, you have two members of the board on each of the working groups, it's important to remember that the members of those working groups are not going to be able to talk to each other outside of the quarterly meetings about anything within the subject matter of that working group, and that they're not going to be able to talk to any of the other members of the board outside of a notice public meeting, whether that's the quarterly meeting or whether that's a full meeting of the Board of Supervisors on the subject matter that's within the jurisdiction of that standing committee. Additionally, you want to be aware that effectively means you're not going to be able to have anyone on those committees serving on any ad hocs that would be related to the subject matter of the standing committee. Essentially, once it's within the subject matter of the standing committee, that needs to be addressed on the quarterly basis at the notice public meeting, and is not something you're going to be able to have outside conversations about. So Supervisor McGorty is correct that would very much increase transparency. I just want to make sure the board understands sort of the logistical and legal consequences there as well.
I want to just throw out real quickly that I said 4 meetings. That it could be less, it could be 2. It certainly we would want to be able to have budget planning as part of some of the discussion. So because Councilor Curtis brings up a really good point about he'll be forever going to meetings, and that's not the goal of this, is to make more work for people. But it's to keep us informed and transparent.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I didn't get the strategic planning assignments out in order to do a matrix, but I would guess that the volunteer assignments that we've all accepted for strategic planning are probably relatively close to what the working group layout is in the memo. So I think that the topics are probably pretty aligned with what our interests are. So after hearing from County Council, I'm not sure that it's best to move forward with them at this time, but I'm open to hearing what our options are. We do have standing committees that don't meet, so maybe it's a possibility to fold the working groups into the standing committees that already exist. And I think maybe that would be also a conversation with the clerk of the board and what their capacity is as well. I did want to get to a really important piece of this conversation, and I hope that interim CEO Darcy Antle doesn't mind that I ask. I mentioned that one of my concerns about a CEO versus CAO model is representation in the public, and really most importantly representation with our state agencies, with other counties, with the federal government. And I didn't know if you've had any thoughts or inclinations as to which way or another the title might influence or not influence any of those larger conversations that are really important and impactful in small rural counties like ours.
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. Through the chair, if I may, thank you for that question. I'm not sure just yet. I certainly at the state and the other levels that we're working at, I work with CEOs and CAOs, both representing the county. I think it comes down to, similar to what Supervisor McGorty mentioned, it's the person that you're selecting and the expectation that the board has of that, in that role, of who that person is. And if you're clear on your expectations and how you work with that person, and that's the right characteristics and the right leader for the position, my personal opinion is title's not important.
So I was going to go there. My experience is it's the person. And I mean, at this point, I feel like suggesting we cut the A and the E and just have a chief officer because we spend too much time on this one letter that doesn't have much bearing. I don't know about my colleagues. I don't have a problem working with department heads. I call, they answer right away. We work together all the time. I don't think our staff has more capacity to hear from me. I guess I'm concerned about the gridlock that would be created by having a whole lot of standing committees. I mean, Glenn, imagine you and I had seen this problem with Hip Camp. There's three possibilities. The two of us might be on the right working group, aka standing committee, to be able to take it up. But much more likely, one of us is on it, which means we can't work together, or neither of us are on it, which means we're working on something that's really the domain of a different working group, two other supervisors. So imagine how many items we've brought forward. Maybe look at how many each of us has brought forward. Would we be on the right working group for that? I feel like I spread across all of the defined working groups. Sometimes I want to work on a public safety issue because my constituents are bringing a concern to me, or I see a problem in my district, or it's countywide and nobody's working on it. And I think that might be representational of the pattern we have today. I suppose we could divide up county operations. We each take a segment to work on, and we stay out of other business. But I wonder, in the aggregate, will we be getting less done?
Yeah, well, good question. And I think what this, again, what I'm looking for is the transparency and the communications piece, and how we do that is something that I think there's been concerns because we don't always know quite what's happening in the past. A lot of times the CEO just deals with it and we don't hear about it. And now that we've taken on strategic planning, it gives us an opportunity to really focus our business and assist with planning and delivering it. The gridlock part concerns me too. I didn't realize why standing committee makes it near impossible for people to talk to each other. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm wondering if Councilor Curtis could explain that a little bit more, because I'm not following it.
If I may answer through the chair, and this is sort of one of the classic challenges that comes up with respect to standing committee assignments, because for those counties that do use a lot of standing committees and don't have staff for their individual board members, there ends up being this trade-off that essentially, if you want to be on the standing committee, that means that you may not be able to talk to any of the other supervisors outside of the standing committee. So essentially, any time that you create, what we call a standing committee, which is what the Brown Act defines as a committee of less than a quorum of the board with ongoing subject matter jurisdiction, or any sort of committee that the board creates that includes people not on the Board of Supervisors. That is anything other than an ad hoc. It essentially becomes a new Brown Act body. And you treat it with essentially the same set of rules that you would have with respect to the overall a legislative body. So you have in the case of the classic standing committee, where you have two members of the Board of Supervisors, those two then by themselves become a quorum. I guess there is a little bit that I haven't fully analyzed with the working group model. If you do have accepted appointments and you define the quorum as being more than the supervisors, maybe they may still be able to be an ad hoc of the standing committee. I candidly am not particularly familiar with anyone trying to use that model, and I would have some concerns that I'd want to look at a little bit more fully. But under the classic standing committee model, because it's a standing committee, the two are only able to talk. Certainly they, regardless of that, they would not be able to talk to anyone outside of the standing committee, and typically they would not be able to talk with the other member of the standing committee outside a notice to public meeting, because at that point you do have a meeting of the standing committee.
Glenn, to give you a concrete example, the Hip Camp item that you and I worked on, we went to Farm Bureau to meet with some of their members to talk about it. We wouldn't be able to do that under the standing committee, right? We would have the meeting here, and we would bring them to us. And I think the public wants us to be transparent and effective. And it's always a question of finding that balance. There needs to be an opportunity to allow people to brainstorm, give draft ideas, not on camera. I don't mind being on camera, but if that's a requirement that anyone who participates be recorded on camera, you don't get the same valuable input. You don't get frank discussion, because oftentimes that frank discussion is draft ideas. Some stick, some don't. So you want that opportunity to brainstorm and then bring the best ideas back to the board under full transparency.
Okay, so let's discuss this just for a second. Christian, if we went to just one supervisor for each working group, would that change things?
It would. So the alteration would be that if you have one supervisor on an individual standing committee, that they are not meeting essentially with another member of the standing committee when they're talking to another supervisor. So you might be able to potentially have an ad hoc committee of essentially the board that includes one member of the standing committee. You'd have a bit of risk that and I'm sorry, I haven't fully analyzed all the permutations on this. You would have a bit of risk that essentially it might start to look like you'd created a separate standing committee if you're having that ad hoc sort of deal too much with the same matter. It would have to be sort of a discrete ad hoc of the board and then not referring that to the individual standing committee. So there may be ways that you could have a different composition on that front, but you would still end up with the additional number of Brown Act meetings.
I'm less convinced. I think we would need to analyze it more. The idea of having a committee of one, that person shouldn't talk to themselves. Right? It starts really muddying the water. If we want to move forward with this, I wonder if we could have Supervisor McGorty and County Council work offline. This is fortunately, you're allowed to today. Under this model, perhaps you wouldn't be allowed to work with council. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, just looking at this, if you have these standing committees, it seems like they would have to be meeting every month. Because if you're on an ad hoc that's active, you're meeting once or twice a week to figure out some of these issues. And so I just... and if you have this system, then how do we get the work done? And if you can't create ad hocs to deal with issues within the purview of that standing committee, then we would really be limiting the effectiveness of the board.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to explain a little bit more with respect to the complication that you referenced, there's sort of a distinction between when you're creating a standing committee of two board members versus when you're creating a separate advisory body that is also a Brown Act body that may have one or more members of the board on it. And the analysis does get a little bit different there. I might use the Public Safety Advisory Board as an example there, in that you have essentially created a separate advisory committee. You have decided that you would have one member of the Board of Supervisors on that body. Typically, you don't have someone occupying a position that is both on an advisory body and the full body in many models. However, the Brown Act does contemplate that there would be such a thing as an advisory committee to the board that involved people not on the Board of Supervisors, and that is essentially the standing committee. So the possibility would be that if you have the one member I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit of background noise. Go ahead. Yeah. So my apologies. I lost my train of thought. So the issue would be that essentially when you've got the working group, you've created an advisory committee that is itself a Brown Act body, but you could have the one member who is not the committee in and of themselves. It's the other appointed members. I would say, on my own front, I don't know that County Council should be an appointed member on any of the bodies because it does prevent our ability potentially prevent our ability to provide the legal advice to the bodies if we are ourselves a voting member. So my suggestion would be if you go that route, we'd have a little bit more time to look at it a bit more thoroughly and talk about what some of the consequences there would be on the base composition.
So with the advisory model, say you have the public defender, the DA, and the sheriff, and Supervisor McGorty as an advisory body. Now you have a position where the sheriff, the chief probation officer, and the DA shouldn't get together and talk.
That would be accurate, yes. At least not about matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the advisory body.
So I like the creativity here, but looking at the matrix, I think we create gridlock where nothing gets done. And it's not because it's a bad idea, it's because the compatibility with the Brown Act may limit most of our working relationships. Supervisor Mulhern, and then Glenn.
Yeah, I think that this is an important conversation. It does sound like Supervisor McGorty can work with County Council, and like I said, I think if you reviewed the strategic planning assignments, I bet you'd have a matrix that was very similar to the particular interests. What I would really like to do is see if we'd like to vote on the CAO ordinance and move forward with that and direct this part of the conversation to come back at another time, if I have board support for that.
Supervisor McGorty, does that work for you?
Yeah, it does, because what I'm trying to do is improve our communications and understanding of what county business is. That's my goal, and to get some transparency. It's not to gridlock everybody. And as I dreamt this up, I'm not a lawyer on the Brown Act. I didn't consult with Christian. This is more or less just a conceptual paper. It's not a final plan. So I think it would be very prudent for us to spend some time looking through this, what the pitfalls are, and come back to you with it. I do like associated departments working together, and they probably do already anyway, but I like us being in the conversation. It's another tool like the annual reviews. I think that's very, very positive. That's one of the best steps we've taken in the last year to kind of help us better understand what's going on. If we have that, and if we're also engaged in search committees for department heads, and we review the department head appointments when we find somebody that we want to do it, that would be a big improvement too. So those are things that we can flesh out in the future.
Okay, so Supervisor McGorty and County Council will discuss and come back with a plan when ready. CAO versus CEO. So refresh my memory. What our ad hoc is proposing, or what's their commentary on CEO versus CAO. I also like what Supervisor Williams said, Chief Officer. I don't know. That's good too. You want to do public comment, and while everybody thinks about next steps, let's go to public comment starting in room.
Hi, Board. Carrie Shattuck. I'm just concerned that we are making another transition, considering you just combined the two positions of the treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, and now you're going to make another shift with an interim CEO of, Hashak mentioned before about not getting, budget reports on time and whatnot. I think this is further going to delay, things in the county. So I'd just like to point that out. Thank you.
Online, you can raise hand or press *9 to speak. Not seeing any public comment, it's back to the board. Supervisor Mulhern. Jurdy, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Yeah. So what our ad hoc is recommending is that the board amend the CEO model ordinance to reflect that the board is actively participating in annual reviews of the department heads who would report to the CEO at the beginning of each year. And we feel that this hybrid model unlike a typical CEO model, is a good middle ground, and we think it works. So we just wanted to propose that as the action of the board.
Is there a motion?
I would move that.
Is there a second?
I'll second if there's nobody that
Okay,
wasn't
so
on the
there's a
ad hoc.
motion on the floor, discussion. Supervisor Mulhern?
Supervisor Dirty covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Supervisor Haschak.
You know, I do think that we need to look at the structure of what's under the purview of the board and what's under the purview of the CEO model. And I would think that a department such as cannabis should come back under the CEO, and because there needs to be that kind of oversight on a day-to-day basis. And maybe a department like human resources could go under the board, where we could have oversight over the hiring and firing and those kind of processes, and where the direction we're going as far as human resources.
So I may be supportive to those ideas. I think moving the cannabis director under the CEO may not be on the agenda. I think that's outside the scope.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I don't know that you're going to be able to make those particular decisions today, but you could certainly come back and agendize a discussion of maybe more of the restructuring. And if you're looking at an ordinance change here, what we could do is draft up changes to reflect what the ad hoc had put in the agenda summary, and then come back with an additional room for discussion as to other structural changes that you may be considering. We'd need to, I believe we'd actually need to enact some ordinances for those. So that's going to be a multi-step process.
So I would recommend we focus on the CEO, CAO decision first, and then direct staff on specific departments. McGordy?
I was just going to add that, yeah, there could be some other changes, like I said, in terms of having a process where department heads are hired with a search committee that includes one of the board members. Maybe some of that's going on already, but that could become policy where, again, we're involved with helping to manage departments a little bit, but not all the day-to-day stuff. I don't think we want to do day-to-day stuff. We want to do policy, and then the person who is our chief officer, as you call them, make sure that our policies get done, and all the day-to-day needs of department heads are managed by the chief officer.
Are we ready to vote? Looks like it. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
CEO, the closed session item, do you have any estimate on time?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO, approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. So the board is going to adjourn to closed session for a working lunch, where we will hear item 7A related to labor negotiations, reconvening no earlier than 1:30. The hope is to be back at 1:30. And then we will take up 5A, the ambulance item, and then 4D, the sales tax for fire and water.
Mr. Chair, I just note we also need to revisit the item continued from this morning.
Oh, thank you. What was that item?
I believe it was item 4B.
The HVAC. Okay.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated, because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
आम्ही यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आए.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system, I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Reconvened, and we're going to take up item 5A. This is discussion and possible action regarding clarification of emergency medical services, including ambulance transport as public safety, and review current service gaps and risks, and give direction to staff to return with a plan. The sponsors are Supervisors Williams and Mulhern. Do you want me to start? Yeah. Okay. So ambulance service across the county has been an ongoing problem, meaning we know we're not providing the level of service that the public expects. And I think this is the first of many opportunities to bring the board up to speed, to talk to our public safety partners on where they identify gaps, whether it's staffing or funding, logistics. We want to hear that. Some specific action that I'm hoping to get out of this, besides educating the board, is getting an opinion from county council on the legal obligation for the county to ensure ambulance service throughout the county. This has been a point of contention between fire and the county and ambulance service for some time. And I don't know exactly what that opinion will highlight. I think it'll show that we do have some responsibility, but the responsibility may be met. And so the two questions that I'm hoping the board will send to county council is, what is our legal obligation, and are we meeting it today? I do have a map that I want to pull up. County GIS was able to put together showing fire districts and ambulance districts. Clerk, are you able to share it, or would you like me to share it?
Chair Williams, you'll need to share it.
So we can zoom in a moment as we talk, but I think it's good for the board to get familiar with which ambulance providers cover service in which parts of the county. You'll recognize the white area is where we don't have an ambulance coverage or fire district. And there are residences there. Many of them aren't contributing to the service. In terms of the percentage, it doesn't seem like it's much, it's nominal. There's a question of who should pay for gaps in service, and there are competing arguments. One argument is the local district, whether it's an ambulance service or it's a fire district, should have a tax of some sort, parcel tax, to pay for the benefit received by the local community. But the ambulance situation is more complex than that. You could argue that a fire district should be funded locally because it protects structures within of the taxpayers who are contributing. Ambulance is more of a shared resource. If, for example, Anderson Valley doesn't have an ambulance in service, it means an ambulance from Ukiah or from the coast will respond, which takes that shared resource out of another community. And that's part of why the county needs to look at this as a holistic system. Sometime back, the county went through a long process of trying to establish an exclusive operating area, think franchise. In more urban environments, a county may get paid by the ambulance company for the right to do business and have the exclusive. In our county, basically nobody applied, and it's because this is a money-losing proposition. I think we can't go down that path again. We need to accept that that in our county, due to the sparse population, large geography, it'll cost public money to provide ambulance service to all residents. If the board isn't familiar with the difference between ALS and BLS, we're going to have Jen from Coastal Valleys give us a recap. In short, ALS includes paramedic response. BLS, you're getting an EMT. And the work the EMT does can be life-saving, especially when they get first at scene. Just like a fire, you want to address the concern as quick as possible. But I think we're caught in a situation where there's competing arguments. One is you move somewhere rural and you expect city services. You're not going to get city services. We don't have the population density to provide. But the other side of it is we have an aging population. Our call volumes are increasing. The number of people who can volunteer in fire districts is decreasing. The county needs to have a strategic plan for moving forward. Personally, I look at Albion Fire because I've responded for over 15 years. And 15 years ago, there was half the call volume. Population in the community hasn't changed. there's twice as many calls, mostly additional medical calls. A lot of these are home medical. And there should be an ambulance responding. On our coast, there's one ambulance on the north coast. If that ambulance is tied up on a call, it's the local fire district that gets there first and provides patient care until the ambulance becomes available. And I know other parts of the county have similar stories. Covelo has chronic shortages of resources. Laydenville has been forced to switch from ALS to BLS on some days. Anderson Valley has had to shut down their ambulance completely due to staffing on certain days. So a lot of the partners are here, and I want to give them a chance to speak. Supervisor Mulhern, would you like to add any comments? Jen, would you be willing to present?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO, and County Council. My name is Jen Banks, representing Coastal Valley's EMS agency, your Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. We did have a presentation prepared just to go over a few slides on EMS call volume. Unfortunately, we're having some Wi-Fi connectivity issues, so I don't know if we're going to be able to post it.
The password in here? Do you want me to send it to you? Did that come through? That?
Not yet, but I'm
Supervisor Williams, are you able to, from the PowerPoint that I sent yesterday, are you able to post it?
So while we're waiting for Jen to pull up that presentation, would the board be supportive of asking County Council to author an opinion about our obligation in providing EMS services, specifically ambulance transport, and whether we're meeting that obligation today? It's two. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in support of having the opportunity to clearly articulate to the community what our roles and responsibilities are. I also am really glad that Jen and Becky are here so we can talk about the future JPA that will be brought to this board and how that may play a role in this conversation. I wouldn't want County Council to go down the road of something that may be part of a solution that may come with the JPA. So I don't want the work to be duplicative, but I do think it's important for clarification.
Does that give you what you need?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for just a little clarification on a few parts of this. One is the board's intent that I come back and be presenting the opinion, the board would then likely be waiving privilege at that time to share with the public?
That's my goal. Is I think we want to be transparent, and we want to be clear about what we believe the county's obligation is.
Okay, and then if I understand correctly, you would like some opinion as to essentially if I see a discrepancy between what may be the legal obligation, what are the current practices of the county. I just want to be clear. I don't think this board is asking me to take a really comprehensive look at every single service that we're providing and have a fully detailed report on that front. If the board did want that, that would that would be a longer project and would be a bit time consuming, but I could certainly, provide some of the basic framework and then some of my own analysis, based on sort of the readily accessible information as to if I'm seeing any obvious gaps in the county's obligations.
The overarching concern is, as we see ambulance services begin to fail under financial stress, we have fire districts in a position where they feel obligated to provide the service, but angst that they're providing a service that's truly the county's obligation. The board in policy making should have a clear understanding, is it in fact our obligation? If it is, we may need to make other cuts and prioritize this as a public safety obligation. If not, then we continue the conversation about how to cooperatively raise funds and solve.
Thank you. I believe that I understand, and I believe that that's sufficient if the board would like me to proceed.
Supervisor Jurdy.
We have Jen Banks, who we are paying to work on this project, and I'd like to hear from her and from any other county staff that are working on this project before being asked to weigh in on something prematurely.
And Supervisor McGordy, did you have your hand up?
I did, but my questions have been answered.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Becky Emery. I'm the Social Services Director and serve as the EMS Liaison. We have been working diligently on the JPA, so I'm happy to give an update on that. Our goal with the JPA is to strengthen the EMS response that we have currently. We have been in negotiations and are working on agreements with the City of Ukiah. We have also worked and met with Anderson Valley. We've met with MedStar. We've met with Coast Fire. We've also met with Round Valley and Long Valley, and are continuing to move forward with our work on the JPA. Our goal is to strengthen the EMS response in Mendocino County. And the way that the JPA would work is that we would be putting the billing through a single source that would be able to leverage those bills to be able to get a higher reimbursement rate. And it's that difference in current reimbursement and the higher rate that we would propose being able to help cover some of the expansion in EMS supports and services for Mendocino County to be able to better serve our communities. In addition, there's a lot of other pieces to the JPA that we are working on and working through. One of those pieces is looking at partnerships with our clinics as potential receiving sites. So we've just started some of those conversations. We are in the very beginnings on many of these pieces as we're continuing to move forward. Looking at our next step is to look at the overall county call volume currently. We have those numbers, and Jen will be able to give those to you shortly. We are getting there, making progress on that. But also with that, we'll be able to evaluate in that billing and working with each of the partners. Our goal is to evaluate the current billing and see what we have would then come back with potentially a higher reimbursement rate. So to really be able to do a financial review of whether or not even moving forward on the JPA is our best practice. At this point, it appears that it is, but we don't have all of the concrete numbers, only because, as I said, we wouldn't know exactly what that gap is, but we know that there is a gap there that could bring in additional revenue to support EMS.
So is it fair to say that it's an innovative idea? We have hope, but we don't have any assurance that it'll solve the financial needs for the rural providers?
Well, we definitely have hope, and we think that it will help with the financial need. It will certainly not solve the full financial need. There is a much greater need, I think, than what the JPA will be able to provide, but it would augment.
So the reason I ask is I want staff to be clear with this board that about whether we have a solution in mind within the current funding opportunities. And if the answer is no, it's fine to say that, but we should all have transparency that we don't have a solution and we need more funding. If otherwise we're sending this false hope that as soon as the JPA gets going, and it may take a few years, this problem will resolve itself without a county contribution. I would love for that to be the case, but from internal discussions, I don't hear anybody claiming that this will be the solution. This is just one piece of the puzzle that may help.
It is certainly just one piece of the solution. As you said, the other piece of that is also looking at to what level services are augmented and what level is the board directing us to move forward at.
So one piece of this puzzle is BLS versus ALS service.
Certainly, I will
Can you
defer.
talk about the differences?
I could, but I'm going to go ahead and defer to Jen Banks as someone who is one of our paramedics in Mendocino County.
Thank you. So ALS versus BLS is a good starting point for discussions on EMS, and I'm happy that we're starting at the basic level. So it's important for our public to understand what level of service and what level of response is coming to their home when they summons our 911 system for any type of emergency need. The acronym BLS, Basic Life Support, the acronym ALS, Advanced Life Support. Under our basic life support structure, which we have a very profound basic life support response in Mendocino County because we have a lot of rural communities. Basic life support entails the response of a certified emergency medical technician. Emergency medical technicians are very well trained in triage, assessment, and preparing and packaging patients for transport, and have the capability to transport patients if the patient doesn't require an advanced level of intervention. With the advanced life support system, you have a licensed state paramedic responding into your emergency, and paramedics can provide more invasive care to our patients. That being, paramedics can start IVs, administer, more advanced medications, definitely respond to any type of cardiac arrest event. We can decompress if, a patient needs a decompression. We have a plethora of tools, I guess, to improve life-saving efforts. So it's important to note the areas in Mendocino County currently that have ALS response. You're going to welcome paramedics to the scene of your emergency if you're within the Ukiah Valley, with both the support of MedStar Ambulance of Mendocino County. And recently, I'd like to thank and appreciate the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. They have upstaffed an additional ALS ambulance to respond, to mostly calls within the city jurisdiction, but also respond outside of the city if and when there is a need, or I should say the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority District, since that is kind of a new response area as well. Laytonville responds as an ALS unit, and Mendocino Coast District Hospital also responds with paramedics. So that leaves our BLS response areas of the county to be Anderson Valley Fire, Covelo. Elk responds a BLS ambulance if and when they need to access it for support. And I'm doing this one on the fly without slides. I think I got them all.
So Jen, one of the problems that we hear is BLS providers respond because they're typically nearest, say Anderson Valley. And there may be ALS coming, but it's the BLS ambulance that's first on scene. They do a lot of the hard work. Maybe they're involved in helping cut a patient out of a vehicle. They're doing the initial patient care, getting vitals, bandaging, cleaning up, packaging. They transport, but protocol requires that they hand off to ALS where the severity of the trauma justifies a handoff. ALS delivers the patient the rest of the way to the hospital. The BLS provider doesn't get reimbursed. They can't bill because they weren't the ambulance that actually transported the patient to the hospital. I think that's one of the problems the county wants to look at, working with the state to correct this. Either the transport billing should be prorated based on which the two companies that provided services, or both should be able to bill. But the scenario we have today, where one of the ambulance companies that arguably has done the bulk of the work, at least the initial work, can't receive financial reimbursement.
That is a correct statement. Yes, if a BLS ambulance is transporting a patient to an ALS rendezvous point rather than transporting a patient all the way to the doors of an emergency department, there is a gap in billing. So I do think you will hear some of our BLS providers speak of that concern today.
And for Anderson Valley as an example, this is the typical case, because they're along Highway 128, they're going to be first at scene. An ALS ambulance from Ukiah won't beat them. They're responding from Boonville. So they get there first. They're going to do some patient care, and inevitably they're going to hand off. I think we can have Anderson Valley speak later, but it's a significant number of patients that are handed off to the ALS ambulance. Would this be for the county to lobby the state? Where would the change be necessary so that the BLS provider can bill for services?
You know, I think directing that question to our service providers in the room who actually do ambulance billing. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in billing services to provide you with the most accurate information.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm trying to understand this a little bit. I'm looking at the map and there's a white area where Fish Rock Road is. If we're out on Fish Rock Road and have an accident, who responds?
For Jen Banks. Yeah, so I would think Anderson Valley would respond if ALS is needed, perhaps Reach Helicopter, perhaps an ALS Grand Ambulance from Ukiah. If it's not available, maybe an ambulance, ALS ambulance from Coast Hospital. And I think that points to the shared nature of the system and why it's a county-wide problem. Resources can shift around. That one ambulance that's on the North Coast, it could be tied up on another call. It could be that there's a transfer to UCSF and they're waiting for another crew to come in and staff a second ambulance. So at any given point in time, you don't know exactly which resource will be responding to a given area. But what's important to look at is we have this huge white area where fire districts and ambulance providers are covering and not receiving a tax base.
And you're also actually in Fish Rock Road, you're probably closer to Cloverdale than you are to Ukiah. Is there any cross-county agreements with providers?
That's probably a question for Jen Banks. Will Cloverdale respond to Highway 128 in our county?
Yes, absolutely. We do have really long-standing handshake agreements with both Cloverdale, and I will also mention to the north of our county, City Ambulance coming out of Humboldt County, where both of those 911 resources are committed to responding in to the near boundary emergency calls that we do have, and they do often support calls in Mendocino County, just because of the rural nature and the extended response times to those locations.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Jen, I want to thank you for your work on this subject. Last year, using one-time PG&E settlement funds, this board invested, I think it was over $16 million in a combination of fire services, fire preparedness with the Mendocino Fire Safe Council. And we also, among the projects we funded, was a project that you're heading up to look at this countywide system. At some point today, are you going to be able to give us an update on that project that we funded, which is to look at this very issue?
Yes, our slides are almost prepared, and then once they are, we do have a slide just to give a PG&E funding update for you as well.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, with this ALS issue and hearing that Laytonville has a ALS service, and yesterday we saw that there were 3 that we were funding for ALS. One was Anderson Valley, one was Covelo, and one was Laytonville. And then I checked with Covelo and they say they aren't providing it. So we aren't funding them. So really, should the only one where we should be funding with the $66,000 each would be the Laytonville?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. So there's the legal question of, do we have an obligation? I think that's for county council. And then there's this moral question of, do we want any of our population to go without advanced life support service? And you could argue there are some areas of the county that are so remote, we're not going to have an ambulance parked nearby. Covelo strikes me as a community that has a population density demanding ALS coverage. I would think the same in Anderson Valley. Anywhere where we have a town, there's a post office, people live nearby, I think there needs to be an ALS resource available to respond.
But if they aren't providing it, then, and we're providing the money for it, that's the question.
Well, they haven't. My understanding is Covelo has not taken the money because they can't provide the ALS service. Anderson Valley, I think, has been able to do a bit of a hybrid, mostly BLS, but periodically they can turn their ambulance into an ALS response by adding a paramedic.
And actually, if I could speak just historically to the distribution of the ALS funding money, we came to the board many years ago, I want to say it was upwards of 7 or 8 years back, to request the ALS Enhancement Fund to support ALS response in rural, areas of Mendocino County that were without. That did include Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo at that time. The big improvement with the ALS enhancement funding, years past, we did have Chief Little, who was the previous chief to Laytonville Fire Department. He often expressed, that they were responding to calls out of district and leaving their tax-paying district uncovered. So the first benefit of that ALS enhancement fund is that it provided funding to support that ambulance to go out of district and respond to 911 calls in the northern rural part of our county under that funding support. So that was a very important needed fix for Mendocino County. In Anderson Valley, originally, they established a partnership and wrote an MOU with MedStar Ambulance to support some ALS coverage. And for many years under the ALS Enhancement Fund, we were staffing a paramedic at least once a week in the Anderson Valley area. They really tried to schedule and coordinate that coverage to align with, large-scale events or, increased tourist population days when, we have a higher risk for traffic accidents and whatnot. So that service continued for years. But even with that service, and another huge benefit of that paramedic being on site with the fire department is that they were also providing additional training during their staffed shift days back to the fire department to greater train the EMTs that were responding when there wasn't a paramedic available. So again, very needed and very good use of those funds. A few years ago, Chief Avila did come in front of the board and explained that although MedStar and Anderson Valley would continue to maintain the MOU for services, he also really needed money to support his volunteers. And actually the board did support a little augmentation and shift of that funding to increase the volunteer stipend for Anderson Valley Fire Department. And, the give there was that we have to have volunteers and we have to have EMTs first to respond to calls. And if they were losing their volunteer base, there wouldn't be anyone to support an ALS system. So at that time, the board did agree and vote in favor to support them getting the funds, not necessarily as ALS enhancement funds, but as EMS enhancement funds. When the funding originally came out for the Covelo area, the first thing they really identified as an imminent need was a new ambulance. So the county supported Covelo Fire in purchasing a 911 response ambulance, which they did receive under the funding. And then Vera Health was there as their offset ALS partner. So for many years, that funding was secured, and they did have a paramedic for years providing coverage under that fund to the Covelo area in partnership with Vera Health. Since then, Vera Health has left the county, and we've reached out and asked Covelo if they have an additional need that we can help support. And at this time, I just haven't had a response or any invoices submitted for reimbursement on behalf of that fund. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you.
Jan, if I could, are you aware that in recent years, the board has created 2 different funding streams directly to the fire departments? This year, it'll be about $1.2 million in direct aid, and it's particularly targeted to the smallest fire departments. So I guess I'm wondering, it may have been appropriate a few years ago to redirect a portion of the ALS subsidy for Anderson Valley away from the ALS service. But now with the direct aid that we're giving to the Anderson Valley Fire Department, like all the fire departments, maybe it is more appropriate to revisit that and make sure that they can offer the ALS service for the funds that were originally intended for that purpose.
Dan, the answer is Anderson Valley cannot offer the ALS service, and their BLS service is at the breaking point. If they don't find a way to receive additional funding through another stream, maybe from the county, they may have to shut down. They're at that point. Their ambulance operates with volunteers. They get a small stipend. I think it's between $2 and $3 per hour. It's hard that, and the public, say they're coming from Fort Bragg and they're driving to Santa Rosa, they may take Highway 128. They do everything right. Somebody drunk hits them. They're getting a response initially by an ambulance company that's paying their employees $2 to $3 per hour. This isn't a sustainable model for Mendocino County. And it's true, we have directed funding streams towards fire departments. We're not even, I wouldn't even say we're 5% of where we need to be. And we have an aging population. You've had people historically donating time to run ambulance shifts to serve on fire departments. Populations are aging. Fewer and fewer people can volunteer, and the cost of living has people working. Their employers don't necessarily want them leaving during the day to respond to a fire call. It's a changing paradigm in this county. And so I think what we're trying to highlight today is we have a crisis. If we want ambulance service to continue, we're going to need to figure out how to support it financially. And you could say each individual community is on its own, but those people driving from Fort Bragg, while they may have ALS service in their community and they may pay a property tax to support it, they're at the mercy of other communities because they're traveling roads across our county.
Well, we've paid for a analysis of this countywide system. We have yet to hear anything about it because we've had a bit of a board presentation from board members. I do hope at some point we'll hear from the people who are actually working on this project.
Jen, would you like to go ahead and, or Becky?
Certainly, I appreciate the questions. So certainly what I would say is we did request the funding. The intent of the $1 million in the JPA funding is to augment that first year as we are working to get the billing up and going as we're transferring through that process. So that those funds are still being held and we have not spent them. So our intent with the JPA also would add to the staffing challenges potentially with the agreements to be able to share staff across the various departments that engage and sign on with the JPA. So those are all pieces that we are looking at in our evaluation. As I said, we are in process on this and have been making significant progress. We have made some agreements that have been submitted to County Council for review most recently. So those are still under review and will be moving forward. We have not developed a full JPA agreement and plan, but it is in process and progress as we are evaluating not only whether or not this is going to be a cost-effective model, but also what it would do to expand services for Mendocino County and how that might work. So it's a longer process, and it has not been a quick one to get moving and going, but we are certainly making far more progress on this than we have in prior years when we've talked about either looking at an emergency operating system that's going to be countywide. I really believe that this JPA is probably our best bet at coming up with a solution to meet the needs for our county and to coordinate the emergency response efforts. So with that, our presentation is available. If we can go ahead and move to that.
Please.
Thank you.
Only three slides. Once we get it up, we should be able to cruise right through this. Thank you, Becky. I just wanted to share with the board and, with the public on what exactly EMS is doing in Mendocino County and how many emergency calls are we responding to. So this is data provided. Howard Forest ECC under CAL FIRE is our local 911 dispatch center. So this is their cumulative report for our 2021 incident totals, bringing the total number of EMS responses in Mendocino County to 12,791. There is a breakdown for each agency and the type of calls that they have responded to throughout the year. Next slide, please.
One of the important factors I think to note here, as I know you may call out, is that Cloverdale and Garberville are both listed here. And the reason that they're included is while they are not Mendocino County ambulance services, they do respond on our outer areas to our service needs.
And the difference in that slide, you have MTC and medical. MTC is medical traffic collisions, so they're actually going and responding to trauma patients, and then the other line item was for true medical patients. And then moving forward, just as we're going through, who supports EMS in Mendocino County, I also thought it was really important to introduce the number of calls that our fire departments respond to outside of those EMS transport units. So this is a depiction of all of our, local volunteer fire agencies within Mendocino County. And as you can see in the line items, if you go to traffic, collision, and medical calls, that's the cumulative total of calls that volunteer fire agencies are supporting and offsetting EMS while ambulances are en route to those calls. So as the discussion evolves today, it's really important that we recognize that without the response from our local fire departments and our first responders that respond to our calls, we would have a even more fractured EMS system within our county. They are definitely our number one component to getting emergency help at scene as quickly as possible to start patient assessment and to start initial patient care. And then the grand update that we've all been waiting for, what's going on with the PG&E funding? So I know Becky did give a quick overview of the JPA. Historically, I've been in my position representing Mendocino County for upward of 10 years. And I have to say, prior to receiving the funding that we have through PG&E outside of the ALS enhancement funds that are given to 3 agencies within this county, we really haven't had any funding support for EMS services. We've sustained independent. And with that, we're identifying that we do have some fractures within our system. But with the PG&E funds, when we came to the board to request support, we had about 8 items and projects that we wanted to achieve under the funding. So the first and biggest, of course, was the opportunity to assess and possibly implement a JPA. We have been meeting regularly with the city of Ukiah, who has agreed with the county of Mendocino that they would like to be the foundation of, the joint power agreement. So those meetings are taking place monthly. And I do want to just denote, instead of hiring and going through the process to bring in a consultant, we really decided it would be in the best interest of Mendocino County to work together in a room and come up with, the ideals that would definitely support, the best interest of our EMS program. So we spent hours and hours in a room going over the initial language to define what a JPA in this county would look like. And I hope that it's just recognized that we probably saved about $150,000 doing that outside of a consultant that then can report back. We were very happy as a team with the language, and I believe it is being vetted with county council at this time, and then I'd love to bring it back to the board to present to all of you. The important note on a JPA structure in Mendocino County, we're not being forceful with any of our providers, and I want to make that very clear. We have an agreement with the city of Ukiah, and within that agreement, I think we can really build a very strong foundation for EMS services in the inland part of the county, where the city of Ukiah has, response resources. We've reached out to all of our other rural partners, and we've invited them to the meetings, we've solicited their feedback, and we've asked them, how do you need greater support for your EMS program not to fail? We're not forcing anyone to join the JPA, but one recognized area where a JPA could greatly benefit this county if we have more partner involvement is in staffing and the opportunity to share staffing around the county. Staffing our EMS resources present day is one of our biggest challenges. And through those discussions, last weekend, I do believe we were actually very understaffed in our county, and we were threatened to not have EMS ambulances available in a few areas of the county. Well, our operational partners got together and they said, we share this paramedic already. How about we move this paramedic to the north? We'll bring this paramedic more inland, and we were able to maintain our regular staffing numbers. And I do believe it's because of the discussions and the brainstorming that has taken place in our JPA meetings. So like Becky previously mentioned, that funding has not been accessed or utilized yet. We do intend that to be some gap funding if and when we do get a JPA established in Mendocino County to help cover the billing gaps that will happen when agencies join into the JPA. When it comes to our non-transport fire service equipment and our EMS transport service equipment, all of our service providers in Mendocino County have greatly benefited from this, and I do believe we're down to about 5 remaining agencies that haven't utilized this fund. For our non-transport fire service agencies, they were all allocated $20,000 in support of any EMS equipment that they needed to improve their services. And most of that money has been spent. We're just wrapping up a few of the straggler invoices at that time, and I'm I'm happy to come back to the board with, overall purchases and figures if requested by you after today. CAD integration has been a very complicated project in Mendocino County, and really what that's doing is linking our Howard Forest ECC CAD to our emergency patient care database and auto-populating a lot of the information on where the call is and what treatment is being provided. If we can bring CAD integration all the way to the finish line, from the time a call is received, everything should be auto-populated into our data platform at the point where the hospitals can log in and see what patient care is being provided while the patient is en route to their facility in the back of the ambulance. So there have been multiple meetings on CAD integration. We have had a few hiccups, but I think we're getting to a point where we should be able to implement in the very near future. The last Image Trend is our patient care data platform that I previously mentioned. We have been able to provide Image Trend to all of our fire and EMS service providers that want to be on the platform at no cost. So the PG&E funds did cover an additional 5 years of sustainable funding, keeping our EMS PCR and data program at no cost to our service providers. Next in the queue, go ahead.
So before we go to next in the queue, before we move forward with our next, I just want to call out a few pieces of this. One, I greatly appreciate all of the fire and EMS in their transports and the engagement, and also this board's recognition of the need to augment their services with much needed supplies and equipment to be able to meet the community needs at where they're at right now. I think that's been key. Another piece that I want to make sure and call out is the work that we've had in collaboration of the CAD integration. This is something that we've been working on for many, many years, and Chief Kendall with the CAL FIRE has worked very diligently as a good partner for Mendocino County to help us in moving that forward, and we have made more progress with his assistance than we have in past years. And so with that, we are very close to having a finalized contract to be able to move forward to the next steps of that patient care level. So with that, go ahead, Jen.
And next in the queue that we just haven't been able to accomplish yet, one limitation is staffing. It's on Becky and I to move these programs. We are waiting on the CAD integration project to be completed. With that, we hope to bring Pulse Point into Mendocino County. I've already kind of provided an overview, but as a reminder, Pulse Point is the cardiac arrest public interfacing app that notifies members of the public who are signed up of an imminent cardiac arrest that might be geographically close to them. If they are a trained individual, they are welcome to go support any life-saving measures that they might be able to. And Pulse Point does not send people into private residences, just so everybody is aware of that. It's only if they happen to have a cardiac arrest event while out in the public atmosphere. And then we also requested a training and education contract just to provide more robust training to rural departments in our county that often go without. And then the last is the EMT Paramedic Scholarship Program, and that is currently sitting in the auditor's office.
So this concludes our presentation. We're certainly happy to answer questions, give more information, and provide clarity to any of the questions that you may have as board.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, I worked with Mendocino College to get the EMT paramedic program going, and so they should be finishing their first year. Will that help with the staffing issues we have? And I think that there were 24 slots and 36 people showed up the first day to attend. So certainly there's a need for it, and when are they going to, do you know when they're going to finish and be out there in the field?
Absolutely, yes, great question. So they just finished their first year of didactic training. I was actually out helping Teresa Gowan, the lead instructor for the college, and Kirk Thompson, the director, with their final testing day. And with that, I did get a very thorough, happy report that all of the paramedic students that went through the final didactic testing did complete and pass the program. From there, though, they do have to start their clinical internships, where they spend an appropriate amount of time in the hospital, and then they moved to the field where they do a 480-hour internship in the field. So there is still some time for those students to complete that program, but I do anticipate that to bring some availability of hiring into Mendocino County at the paramedic level.
And we're really happy to share that I believe there's 20 graduates. Not all are Mendocino County residents, but it's a very successful program.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, that is a great program, and I'm excited that we have it now. Just because I think it's relevant to the conversation, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority didn't make the cut for the slideshow presentation on fire agency calls, and they actually ran 4,100 calls last year, which puts our countywide total well over 10,000 calls. And for such a rural community, we really have hardworking firefighters throughout. So I just wanted to point out that.
Thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor. I do appreciate that. The reason they weren't in the original tally of calls is they have a separate contract for 911 services with Howard Forest. So they run separate numbers, and you are correct. I didn't put their separate slide into the presentation, so thank you for bringing that to my awareness.
For Jen and Becky, so that there isn't any ambiguity, do you believe the JPA will solve the ambulance situation in Mendocino County?
That is a very loaded question, Supervisor Williams.
Well,
and I don't think a JPA will solve. I don't think EMS problems are 100% solvable right now in the state of California. But I do hope that we can build a stronger structure and improve our current system.
Let me rephrase, without additional funding, do you think we can meet the public's expectation for ambulance response throughout the county? Or you could rephrase it if you want. What I'm getting at is, in some circles I hear, our people are working on the problem, meaning we don't need to do anything more. You have it taken care of. County can sit back and you're going to fix it. And if that's accurate, that's great. If it's not, I want the county to think about what more support is needed.
So I think that is a complex question, and the reason I say that is because, if the county is looking at things continuing as they are right now, the JPA, as I shared earlier, would augment. It's still not going to meet all of the needs that are continuing to grow. And if you're looking to enhance and expand the EMS services and supports, then the JPA is not going to be able to fix all of those pieces. It will certainly, as I said, augment and help, but it is not the full Band-Aid or full coverage of what we need to be able to expand EMS, to be able to cover all areas of Mendocino County to have ALS supports and services.
And I can just add on to that. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I definitely can 100% express that we need the support of our board and our local community if we want EMS services to be successful within Mendocino County. We have one of the largest geographical counties in California, and response times are very challenging when we can't put an ambulance, at every block within this county to ensure there's an ambulance right there and available. I think that also comes down to, the county's requirement and obligation to ensure that there are EMS services available in Mendocino County, and the county does have an obligation to ensure that we have a resource available to send at the time an individual summons our 911 system. Where the language lacks is how long it should take for that ambulance to arrive to that scene. And that's definitely, I'm sure we're going to hear from our local partners when we open this up to discussion. That's a very important talking point. And if you choose to live in a very rural part of the county, what is your personal expectation on how long it should take for an emergency resource to get to your doorstep when you call 911?
What does golden hour refer to?
So thank you. That's a good question. So in any traumatic event, the golden hour is referred to the time that the traumatic injury takes place on a patient till the time that patient is received at the trauma center for surgery.
So in the case of Anderson Valley, say they have to shut down due to lack of funds. And I think this is not just hypothetical. This is on the table. They're struggling. And there's a traffic collision in Yorkville. Can you get an ALS or can you get any ambulance from Ukiah to drive to Yorkville, pick up the patient, and bring them back to the receiving facility within an hour?
By ground, that would be no, but we also do have very good air resources in Mendocino County, and we are benefited with them, and they are some of the busiest air bases in the state.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, we also have people working, rely on air resources, I'm sure, most of the time as well. I do want to invite you. I first want to thank you for working on this, and do want to invite you to come back to a future board meeting when you have something more to report. For example, on the paramedic scholarship program. If, for example, you find that you want to make some adjustments to that scholarship, come back and talk to us about it. So if there's anything that you see that needs some refinement or some adjustments, include that in your presentation. Thanks.
If I may, through the chair, thank you so much, Supervisor Jardy. I appreciate that support, and we will certainly evaluate all of the programs that we're trying to move forward and include them in the presentation that we bring forward. Thank you.
Jen, the air ambulance is a great resource. Every time I see one fly, I think somebody is going to live as a result. It's not always available. On the coast, often when we request an air ambulance, they determine that the weather conditions don't allow it to land. Usually it's fog. Other times, the nearest air ambulance may be as far away as Stockton, right? They're coming, but they have a 70-minute ETA. Can we rely on helicopters to provide ALS service? Or is it just a nice to have when available?
EMS aircraft units are definitely a benefit to the system when weather allows, but there are often times, especially in the winter months, where EMS aircraft, it's unsafe to fly due to weather.
Do we want to open it up to public comment? I would appreciate if we could maybe let our partners go first, because some of them may get called away for a call. So if we have fire or EMS providers and they want to give comment, let's start there.
Eubank with Anderson Valley Fire. I heard us mentioned frequently up here tonight. I want to start by giving an overview of what our system looks like. We currently run a 24/7 BLS ambulance. We have 18 volunteers, 16 of which are EMTs. We cover 4 shifts, 4 12-hour shifts a day, which rounds out to about 1,460 shifts per year. Those 18, it's also 28 shifts a week. So as you can see, just by the numbers, we don't have enough to do 1 shift a week. And remember, they're volunteers. We provide a $30 stipend for their time to just stand by for 12 hours to be available. I have 3 or 4 people that actually live in Boonville, so they can respond from home, but the rest of them all travel from their homes to sit in the station for 12 hours so that we can provide response time of 5 minutes or less. Often in rural ambulances, not just around Mendocino County, but across the country, when you have an all-volunteer system, it generally devolves down to about 5 people that are carrying the load for the entire system. If you do the research, volunteer ambulances are falling apart across the country, nationwide. This is not simply a California or Mendocino problem. So, having said that, my 18 volunteers, the average age is 53. I run from 26. I have two married couple that are in their 20s that are able to do that, to the oldest who's 75. The challenge in Anderson Valley is that nobody under the age of 50 or 40 generally can afford to live there anymore. The prices have gone up to the point to where we're even having a hard time finding housing for our teachers. So finding people who are available to volunteer in the younger generation is just not practical. It's not there right now. In response to the transport fees, our ambulance transferred 33 calls last year to an ALS ground unit because they needed advanced life support. Of that, we collected $3,300. So part of the funding process problem here is that we are not reimbursed by Medicaid and Medicare. If we transport to an ALS ground unit, Medicaid or Medicare does not view us as being the in-transport agent, so they won't pay us. Most of the insurance companies fight us over it because they're trying to model after Medicare or Medi-Cal. So out of those 33 transports, we received $3,800 total, and that was from 3 insurance payments that paid us. Also want to be clear that when we bill for a transport, we bill from the point that we pick up to the point to where we drop off. Now, Medicare Medi-Cal pays us $8 a mile, $8.50 a mile. We sometimes travel up to 20 miles just to get to the patient. Plus, we go all the way to Ukiah, and then we have to turn around and spend 20 miles coming back. We're not reimbursed for those miles. That's on us. So the only mileage we get reimbursed for is the 20 miles or 23 miles that we might transport if we make the full transport all the way over. Our reimbursement costs for Medicare and Medi-Cal for every transport, not including the miles, is $400 per transport. Our billing rates are $1,800 as a base rate. So I just want to make it clear that the finances are a big issue here. 60% of our calls are Medicare and Medi-Cal. And there's another 25%, or not that large a number, but there's another percentage of it that's private pay that we will never receive because the people are underinsured. So I billed out $450,000 last year. I collected $80,000. We operate as a BLS ambulance on a budget of $80,000 to $90,000 from our billing, $40,000 from our membership. That's $130,000 a year annually. So the $66,000 that we're receiving helps us to stipend our volunteers. I have volunteers coming from Albion, I have them coming from Compshe, I have them coming from Elk, in addition to Navarro, Philo, that are coming to support this system. To expect them to drive there and hang out for 12 hours a day just out of their good conscience and not reimburse them for mileage at $6 a gallon, I think is unacceptable, unreasonable. So, apologize if I'm getting a little bit passionate on this. The other point that I have to make on this is that 18 volunteers is not enough to staff it. We're plugging the holes. Literally, we're just plugging in the holes, and we're trying to manage this ambulance on, what is it, $180,000 annually. Staffing's a big deal, and people are getting burned out. Out of those 1,700 shifts that were taken last year, fully 50% were filled by 5 people. Think about that. 5 people took, what was it? I'm having a hard time doing the math, but over 600 12-hour shifts. How many people do you know volunteer that much in their lives? I'm just saying. So I do believe that emergency services, ambulance services, is a county responsibility. I think we need to address the issue. I think it's an important thing, and it can only be done as a county-wide issue. We're piecemealing it all over the county, and I think the ambulance providers that are out there are doing a heroic job doing it. But I'm getting tired. I know my crew is getting tired. If we go down, it's not just 20 minutes from Ukiah for them to show up in Navarro. It's an hour and a half. I went to one call that took me 20 minutes just to get up, just off Highway 128, up to the person's house. So the distances are vast out there in this rural county. And so we can't rely on the city, who really runs, their ambulance service is sustained by volume. We cannot sustain our ambulance service based on the call volumes, primarily because it costs a base amount to keep a service in business. Just to keep it operational, you have a base amount that you have to do, whether or not you have 1 call a year or if you have 1,000 calls a year. That doesn't change. And to say, oh, your call volume is only this, is just to say that, okay, yeah, we'll rely on an all call, but maybe one day we won't show up because we don't have the people that are available. So I'm open to
Clay,
questions if you have any.
The JPA, I imagine you support it, but do you see the JPA and associated county developments as a solution? Will that address the problems you're facing?
I'm not convinced that it is the ultimate solution. I think it's a good step forward, and I think the best part of what we're doing with the JPA now is having a conversation.
I guess what I'm asking is, can you be frank with this board? If we stand back and let the JPA develop, will you be able to sustain service in your corner of the county?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know what type of revenues would be generated through there. And it would require certain specific areas that are actually making most of the revenue, the money, to spread it out amongst everybody else. And even at that, with the Medicare and Medi-Cal reimbursements, I'm not clear there's enough revenue to sustain the system. Anyway, that's my opinion. I'm not convinced yet that the revenue is there to sustain the system completely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Doug Hutchison, Fire Chief for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. I really want to echo a lot of what Chief Banks said. We know that there's a crisis in the county. I'll just come right out because you're probably going to ask me the same question. I have a different opinion about the ability of the JPA to maybe not build the dream system that we might all want, but I think it's going to go a long way towards really sustaining and reinforcing what we have today, especially in those rural areas. He's 100% correct that, and I know Mr. Winter can say the same thing about, when you have a core area with metropolitan areas, not that Ukiah is that metropolitan, but you have a core area that runs a lot of calls, that volume is what sustains the service. The JPA is the mechanism for that core area to be able to assist those smaller agencies in the outlying area. So that's one of the reasons that, as the fire chief and, the representative for the city of Ukiah, we're fully in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Doug, one follow-up. When do you think the JPA will be at a level that it can cover the expenses of the rural areas? Are we talking a year, 2 years?
That kind of goes to people above my pay grade. There are some initiatives in the process. For instance, 2-3 years ago now, AB 1705 was passed, which is an enhanced public provider, what we call a GEMT, Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program. It's actually going to function as an intergovernmental transfer program, which is a subtle difference. But under that program, the public providers will receive a much higher reimbursement for those Medi-Cal transports, which we all know are a good portion of our patients. Will receive a much higher portion of reimbursement that we can apply to supporting those services.
So when you say it's above your pay grade, who would have that answer? Is it someone in the room?
Well, no. It's all kind of being argued out at the state right now. There's some cost reporting. So there's been a GEMT program in place for many, many years. It was suspended a few years ago when the state initiated what they call the QAF, or Quality Assurance Fee, in which every time we do a patient transport, no matter who the insurance carrier is, we pay a small fee. That money goes basically into a pot of money to give us an enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. Yep. So for instance, if we build it straight Medi-Cal, a transport in Ukiah might be $120, $130. Under the QAF, because there's that extra pool of money, now we're able to pull in $275, $295. Still not anywhere near the cost of providing the service, but it does help. Indications that I'm getting from state associations and things like that are indicating that at least year one, under the PPGEMT, once it goes into effect, those same reimbursements to public providers would be over $700 per transport.
That's excellent. I appreciate the theory. Where I'm stuck is seeing that Laydenville, Covelo, Anderson Valley, I would probably throw Elk in that mix, although they have other staffing problems just due to an aging population. Do they need gap funding to survive a year while we wait for the JPA to sustain them? Or are we talking 5 years? And how would we go about ascertaining, if we were looking at the budget, thinking about how to get them by long enough for the JPA to take over? What would your guess is better than mine?
And I wouldn't even try to hazard a guess because I don't know the finances of those agencies that well. But I think that, certainly having a conversation, and I'm sure that, Jen and Becky in some of their conversations could, speak to the people there who could give you, kind of an idea of where they're at, how long they can sustain current operations. It's different in each community. Covelo is likes doing their own thing. Laytonville is fortunate they have a tax measure that helps support their ALS service. Anderson Valley, unfortunately, does not. So, one community certainly is probably likely going to need more than another.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Yep.
Would anyone else like to speak for public comment in room?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tamara Alanis. I'm here on behalf of Brook Trails Township Community Services District. First of all, regarding some of the information that was in the PowerPoint presentation, our department has been greatly benefited by the PG&E settlement money that we received, especially regarding Jen Banks, her specific request that went to all the districts. We have received that. We also received other various PG&E settlement money. What I want to talk about today is the JPA. We are very fortunate to have a mutual services agreement with Little Lake Fire, and between the two of us, our districts serve the zip code. So we respond in each other's areas when we have availability, and we are able to have efficiencies and share costs in that way. The way I see the JPA is it's actually starting off as something that's going to facilitate the money actually coming in, which then would develop into something like agreements between the districts and the county. So just basically seeing the results, the positive results that we have on our own mini agreement between the two of our districts, I do see a lot of potential in meeting some of the gaps in service, looking at funding better ambulance coverage, and really facilitating cost recovery in a lot of areas that we see losses in responding. Thank you.
If there's no more public comment from the room, we can go to online. If you'd like to speak, click raise hand or press *9. Yeah, go ahead and come up.
Leonard Winter, CEO of MedStar Ukiah Ambulance. The nonprofit, probably the only nonprofit ambulance company in the county. I've been working in on ambulances in Mendocino County my entire life. In fact, I even flew the medevac helicopter. We had a helicopter many years ago that we used just in Mendocino County and Lake County. So I think I can answer any question that you need to know, but I can tell you this, that in 1955 is when the first subsidy came from Mendocino County to every ambulance that was in the county. They not only gave us a subsidy, and I think if I'm correct, I think it was some $20,000 per ambulance company. The one in Point Arena, the one in Fort Bragg, the one in Willits, and the one in Ukiah. Not only did they give us a subsidy of the $20,000, they paid us for dry runs. If we go to a call and it was a dry run, they would pay us for that. If it was a no pay, we even got paid for those from the county. And the question that Ted keeps asking is, will the JPA cover it all? Absolutely not. There's going to have to be some county subsidy. It's not going to happen any other way. If you want ALS in all these far corners of the county, it's going to take some subsidy. That's just the way it is. If that's what we want, ALS in every little, in the north and the south, in the places that can't afford to have it. We put a paramedic up in Covelo for a few years. We put a single paramedic. It was a what you would call a resident paramedic. That's a whole other story I could tell you about, but we were, when VeriHealth came, they went up there. We moved out because the county or the EMS agency wanted them to go up there. Since they left, we have not been able to put another one back up there. Anderson Valley, we've been working closely with Anderson Valley with the paramedics to augment with the money that we got from the county. The biggest problem right now is the shortage of paramedics and EMTs in the whole United States. There's a shortage. It's just the way it is. If we had them, we would probably have them in Anderson Valley, and we would get them up in Covelo. We worked out. Covelo is a good example. We worked out an agreement with the clinic. The paramedic that we had worked in the clinic, and then after hours, then she came on our payroll. They would let her leave during the day. She would come back at nighttime. She would be on what we call a QRV, which is a quick response vehicle that she worked out of. So there's going to be subsidy needed. I don't care what you do. There just isn't enough call volume, and the money just is never going to be there. I don't know if you even know this. California is, if not the low, I think it's the lowest Medi-Cal reimbursement rate in any state in the United States. That's supposed to change soon. Hopefully it does. And I can answer. If I can answer the questions, go ahead and shoot whatever you want.
Yeah, Leonard, first, thanks for all your years of life-saving service. Could you, Covelo apparently isn't taking the $66,000 because they can't provide the service at the moment. Could MedStar provide ALS service in Covelo for that $66,000?
We could if the clinic would work with us again. But then again, we're back to the shortage of paramedics. So I don't want to get off that subject real quick, but the city just put up an ALS ambulance. Unfortunate thing is they took two of my people to do it. They took one from Laytonville. That's why Laytonville's short now, down to BLS. And I think they even took one from the coast. So when they added theirs, it shortened the ALS throughout the county. So I don't think changed too much that way.
What do you think the cost would be of providing BLS service in Anderson Valley? Basically, the level of service that's already there. If Anderson Valley weren't able to sustain service, what would it cost to pay for service?
You know what? My staff. I couldn't have my staff here today. My main staff office gal is out. She just had a baby. Teresa Gowan was another one, but she's been working on the ambulance more than she should and not in the office. I can't give you that exact number because everything's changing. As you know, gas prices have gone up, our insurance has gone up, new ambulance has gone up. I can't give you that number today.
Coastal Valleys has suggested that an ALS ambulance may have an actual cost of $750,000. That may be before inflation that we're seeing this year and high fuel costs. Do you think that's accurate?
That's a pretty close number. I think when we last looked at it, we were about $720,000.
Yeah. And last, what do you think of this model of staffing ambulances, 12-hour shifts with volunteers? Sustainable for the county?
And where are these ambulances going to be?
Well, Anderson Valley is one. I think Laytonville and Covelo have a lot of volunteer staffing. Elk is volunteer. Do you see that as a sustainable model? Is this the same pain that we've seen since 1950 in providing this service in Mendocino County, or is the problem getting worse?
MedStar's been the safety net for this county for 50 years or more. We're the backup. We go to Covelo almost every single day. When that ambulance goes to Covelo, it draws down the whole system. So we're going there almost every single day. Anderson Valley, I'm not sure what the numbers are. I think they do about 12 to 15 calls a month, but we do go over there. also. What was the question again?
Do you think the current model with volunteer staffing is sustainable?
No.
And do you believe the county has a legal obligation to provide ambulance service to communities that are without?
I can't answer that, but I can answer that from 1950 or 1955 till about 1980 or almost 89 or 90, the subsidy carried everybody through these times.
Why was the subsidy cut?
You know, it wasn't cut just to Mendocino County. I think for some reason it just went through every county in California. So, and I want to put in a word for up there at Willits. The reason we've been able to stay in Willits for all these years is the Howard Foundation has backed us up 100% every year. When the subsidy was pulled from the county, the Frank Howard Foundation jumped on board and said, what do we need? They gave us everything we need. And to this day, they're still doing that for us up in Willits. Willits averages only about 50 911 calls a month. And this last year, the Howard Foundation actually donated some property to us to build a station for an ambulance company. And my goal is to get that station built, and whatever ambulance company is up there will have a station, at least they have a station to respond to the calls in the Willits area and the Covelo if that continues.
I don't see any more questions, but thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Any more comments in room? Okay, online we're going to start with Sage.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Sage San Giacomo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah. Want to thank the board for having this discussion. I think it's important that we continue to keep our eye on this issue. We all know that fire and EMS call volumes are increasing significantly. The issues related to drought and increased fire hazards are impacting Mendocino County at an exponential rate. And it's very difficult, for our very dedicated first responders and fire and EMS, both the public and the nonprofit providers and resources and the hospitals and the clinics to be able to keep up with this increasing demand. I do believe and want to again thank the board for investing in the JPA concept that has facilitated, I think, some very, very good discussions and potential approaches that begin to address many of these problems that we're now encountering, and provides a piece of the solution. Do we still need to continue looking at gap funding in our outlining areas? I think the simple answer to that is yes. And I do want to, encourage that those discussions continue to those partners in those outlying areas, that we simply can't let them fail, and that anything short of what is being provided now by these very dedicated departments would be detrimental to the entire county. And so continuing to have those discussions and recognizing where we may have gap funding, short-term or long-term, is, I think, a very necessary part of the overall conversation. I think all of our departments are very appreciative of the county's recognition of the needs and addressing some of those needs financially through the TOT and 172 and the PG&E funds. However, the PG&E funds are one-time, short-term, and the needs of these departments are going to be long-term. And I think that really leads right into the conversation that I believe that you're going to be having next about how you address providing critical resources to fire and water, and really want to look towards that discussion as another component to the solution that is needed to provide the services to our county. Thank you.
Next, we have an unnamed caller, call-in user 5. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Schaefer, and I'm a retired board member of a fire district in Comsey, and I've been, following this issue for 30 years almost. The county invested in the Fitch report in the early 2000s that is describing the same situation that still exists, and we've, as a county, successfully kicked the can down the road, and it's more than past time that we deal with it. I agree that the county has not only a moral responsibility but a legal responsibility of being in charge of EMS services throughout the county. I think that's state law is upheld by the courts. And I think that it's long past time that the county step up and acknowledge that and work toward meaningful solutions. The number of days or hours, every day or every week where there's no ambulance available on the entire 101 corridor because everybody's busy is shameful. And the board should recognize that and work diligently to fix it.
I think Michael's dropped off. Next, we
No,
have
I finished what I wanted to say.
You can go ahead. Your audio cut out.
So my point is that I think that you definitely have to step up and resolve this and go on record as to the county responsibility in this area and take the steps that are necessary to act responsibly.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben McMillan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, thank you. Chairman Williams, let's see. First of all, I would like to add to the discussion, but not go into a great amount of detail about the overall planning, but just to give you a microcosm description of Elk. Some 10 years ago, in a population of 420 people, we had 21 volunteers as members of the fire department. Of those 21, 9 were EMTs. That's 5% of our population were volunteering for the fire department. Today, some years later, we have a total of 13 volunteers and 3 EMTs. And the average age of our EMTs is 65. We just don't see anybody coming up to replace them. We use and our ambulances, we got it used and it's 25 years old. The solutions to this ongoing problem for us and for the county and overall, I don't know if a JP is going to be of help. It certainly can't hurt. It's whatever we can do to collectively pool our resources and our thinking for a solution overall. That's a wonderful thing. Staffing is a critical problem everywhere. The volunteer model, as we know, isn't working. Consistently throughout the country, the one thing that I've heard that is the best way to solicit volunteers, to get volunteers to volunteer, is money. It seems like pay is the new coin of the realm in terms of getting people to show up. But even in our situation, paying people money to staff an ambulance or to staff fire engines in Elk doesn't really provide them housing. They can't get housing even if they were to be paid. So that's a critical piece of the puzzle too. So the problem isn't unique with us. It's everywhere. But I just wanted to add my 2 cents to this part of the discussion. So thank you very much. That's it.
Francois. You need to unmute. If you're on the phone, press *6. On Zoom, click unmute.
Sorry. start over again. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking up this very, very important issue. I think it's really critical for the county. It's a moral issue. It's a lot of people depend on ambulance in case they get ill. I'm speaking for myself. I'm on the board of the CSD, but I'm not reporting on what the board of the CSD feels about this. But it seems to me that what we need is a financial model. And I understand staff reluctance to use consultants, but we need some good financial analysis and be able to do some what if kind of scenarios, because the JPA presupposes volunteer joining of this organization, and if only Anderson Valley is participating with the city of Ukiah, it's different than if Elk and if these other organizations, and then billing structures change. So I think a big massive spreadsheet is the way to approach this, and you can plug in some numbers, and I would like to see the county move forward with that and with some alacrity. I'd also like to point out that the city of Ukiah spearheaded this JPA idea, and I want to thank them for that. I think there's a long-term issue here, which is the JPA will try to address, but then there's the short-term, revenue shortfalls that we're facing. I just want to urge you to move forward with this as fast as you can. And just like everybody else is saying, part of our problem here is housing, and trying to figure out a way to make housing more affordable in the county would be great, which probably in our situation requires thinking about rezoning. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Do we have any voice messages? Okay, I think that concludes public comment. It's back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that I recognize this is an important problem in many parts of the county, and therefore for the entire county. And I'm grateful that we have Jen and Becky working on this. And I just want to extend that I very much want to hear from them as they see obstacles, as they see opportunities, as they see need for adjustments in what they're looking at, and bringing forward any suggestions and solutions that they find.
Supervisor McGordy.
Ted, did you schedule this?
You're muted. You're still muted.
Hi, Ted. So I just wondered if you scheduled this to depress us. It's really, the last few days have really shown our financial shortfalls in Mendocino County. And this, of course, is something that, we really have an obligation to address at some point. And it's pretty clear that the kind of money that it takes to do this is not there. So, our tax discussion is going to be important to see if that's a potential way of solving it. And it also points again to what I know is happening, which is that a lot of our rural residents who can afford it are moving to town as they get older, because they think about things like this. If something happens to them, how are they going to get services? So, this is no surprise to me, but it's just, it really puts the spotlight on us so we can see real clearly exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Hascheck.
So with this JPA, is there a timeline that you're looking at to try to get it up and running? Do we have any kind of idea what that might look like?
So at this point, we are still, we are moving forward. We've been having discussions. It's really going to depend on the evaluation, some of our next steps. So I don't have a complete timeline as to when this would come to fruition. It is, as I said, made great progress over the last year in engaging in the discussions, already moving forward with some of the supports and agreements. But I will certainly look at and work with our group and see if there's a a more distinct timeline that we could put forward to the board.
Yeah, and I support what Supervisor Jurdy said about bringing back any kind of ideas or changes you need for, the implementation of the PG&E funds.
Jen, would it be possible for county supervisors to get a ride-along on an ambulance shift to get a sense of what it's like to provide response to the rural parts of the county? And do we have supervisors who would be willing?
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, yes, that can be arranged.
Do we have any supervisors, or would all of us be willing to do a ride-along for 12 hours to see what it's like?
Sure.
Dan, Mo?
Sure.
John? Glenn, you have any interest? Yep. All right. So all 5, we'd like to try to set that up. I think that's direction. And I'm concerned about our rural ambulance services failing while we wait for the JPA. Would the board support giving direction to staff to come back with a plan to sustain the current level of response until the JPA can take over funding the rural providers? If we think that it's a short time before the JPA will solve this problem, we're not talking a lot of money. If we hesitate, it's a sign that we don't think the JPA will solve it, in which case we need to find another solution. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would, and in light of that, I would also say some of the PG&E funds have not been spent, and was not all of it was going directly to the fire departments. It could be that in light of the situation, that it might make sense for us to redirect some small amount of the PG&E funds to this issue if that's the higher priority.
Maybe would the board support direction to staff to come back with a plan to provide financial support to the rural providers to sustain the current level of service? Mo's a yes. Supervisor McGordy?
How much money do you think we're talking about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if we think the JPA will be operational in 6 months, it doesn't sound like much. My best guess, having watched this for over 15 years, I think the JPA is a great idea. I would be surprised in the next 5 years if the JPA is funding Covelo, Laydenville, and Anderson Valley. I don't see it. But I don't want to see those services fail in the meantime. And so if this is a stopgap, at least it buys us some time. I want to underscore, if Anderson Valley shuts down, they're going to pull ambulances from the 101 corridor and from Fort Bragg. You have one ambulance at night in Fort Bragg. Sometimes during the day you have one. That ambulance could be headed towards Boonville. That impacts the entire county. So I'm all for the JPA, but I think we need to give an answer to those communities that are affected, which is frankly a big part of the county because it's a shared system. So we wouldn't be authorizing staff to transfer the money. We would be asking staff to come back with a credible plan to keep the current service providers operational.
Yeah, I support that.
And Ted, I said yes, but I think we could also take a fresh look at the unspent portions of the PG funds that were budgeted but not yet spent. It could be that this would be a higher priority than some of the things we budgeted but have not been spent yet.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. CEO Antle, what do we have in PG&E funds not yet spent?
Darcy Antle, interim CEO. I'm told that we have it all obligated at this moment. Now there may be some that's unspent, and I do believe a portion of that was for the climate change.
I believe we budgeted $1 million for 2 training centers. Has that money been spent yet?
He's talking about the fire training centers. It's allocated.
Yes, it's allocated, and that is moving forward, that project.
Supervisor McGordy.
What about the campground TOT? Could we spend some of the money on that and kind of change directions?
We would be taking from the fire districts, which provide EMS, so we would be creating a more of a demand for ambulance service. And there was a voter passed advisory telling us how to allocate that money, so we would be going against the voters. But we can. I
think the advisory said fire and emergency services. Actually, it is encompassed in the advisory.
The advisory was to split the money between the local fire agencies. That's the 21, with 25% split according to the annual discretion of the fire chiefs.
Well, the ballot measure doesn't get very specific about how you spend the money. It's fire and emergency services. It could be we have the ability to redirect if we want.
Well, I guess is there board support to repurpose the money that's going to fire departments to ambulance providers?
Well, for example, we have sometimes a true up at the end of the year. The TOT is an estimate of how much will come in. So, for example, if the tax collector collects additional TOT from the campgrounds, there would be an unallocated amount that we could redirect because it's not a matter of retracting a check.
Could you explain that further?
I believe in the budget process, we budget an estimate of TOT to be collected from the campgrounds to the fire departments. At the end of the year, the tax collector would know exactly how much was actually collected. I believe that the amount collected is going up. And so it's possible there's some unallocated dollars that could, instead of going, as a second check to the departments, it could go in the form of a supplement. If this is in fact the highest priority, I mean, we need to make decisions based on the highest priorities. And Ted, today you're presenting this as the highest priority in front of the county at this particular moment. Tomorrow, you may have another subject that you'll say is the highest priority of the county at the moment. But if this is in fact the highest priority of the county at the moment for you, then why not redirect funds that have not yet been allocated?
Dan, I think you would be redirecting funds from emergency services to emergency services. It's one and the same. The fire departments provide BLS response. You would be taking away BLS response from communities. The first people on scene, you would be defunding so that you could fund a different BLS provider. That's the problem. There's one and the same. You're thinking there's two entities here, defund one and fund another. It's one and the same. It's the fire EMS response.
That's not been the discussion we've had today.
Well, Jen, do you think that's a viable solution to take from the fire district funding to give to the ambulances?
I've always historically voiced my opinion that I never want to compete with our fire departments that provide emergency medical services to our community. And I've drawn a very fine line over the last decade that because they are there and they are available and they provide that service as a fire department, it inadvertently loops back to EMS services. So they are a benefit and they are a support unit for EMS services already.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, what we need to do is figure out what we're talking about as far as money and what these different EMS ambulance services would need, because I just talked to Covelo yesterday. I talked to Laytonville a couple days ago, and there wasn't a clamoring for more funds. So I would like to have everyone sit down and really figure out what's going on and what is needed, and then we can figure out how to fund that.
Was that a motion? Was that a motion, Supervisor?
Well, I'd like to have that conversation where we really figure out what the needs are of the different ambulance services.
I'll just throw it in there. I think that's a really good idea, and we probably could use multiple sources of funds, recognizing that we're probably redirecting them from some other very good purpose. But again, if this is really important, then we have to address it.
Was that a second?
Yes.
And does this motion include asking county council for an opinion on our legal obligation? Because we've heard several providers tell us they believe we have a legal responsibility. I think it would be good for the board to have the knowledge of whether that's accurate before we get into the funding.
Well, I think so too. Have you already directed staff to do so, or does that require us to make a motion?
Would it be cleaner to have it in the motion?
I believe it would be cleaner to have it in the motion.
Then I'll amend the motion to include directing county.
Sorry, you weren't the maker of the motion. It would have to be Supervisor Haschek.
And my question to county council is, how long will this take? of your time.
Are you asking in terms of when I would be able to come back, or what the total number of hours is we'd estimate?
Both.
Okay. Realistically, I think we're probably looking at end of July or early August for me to be able to come back with a meaningful opinion and analysis, just knowing sort of what else is in the hopper at the moment. I don't know that I can fully say, until I've gotten into some of the weeds here, but I'm going to guess somewhere in the 10 to 20 hour range to get a decent opinion together.
All right, so I can include that in the motion.
But thank you. I think if nothing else, it'll help if at the end we don't have board support to fund and we say it's not our obligation, at least fire and ambulance will know going forward they need to find their own funding source. Right now we've put them in the worst position where they don't know exactly what to do. They're hoping that we may find a way to bolster their funding and yet not come through. So I appreciate the motion. Does the second agree with the modification?
Yes.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, ready for a roll call vote.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We're not quite ready for the roll call vote yet. I need a clear restatement of the motion. I do have that you want to incorporate that County Council return with an opinion on the county's legal obligations, but I would like a full restatement of the entire motion for the record.
Well, the motion was to have the ambulance service agencies meet and figure out what the real economic needs are and figure out a funding source.
And return.
And return to the board? Along with the county council direction.
Do you have that?
I have direct the ambulance service agencies to meet and figure out the real economic needs as well as a funding source, and request that county council return with an opinion on the county's legal obligations.
Correct.
So one concern there is it sounds like we're directing the ambulance companies to do this work. I think we're directing our staff, and it may be our Director of Social Services and Jen Banks from Coastal Valleys EMS working with the ambulance companies, but I don't know that we should direct ambulance companies. They're not under our oversight.
Right, it can be staff.
Thank you.
Ready for a vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item 4D. This is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding potential sales tax for submission to the voter, sponsored by County Council and the Executive Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to remind the board as to why we're here. So previously, the executive office and my office had become aware that there had been multiple board members looking at the possibility of a sales tax for the upcoming November ballot. And unfortunately, because of Brown Act restraints and because of the fact that this touched on the work of multiple ad hocs, there wasn't really a good way for us to coordinate among those supervisors without essentially just doing what we're doing now, which is bringing this forward for a full public discussion. At the last meeting, the board had given us some direction to sort of start work on ordinance and come back for some further direction and clarification. I have drafted a memo with sort of a few areas where I believe I would need key decisions to be made before I could really get something together further. And I think one of the key things that I've discovered in looking at this so far is I don't actually believe there was consensus among the board. Well, the motion was unanimous. I don't know that there was a common understanding among the five of you as to whether we would be discussing the possibility of one tax or two taxes. And I do think legally you have the ability to do one special tax that would fund both fire and water with some sort of breakdown incorporated in there. Alternatively, you could put multiple tax measures on the ballot if that was the board's preference. I'll leave it to the chair and the board's discretion as to how you'd like to proceed. But what I would request is that if we could go through, perhaps after the board has had some of its more basic policy discussion, if the board is going to give me direction to proceed on this one, I would ask if we could go through the items in the memo sort of one by one, and give me sort of the specific direction as to which way the board would like to go on that, so that I could get something drafted and get it back to you in pretty short order here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the weekend, I used the Measure Y sales tax initiative that I had worked on when I was on the city council to come up with what I hope might be at least a conversation starter. Supervisor Hashak had asked that we bring back specifics, so I'm going to attempt that right now, and then hopefully we can have a conversation about it. I would like the board to consider a general sales tax measure for the 3/8 sales tax revenue that would be sunsetting from Measure B, with 60% distributed to fire protection and 40% distributed to water resiliency projects. I propose that we call it a climate action initiative. For the fire protection funds, I believe that there should be 1/3 of the annual funds could be distributed equally to each of the 21 fire agencies, and 2/3 of the funds can be distributed based on a per capita allocation, which of course would change when the census changes, so that would be written into a resolution and the ballot measure.
May I ask a question? Just for clarifying question?
Sure.
The county doesn't know the population of a fire district.
Based on census data?
Census blocks don't overlap with fire district blocks. So,
well, that is a conundrum that I had not anticipated. Thank you. I'll work on that. I'll think about that. As far as the water resiliency funds, but they have a per capita distribution that works with Prop 172 funds, though.
All the districts know the populations are off. They added it all up, and it was far more than the county. Albion's with the distribution, there's more registered voters than that formula has. So it's been an ongoing struggle of, we don't know how many people live in a fire district.
All right, well, I'll scratch the census data conversation and instead use the allocations that are used for Prop 172 distribution. For the water resiliency funds, I propose that we create a water technical advisory group that consists of one technical person from each of the 4 incorporated cities, from the County of Mendocino, and 2 special water districts that have latent water powers, 1 inland and 1 coastal, that would be decided based on their representative districts. They could potentially vote in a member to serve, for instance, a term of 2 to 4 years to keep consistency. Each year, that Special Technical Advisory Group would review all of the water projects throughout the county, and I'm talking about planning, capital improvement, everything having related to water infrastructure in Mendocino County, create a plan that runs 5 to 10 years out, annually updated, and strategically look at funding different projects per year or continuing the projects per year. And that each year that group would bring to the Board of Supervisors the selected projects, and that would specifically be included in the board's budget each year for review before before the budget is approved for review. I think the most important part that I myself as a representative of our community, and I think our community members really want to see, is accountability. And without having a specific tax, we could have an advisory measure, which I do not want to do. I think that they are often, it's very challenging for voters to separate the two. So I think we can include a resolution that provides the accountabilities. And in what I've come up with, not only provides accountability with the Board of Supervisors, but it provides accountability with the auditor, treasurer, tax collector, which is also an independently represented individual in our community. And I think that the balance of that will hopefully provide some assurances in the community that we are going to work together to make sure that there is accountability. So as far as accounting, that each fiscal year, once the tax is collected, the auditor, treasurer, tax collector would put the revenue in a separate designated account for fire protection and water resiliency projects, and that this would be additional funds and would not replace existing funds that are used for fire service as of today, and that would probably need to be based on their current level, which might become a percentage as inflation, et cetera, carries on. In thinking about this sales tax measure, essentially I didn't want to fund the water agency with this measure. We had conversations about how our constituents feel about that agency, and I think it's far more important to get those funds directly into the various districts and cities, and work to find other ways to fund the water agency, and I'm happy to have conversations about that. So it would be reviewed annually by the Board of Supervisors through the budgeting process, and that the funds would be kept in a separate fund by the auditor, treasurer, tax collector. I do understand, that the library folks have been working very hard to gather their signatures, and I definitely appreciate that. At this point, I hope that, I'm not sure if there's anybody from the library here today, but I hope to find that they've been able to collect enough signatures to get it on the ballot, but I don't think that this board should continue to wait and see if that happens when we are talking about year 3 of a drought and year 5 of tragic wildfires that have occurred in our communities since 2017. I also really want to, I have a lot more interest in learning from the Library Initiative folks about their plans for the capital improvement funds that they are suggesting to use the sales tax measure for. This board has still not seen the facilities plans and needs assessment for the county-wide owned buildings, and we know that, I know that it's been said before, but we know that the courthouse in Ukiah should be built out within the next few years, which is going to leave a vacant courthouse, and I think there's going to be community conversations about what should happen with that building. So I'm just a little concerned that the capital portion of the library sales tax initiative might be putting the cart before the horse. Certainly all of our facilities, far beyond libraries, have many needs, and I definitely support if the taxpayers support that they want libraries specifically to have their buildings repaired, then I think that's great, and more power to them, but the board has not yet reviewed even which buildings the libraries should continue to use if they're county owned. So that was my initial thoughts, and I'll remove the census note from my notes.
Or you could direct staff to help come back with a similar plan. Maybe there's a way to do it. County Council.
Thank you. I was hoping I'd just ask for a little bit of clarification, because you'd said some things there, Supervisor Mulhern, about not wanting to use an advisory measure, but wanting to have some accountability. And I think if I heard you correctly, you did want to have it be a general tax, so you're looking at the 50% tax threshold. And the part I wasn't entirely clear about was about the. So I do want to be clear, there are certain protections that if you put in place that essentially would segregate the funds and restrict their use to limited purposes, you're going to end up triggering the 2/3 requirement regardless of what the initial intent was. So I wanted to make sure that I understand with respect to the auditor's role and the possible uses there. Were you thinking there'd be sort of a resolution of intent or commitment, or were you thinking of something stronger? And in all candor, I haven't looked too thoroughly at the dividing line there, so I might need to do a little bit of research depending on your proposal to be able to tell you what specifically might trigger that 2/3.
Thank you. I am not reinventing the wheel here by any means. And so what I have before me as a resolution essentially would be the County of Mendocino establishing an expenditure plan for water and fire resiliency tax or climate action initiative, and the review of the revenues and expenditures.
Supervisor McGordy.
Kind of two parts to my commentary. So the first one is that generally I like what Supervisor Mulhern has put in there. What I note is that every corner of our county's got some issue with water, and they're all different. So we have two communities that can't really do any building right now, which is Gualala and Redwood Valley, because they don't have any hookups. Supervisor Williams was telling me some very chilling stuff about the water supply of Mendocino, and its drinking water quality and the continuation of it as a reliable water supply. We have the Potter Valley project, which basically is, as we know it, is coming to an end. And we hope to acquire the water rights, and it's not to give farmers free water. I've heard that kind of bandied around. The farmers very much expect to pay. And in fact, there's an organization going on now to what's called the Russian River Water Users Forum being created to discuss how we're going to pay for this project going forward. Are we going to need, and there's a lot of studies that need to be done. Kind of like the ambulance saying time is of the essence. So we're right in the middle of third year of drought. The state is making a fair amount of money available for infrastructure. So the thing is that a lot of these projects are going to require some initial engineering, as well as some matching of funds in order to go forward. So we have to have something to work with. Right now, we can't even afford a person to be the water agency. So, that's why we've had some success addressing mental health. I think our community did a really good lift on that. I think the project, even though some people don't like Measure B, I think it's been pretty successful in at least doing something. And we're on our way to completion of that. So I know our community can do things when we get organized and work together. We already have quite a lot of organization, obviously, on the ambulance fire department, and I think our water community is also fairly well organized too. And it's very similar. It's very analogous. We're depending on volunteers to do stuff that normally would have professionals paid for by local government to do. My concern is if we don't step up to the plate, we're going to be right back where we were in 1957 when the water was allocated out of Lake Mendocino and Sonoma County walked away with most of it. And we ended up with precious little. I don't want to see that happen. I want us to be at the table. I want us to be represented. And that's why I think this is a real game changer for us looking into the future. We've had water systems designed over 100 years ago. They worked, but their time's come to an end and it's time to renew it. That's not cheap. And it's going to take a real coordinated effort. So that's why I appreciate what Supervisor Mulhern has said. The only thing I would change a little bit is I'd make it so that there was some equity in distribution of funds through the 5 supervisorial regions so that everybody pays in, everybody gets something back. And, that could be worked out on a biennial basis, but I want to be sure that if people are paying for sales tax and in Piercy, that proportionally they get money back if they have a water issue that needs to be addressed in their area, and so on and so forth, and find a fair way to equitably distribute it through the different districts.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor McGordy, I did think about that quite a bit, and I think that's why the Water Technical Advisory Group would be able to look at a 5 to 10 year plan to make sure that the funds were being equally distributed. There may not always be a need in a particular district, and I might just say the city of Ukiah may not have a need one year. So if there's a project that the Technical Advisory Group thinks needs priority, then I would leave that to the experts, and of course have the check and balance with that coming back before the board, so that if there was any agency that felt that they weren't represented, they would have another opportunity. But I think the idea of having a longer plan for the funds and in preparation would allow to make sure that we have equal distribution throughout the county.
I have a couple comments. First, I think it's creative, and I'll support you on it. I guess I have concern about combining water and fire, and I had talked to county council between last meeting and today, and became aware that the board may not have been aligned on single item versus 2 items. And it never dawned on me that we would combine water and fire support. I thought those would be 2 separate, let voters choose. Hopefully they support both, maybe they support one. But obviously, I went back and listened to the video, and it's true, county council couldn't ascertain from our dialogue what the intent was, and we walked away with different ideas. So I guess I'm not 100% in either direction, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues in a moment on the idea of separating it versus having it together. But a little bit of bleed over from the previous item, because we're talking about advisories, whether or not to have one on a general tax. And moments ago, we talked about not following a voter-passed advisory. I want to read from the March 2020 Measure E. Just part of it, I won't read it all to you. 75% to be distributed evenly to the recognized fire agencies in Mendocino County, and 25% to be spent based on the recommendation of the fire chiefs of the recognized fire agencies in Mendocino County. And we're talking about, there's no ambiguity there. If we repurpose that to ambulance, we will effectively have gone against a voter-passed advisory. And I think if we do that one time, the voters will never trust us again. I wouldn't trust a board that has a voter-passed advisory and decides to do something better that we know better than the voters. I think the answer is you send it back to the voters and you let them decide. So I support this idea, but I want to be with or without the advisory. I think there's merit to not having it, because having 2 items to vote on does confuse voters who aren't tracking carefully. But whatever we put out in messaging as our intended plan for spending, I'm committed to that. I'm not going to change course after the fact, because I think not only does it disadvantage this board on future funding opportunities, but it'll affect boards in the future. Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, if we're looking at it like that, we're potentially looking at 3 taxes for the fall. One would be the library, and then we have a fire, and then we have a water. And I guess I'm still trying to figure this out about if we do this advisory and we're saying we're designating the money for water or fire, then doesn't that kick in the 2/3?
If I may respond through the chair, so no, and actually the county had been party to litigation on this question. It's actually near when I started here with the county about 4 or 5 years ago. There was a published decision that no, if you do a general tax and you do an advisory measure, because the advisory measure is non-binding, that doesn't trigger the requirements of the 2/3 vote. It's only when there's some restriction in the ordinance, some legal obligation to keep the monies used for a specific purpose, that 2/3 vote threshold is required. I would note, I think part of the rationale, from what I can tell, that is sometimes used in adding the advisory measures to the ballot is, one, to be able to get the input from the public and maybe have a little bit of political pressure on future boards as to how the monies might be spent. But the other is that if you only put a general tax on the ballot, when the voters look at that ballot, they will only be seeing that it is a tax for general purposes. There will be no mention of the potential purposes for which it is used. So that would depend entirely upon the campaign efforts of those. And again, no county resources to be spent on that, including county staff time. That would depend entirely on the campaign efforts of those in favor of the proposal to be able to communicate, why the funds are being sought and what they are intended to be spent on.
So in essence, we'd go with this this issue, this tax on the ballot, and with no statement of where it's going, and just 3/8 of a cent to the county.
That is correct. I would say there's essentially three options. One is that you can put just a general tax on the ballot for 3/8 of a sales tax to the county, and there would be no statement as to how those funds would be spent, other than maybe a statement that would be available for any purpose, or any lawful county purpose. The other is that you do a general sales tax along with an advisory measure. The advisory measure is non-binding, but it does sort of state, does the public want the funds to be used on, in this case, water and fire. The third option is that you put a special tax on there. If you put on the special tax, the use is restricted legally. The monies get placed in a separate fund, and they never come into the general fund, and they never get to be allocated for general fund purposes. So they always have to be used for those specific purposes, much like with Measure B, that are put in the ordinance. If that is the case, though, the measure does not pass unless it has approval of 2/3 of the voters.
Right. Thank you.
Do you want me to go to Glenn? Supervisor Mulhern.
Sorry. So again, I'm not reinventing the wheel here, and the Measure Y language actually read, shall the ordinance be adopted to impose a general tax, an additional transaction tax of, yada, yada, and its use right in the ballot initiative, right where you check yes or no. So I think that there is an opportunity to include in the ballot initiative what the use will be, and then further define that in the argument in favor of it. So I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to, it's not going to say, shall we have a general tax? In my opinion, the board and, the ballot initiative should clearly define, and it certainly can, the ballot question can state what it'll be used for.
Yeah, and I think what you might be referring to, Supervisor Mulhern, is some of the and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, and I haven't done a lot of analysis, so I think I may need to take a little bit of a closer look. But I think what you may be referring to is the sort of language that frequently gets used, save in school bond measures, where while the funds are used for many allowable types of purposes, some of the specific needs may be mentioned as in sort of including but not limited to language. And I'd certainly be happy to take a look at that. And you would have some ability to mention it, certainly in the arguments in favor, as those are partisan. Those are an area where proponents could make their arguments.
Yeah, please.
So I have given this quite some thought, and the reason that I brought forward this discussion about having a general tax is because I think that a 60-40% or 60-40% split between fire and water actually makes better financial sense for the agencies than doing a 1/4 cent per, which was outlined in the memo from County Council. So that's why I did select that instead of 2 separate taxes.
McGordy, do you have a question on the same thread? I don't want to jump ahead of you if you do.
No, it's commentary about this, and also to thank you for the clarification on the TOT for and its designation.
So, County Council, I'm looking at Ukiah's Measure Y, which was a general tax, 2016. Supervisor, is that accurate? Okay, and it reads, shall ordinance, this is what's on the ballot, shall ordinance number 1165 be adopted to impose as a general tax an additional transaction, sales, and use tax of 0.5% within city limits of the city of Ukiah to fund essential city services, including street repair and maintenance. Such tax increase is estimated to raise $2,470,000 annually at a rate of 0.5%. The duration of the tax will continue unless and until the tax is repealed by the majority of voters in the municipal election. So they did a general tax of a half percent. And it's very clear where it's intended to be utilized. Was that legal? Can we do that?
I may ask for a little bit of time to do some follow-up research on that. I certainly I have great respect for Mr. Rapport. I'd be happy to review, and I certainly acknowledge the possibility that there may be authority that I've missed on that.
Okay, and I've never seen a sales tax on a ballot that doesn't describe an intended use, just a general tax. just 1% for the county of Mendocino? I don't know of an example of where that, do you? You want more time to research it? Okay. Supervisor McGuarty.
I think it's important if we're going to go forward with this. It's really has to have pretty good buy-in from everybody on the board. And if there's people who still strenuously object to it, I think it's important for us to know.
My last comment, and then I think we should also review Supervisor Jurdy's memo. He has a lot of good points in there. Whatever the board decides today, would it be prudent to ask staff to conduct a poll immediately? Are we allowed to do that to get a sense of whether voters would support our idea?
So I think what you're referring to, Supervisor Williams, is the restriction on the use of funds for political purposes. I don't, since this would be sort of gauging voter opinion and not necessarily advocating for or against, I don't believe that would run afoul of the restriction.
So I've talked to some consultants who organize these types of polls, and I heard it would cost about $5,000 to get a statistically significant poll, and it could be done in short time, a matter of a couple weeks. So I think whatever we decide, we should go through that exercise of polling. And if it comes back 40%, well, maybe we change the idea or we drop it. If it comes back 80%, we know it's on us to lose. But I don't want to spend a lot of time and effort on a proposal where we don't think the public will ultimately find support. Supervisor Jurdy, would you like to go through your memo, or do you want to continue talking about Supervisor Mulhern's approach?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, one, Supervisor Mulhern, I appreciate your thoughts and the fact that you're looking at a methodology to try to reassure people that the money would be spent on countywide projects and not on the projects that really represent where many of the advocates for this sales tax are coming from. But fundamentally, I wish we'd had this conversation 6 months ago or eight months ago. I feel like I'm working with a different time frame from you guys, but maybe it's just because I've volunteered on so many campaigns and for so many people and for so many different ballot measures over the years. But I really feel like this is just too late. And so I want to for those who haven't read the memo, for me watching this meeting, back on May 17th, this board held its first public discussion on the idea of placing a board-sponsored sales tax on the upcoming election. And that's just with weeks remaining to finalize for the next items for the next election. I see no evidence it would be wise for the board to sponsor a sales tax on the same ballot as the Citizens Library Initiative. And I'd like you to please consider, first, it's now too late for a board-sponsored sales tax, in my opinion. Sales tax advocates have not consulted with key stakeholders in every corner of this county. And I've spoken with many officials in Fort Bragg and Willits who were not consulted prior to my speaking with them. And now sales tax advocates lack the time to go to all stakeholders to reach consensus on the purpose, the size, and equitable expenditure of the sales tax. In sum, it takes time to win trust, and sales tax advocates have run out of time to win trust for the upcoming election. And two, it is the wrong moment for a board-sponsored sales tax. The public is living with the highest inflation we have seen in 4 decades. The Federal Reserve Bank has pledged to slow down inflation by raising interest rates and tightening money supply. The public is anxious. This is not the time to place multiple sales taxes on the upcoming election ballot. 3, a board-sponsored sales tax is the wrong pathway to the ballot. Advocates of a sales tax should follow the lead of the library supporters. Advocates should hold public meetings, offer specifics in support of their ideas, and achieve consensus with a solid plan. Voters will place a good plan on the ballot. Sales tax advocates have 17 months from today to do this work. If they are open and transparent, I and others will help them. A citizens initiative is a pathway for success at the ballot. 4, a board-sponsored sales tax is going to hurt the causes the taxes are intended to help, I'm afraid. For example, voters in every corner of Mendocino County will question why they are being asked to pay a water sales tax when the water sales tax is originating from and is the brainchild of water interests in one corner of the county who pay virtually nothing for their water. For starters, the typical residents of the city of Ukiah, Fort Bragg, and Willits pay between $270 and $321 for every $1 paid by agricultural interests served by the Potter Valley Irrigation District. That's $300 from residential consumers for every $1 paid by agricultural interests. And my memo gives specifics to that. Voters will rightly question why Potter Valley agricultural interests and others are failing to step up, raise their own revenues to resolve their water rights. Why a countywide sales tax? How is a countywide water tax fair? 5, a board-sponsored sales tax is going to divide our communities. Today, we have a united board of supervisors that politically and financially supports the efforts of the Potter Valley Irrigation District, the Inland Water Power Commission, and others who are attempting to retain reasonable water diversion rights from the Eel River to Potter Valley and to Lake Mendocino. But this support has limits. A debate at this time over a, imperfect and unwelcome sales tax will trigger devastating political division within Mendocino County, and a board-sponsored water sales tax will lose at the ballot. Question: after the inevitable loss at the ballot, will state and federal funders want to give state and federal grants to support any Eel River diversion or related projects? I'm doubtful. Then why place a board-sponsored water sales tax on the ballot? Here's a better idea. Invite all stakeholders into the room, a room where details of a tax are disclosed and openly debated. To the advocates of a sales tax, please engage with residents in every corner of the county. A fair and well-reasoned proposal can win support, and community members would agree to place a solid proposal on the next election ballot. Let's learn from the good work of the Library Advisory Board and community members who are engaging with the public with the Citizens Library Initiative. Let's follow their lead.
Dan, I appreciate you going through those points, and I know there's merit to some of them, and it is divisive. But I'm not going to go through each, but to give you some feedback. I don't know. The fire and EMS has been a problem long-standing, decades. Since I've been on the board 3.5 years, we've looked at various funding options. Before Supervisor Mulhern, it was Supervisor McCowan and I contemplating different tax ideas. And sales tax has been kicked around for a long time. I thought we had mentioned it at previous board meetings. I don't know of another funding source for fire and EMS. If the county wants to fund fire and EMS, by all means, drop the sales tax. Bottom line for me is this needs to be funded, and it's not us raising funds for them. Public safety is our job. It's number one. State Constitution tells this board our number one priority is public safety. Fire and medical transport is part of public safety. So I appreciate Mo's approach to 60% of the funds for fire. If it's not that, we're going to have to find another way to fund fire and EMS. We have a growing crisis in our county. We don't have a model that will be sustainable for the decades to come. It doesn't even work well now. And the idea of asking firefighters who train every week, respond to hundreds of calls per year, hold bake sales to fundraise, now to also stand in front of the post office day after day collecting signatures, they wouldn't be doing this for their benefit. They're already giving to their community. So who else has the time to do this? I think it is the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors to put an item on the ballot to fund the fire districts. And frankly, to fund EMS in general. The idea that the water tax, which I'm not pushing, but I will support if there's board support. The idea that it's to solve the Potter Valley Water Project, first of all, it won't raise enough funds to solve that. But it overlooks the fact that our entire county has water problems. Town of Mendocino, I don't know, we have 78 businesses that are now struggling with a letter from Division of Drinking Water about whether their water meets state standards. And perhaps it doesn't, and the state has finally caught up with us. The drought putting eyes on our problem. Wallala, we have people who want to build and they can't. There's a moratorium due to lack of water. Point Arena, they're hanging in for now. They're on a private water company. Not a lot of certainty going forward. Anderson Valley is tapping into some Prop 1 funds hopefully for their water system and their sewer system. They've had E. coli show up in their drinking water in downtown Boonville since 1963. So water problems are throughout the county. It's not new, but the change in climate is making it more pronounced. As I'm comfortable supporting the water concept as long as there's a clear division, whether it's inland or versus coast or split per district. As long as the money is spread around, I'm comfortable. What I can't support is having taxpayers in Wallala fund the Potter Valley project. That's not going to work. That won't pass. They need to get something out of it. And hopefully that something allows more housing units. Water is holding up housing throughout the unincorporated. Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to also, Supervisor Jordy, make a kind of a brief comment about potable water versus irrigation water. So potable water comes in as raw water. It's heavily treated through expensive infrastructure, has to meet testing standards, and go out as being guaranteed to be safe to drink. Irrigation water comes out of the river and goes directly into a pumping system. It's filtered and then it hits the crop. So the value of the water is different because of the cost of treating it is part of it. I also agree with Supervisor Williams. I'm not expecting people in Fort Bragg to pay for irrigation water along the Russian River. That's not what any of us are suggesting or wanting. And that's why it's pretty clear to agricultural interests that moving forward, they're going to have to pay for water. So there will be eventually, hopefully, a water right that allows us to continue taking water from the Eel River and using it for irrigation because our economy is based on it. If that goes away, boy, things are going to look different. I'd also add that besides the irrigation water that's used, that there's also multiple communities that are dependent on surface water from here to Marin County. We know that that Sonoma County water will also be a partner in this, whatever we decide to do. But so much of the money is just for upfront, for dealing kind of with legal costs and studies that have to be done before we can even move forward on this. And otherwise, I wouldn't be bothering you. You know, everything you say is absolutely true about the environment we're in right now. And it seems like a really wacky idea for us to even contemplate it. But we find ourselves in really difficult times. I agree with what Supervisor Williams says, and that's why we're having this discussion.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, of course, we have these issues with fire, with ambulance service, with climate change and the drought that we're experiencing. And, you know, you talked about $5,000 for polling to see if people would be into it. You know, from my time on the campaign trail, that people are not into it. These are hard economic times, and I don't think people would go for an increase of tax. I think that $5,000 would be better off spent funding groups to collect signatures so that they could, so it would be a community-based decision. I mean, it doesn't have to be the firefighters because obviously they're doing incredible work already. But if people in the community realize that what we need is enhanced, fire and ambulance service, then they should be out there collecting signatures, and $5,000 could probably go a long ways in promoting that. With the water districts, we have a lot of people. What I've heard is there's water districts that just would say, what's in it for me? I'm already paying a lot of money for, to be in the Willits Water District or the Ukiah or whatever. And certainly we know that there's a lot of needs out there that we need to be going for state money. I think we aren't going to get out of this without getting an infusion of state money from working with our state legislatures. Because the Potter Valley project is going to cost too much for little Mendocino County to do, or even the coalition. We're going to need an infusion of money to solve that problem. And we brought in $23.3 million last year for water projects, and that's state money. So we really need to figure out what we're going to do with the water agency. And I go back to what our consultants told us, is that they said, you know, to do a water agency and to put it on the ballot for a tax, you need to have some wins. And you need to have the people believing that you can do something really tangible with that. And I like that idea of the technical advisory group, but at the same time, I think that it's kind of going a little too fast, and we need to show that we can have those wins first before we really put it on the ballot. And I don't want to ruin the chances of the library, because they've done the groundwork, or they're doing it to get it on the ballot. So.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, the $23 million that came in, I mean, it is a win, but again, I think it is important for the board to have the conversation, and what I'm suggesting is that the funds not be used for the water agency, that the funds be directly distributed to the water projects that the technical advisory group discusses and votes on. I think that is an important part of this conversation, and I really want to have that be out of the equation. The other thing is that if this measure were to be placed on the ballot, it would not be an increase in taxes. People would be paying the same amount of tax that they've been paying through Measure B, because it is for the portion of Measure B that's sunsetting. So I just want to be very clear that when we're talking about what this board may put on the ballot is not an increase in tax, and I realize that the library initiative is also gathering signatures. So if they are both on the ballot, then yeah, that's a conversation that everybody needs to have with voters about. Then I think it would end up being a $0.25 more than we're currently paying as voters. So I just wanted to clarify that it wouldn't be an increase if this is what's on the ballot, and hopefully the library. I think that we have a representative here. Hopefully they've gathered all of their signatures. I did have a question for County Counsel Curtis. What is the timeline that the board would be working with to put a measure on the ballot?
I believe it was early August was the deadline for having the item ready. So, remember, you'd need the time for the passage of the ordinance and then also for the resolution for adoption. So I think realistically, we'd need to be bringing forward probably the first meeting of July, at least an initial first reading of the ordinance. And then if you were to make any changes, we might even have to look at the possibility of a special meeting in there.
I agree with Supervisor Haschek that we needed an infusion from the state. My concern is, unless we have a shovel-ready project, or at least maybe not even shovel-ready, if we have a credible idea of what we need and why, we're more likely to get the money. If we just ask the state for millions of dollars without a plan, I don't think they're going to fund us. In order to get that plan, we need outside resources that we can't afford today. And I think, I know the task force you and Supervisor McGordy has tried to do some of that planning, but I think we need more expertise. We don't even have that consultant available anymore. I see that we're barely treading water, and that we're on the verge of a death spiral in this county. Yesterday, I tried to put the brakes on spending throughout the day, and I look over at our county CEO. She knows we don't have any money. And yet we're still giving her requests of, we'll just go find a way. There must be some carry forward balance that'll come up. In past years, that may have been true. I don't see it this year. I think we're in kind of a dire financial situation, and I'm in support of Supervisor Jury's point about it being the wrong time to ask voters. They're facing inflation, high fuel prices, possible recession. Is this the right time to ask for a tax? Even though it's not technically not an increase, it would keep the current tax rate. Well, we have to weigh that with the potential death spiral of not having towns run dry. If the town of Mendocino runs dry, we won't have the bed tax dollars. There goes the sales tax and the TOT. Within about 1 mile of my house, there's $3 million generated in bed tax. We won't have that if the town is dry. And I'm not counting on the state to come through. So far, the state has not come through. We got a water tank thanks to Senator McGuire, who went to bat for us. $5 million for a tank that'll hold 500,000 gallons for a town that uses over 300,000 gallons per day. It's good to have that buffer. Hopefully that'll let some families brush their teeth and flush the toilet, but we're not going to be exporting water to tourists with that holding tank. That's a day and a half of the town's total use. I don't know that we can wait until the next opportunity. We're talking about 17 months out, putting it on the ballot. We have a crisis now. We have towns that may go dry. And I don't know what to say about the inland. Supervisor McGordy should talk about it, but I think the farm gate multiplier shows that if those farms inland go dry, we're going to lose dollars throughout the county. Last, we have an insurance problem. Houses in our county in the unincorporated are becoming uninsurable. Back when I was fire chief, I heard from people all the time. I would see insurance companies calling about the same address as they were shopping around. It's only gotten worse. And part of it is it's no longer just the ISO rating, it's now also the CAL FIRE fire severity map. Both of those indicators are accurate. We're a high risk. We have a lot of brush. We don't have hydrants, all the reasons. Well, if you're trying to insure a rental property, it's even harder than insuring your primary residence. It's a different risk profile. If we don't come up with a water solution, we will not see more housing development. We will not see long-term rentals. Our communities are becoming unviable. CEO wants a break.
Yes, when you have a moment. If you were going to, when you're going to entertain the next step of this motion, please.
Have we done public comment yet? I don't think so. Do we want to take a break and then do public comment? 10 minutes? Yeah, 5's fine. So we'll be back at 4:40.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum kniya.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Ja, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom, it was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love. I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Convened after the break, and we're on to public comment. And I'd like to start in room. And those that are on the phone or Zoom, to get in the queue, you can press raise hand, or on the telephone, *9.
My name is Bree Clotter. I live in Redwood Valley. I serve on the board of the Redwood Valley County Water District, and I'm also an alternate member of the IWPC. My comments are in response to Supervisor Gurgey's memo that was included in the meeting packet. And as I understand it, and based on that memo and what I've been listening to today, Mendocino County is going to be sunsetting a 3/8% of the 1.5% Measure B sales tax at the end of this year. The question at hand is, what do we do with those sunsetted funds? As I see it, the choice is threefold. We can allow the 3/8% sales tax to expire. We can use a portion of those sunsetted funds, 1/8%, to provide additional support to the county library and allow the balance of 1/4% to expire. And then the third is to use those sunsetted funds to support the needs of the fire departments and water departments throughout the county. I submit that using the sunsetting funds to support the existential needs of fire suppression and water reliability is more important at this point in time than providing additional funds to our library system. Specifically, I believe that the Board of Supervisors should support putting a measure on the ballot that would allow county residents to decide whether or not the 3/8% sunsetting funds from Measure B should be used to address fire and water issues in Mendocino County. Supervisor Gurgey raises several points in his argument that now is not the time for the Board of Supervisors to support a measure to transition a sales tax from a sunsetting Measure B to a sales tax for fire and water. Specifically, his first point was that it's too late to put this ballot on the measure. It's not too late to put this measure on the ballot. However, Supervisor Gurgey does raise some interesting concerns regarding process and timing. I wonder if, when he was chatting with city council members in Fort Bragg and Willits, he asked how they felt their constituents would feel about providing additional funding for libraries, but nothing for fire and water. I attend the countywide drought task force meeting and regularly hear from communities up and down the county, on the coast and inland, about their dire water situation. I find it hard to believe that these committees would be opposed to having an opportunity to vote on whether or not to transition an existing tax on mental health to supporting water and fire concerns, while being asked at the same time to vote on additional funding for libraries. We simply can't afford to wait an additional 2 years to put this question to the voters. His second point is that it's the wrong moment. This is a difficult argument to make, as Supervisor Gurgey seems to be twisting together several different issues.
Try to wrap up. We're at 3 minutes.
Okay, let's be clear. If no measures are placed on the ballot, then sales taxes go down by 3.38%, thereby addressing his concerns about inflation and recession. However, in the same paragraph, he's advocating for a continuation of an 8% sales tax, but letting the % sales tax sunset. I advocate for letting the entire 3.8 sales tax stay on the books and apply those funds to fire and water. Trying to tying this discussion to the Federal Reserve banking system seems somewhat misleading and irrelevant. The next point is the wrong pathway to the ballot, and I won't argue that point. My only comment is that residents of this county are all concerned about fire safety and water reliability, as well they should be. If residents were asked to provide feedback on their preferences for a ballot measure for libraries, fire, or water, I wonder what their response would be in order of priority of funding. I've always supported libraries. However, now is not the time to play with discussions about proper pathways when our county is struggling with the existential needs regarding fire and water. I have a real problem with prioritizing support for libraries while kicking down the road.
Just out of general fairness, we're going to have to wrap up.
We're
over.
Okay.
But thank you.
Chair Jardy, members of the board, Patrick Hickey, SEIU Local 1021. I think we just saw what the problem is with this initiative. It's going to be combative and conflictual. We as a chapter have been working on helping collect signatures for the library. As you all are probably all aware, Measure A is going to be sunsetting the 1/8 sales tax. That was approved by voters at a 75% support rate. The support for our libraries in this county are great, but also, as the previous speaker mentioned, people have concerns about fire safety and water. We need to work together. We can't be fighting each other, because if we fight each other, both initiatives are going to fail. What I would propose, our chapter hasn't taken a position on this because it's not clear what is actually going to be determined by the board. But what I would propose is that the board consider a 1/4 cent sales tax that would be split between water and fire. The library, Friends of the Library, will be submitting their signatures next week, and they have more than enough signatures to get it on the ballot. So their initiative will be on the ballot before this board's able to place this effort on the ballot. So if we can do it together and work together and make sure that between the two efforts, it doesn't increase local sales tax, the chances of both of them being successful and the groups working together that are working for both of these efforts are going to be much higher. Just another concern that you all should consider, and maybe you've heard from the city of Fort Bragg already, they're looking at at putting a sales tax initiative on their city ballot, which may bump us up against the ceiling for sales taxes, which could also gum things up. They're looking at a sales tax that would be put toward workforce housing. You heard from Sarah McCormick this morning. So that's, again, the needs of our community are much greater than our resources. So you all have a very challenging job to determine how best to spread those as thinly and as effectively as possible. But you know, the hundreds of people that have been working with the Friends of the Library to get this on the ballot are going to be continuing to work to get it passed. Our libraries are the excellent institutions they are because of those Friends groups. They've brought in huge amounts of money to support our libraries, way above and beyond what the county supplies in terms of library funding. This is another effort on their part to keep that funding available because the libraries are such an essential community resource. So again, what I would urge everyone involved in this discussion to do is to look at how we work together. All these issues are important. The community wants all these things to move forward. So let's figure out a way to do it together. Thank you.
Question for Patrick.
Sorry, I knew we had another library representative in the audience, and I wasn't sure if you maybe you're able to answer. The library initiative sunsets in 2027, and the library initiative that would be put on the ballot for November is an increase in that to improve or to include capital improvements. What made the Library Advisory Board decide to go to the ballot to the voters this year instead of closer to the sunset?
You know, I wasn't involved at the very early part of that effort. I think they wanted to make sure that they had plenty of time to have that discussion, and since they're a completely voluntary effort, they weren't sure how long it was going to take or what the effort would entail. So they wanted to make sure that that happened soon. You probably have, if you haven't, you certainly can hear from your cultural service agency managers about the pressing needs that the libraries have for deferred maintenance. A lot of their roofs are well past needing to be replaced, as is true for many of the county's facilities. But since they don't get as much support as they might otherwise get from the general fund, they were looking for alternatives as a way to make sure that those facilities are maintained so that their books and their equipment and all that sort of thing is protected. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Chair Williams, thank you, Board. My name is Janet Pauley. I chair the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. We're a joint powers authority whose member agencies include Mendocino County Water Agency, the City of Ukiah, Potter Valley Irrigation District, the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District, and Redwood Valley County Water District. We were formed in 1996 to protect the Potter Valley Project diversion, which provides the main water supply for Lake Mendocino, and therefore all of our member agencies and beyond. We've also been the non-federal local sponsor with the Army Corps of Engineers to complete a feasibility study to raise Coyote Valley Dam. Currently, we're in a process initiated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, directing PG&E to surrender the Potter Valley Project license. And we are also in a process that will begin shortly in 2023 to reinvigorate the Coyote Valley Dam feasibility study with the Army Corps of Engineers. We are now bound by two federal processes that are out of our control, but to which we must react and be engaged in, or we will not have a voice in directing the future of our water supply reliability in the Russian River Basin and Mendocino County. I'm here to speak to these two critically important and urgent funding needs. 3 years ago, we could not have anticipated what we're facing today. We have a budget for our funding needs for IWPC. I can't address other drought-related water supply funding requirements in the county or fire and emergency services funding needs, but it seems clear to me that between the droughts and fires we have recently experienced, we should be prioritizing fire and water funding needs. The request for funding by IWPC is not a forever tax. It is bridge funding to help us get the information we need to form a regional entity that will be able to self-fund a sustained revenue stream based on monetization of the water supply from the Potter Valley Project used by the people who directly benefit from the water. The county's primary role is, and I think Supervisor Williams said this very clearly, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its residents. We have to be nimble enough to react to changing conditions, especially when those changing conditions are directly impacting our water supply, our safety, and our economy. And therefore, I strongly support the measure to be placed on the November ballot to help us fund these critical and quickly changing threats to our water supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Bisson-Savoy, and I'm the president of the Ukiah Valley Friends of the Library, and I was quite active on the committee for the advisory initiative for the library to put it on the ballot. We got together quite an army of volunteers and went out and got a lot of petitions. And what we heard over and over again was as long as it wasn't going to raise the taxes, people were going to be okay with it. So I agree totally with Patrick, and I ask you to please seriously consider, you don't have your ducks all in a row here yet as to what you're going to do with the fire and the water money. But if you went with 0.25 of a request, it would give you the framework that you need. And then you can have some wins. I also think that that's very important going forward. I live in a rural area. I have a fire hydrant at the end of my driveway that is dry because the water project was never finished. So I'm sympathetic, believe me, and I actually would probably vote for it no matter what. But I really do believe that the libraries are very important, and part of what we're trying to do is to set aside capital for the buildings and for the futures. We recently did a needs analysis, which Mo was involved in, and she knows that the current library in Ukiah is way too small. And this has been known for years, and there's no plan to address it. So it all goes over to the sort of idea of we need some strategic plans for a lot of things in the county: ambulances, fire, water, and the libraries. So thank you very much, and I appreciate what you guys are doing and all the hard work you've put into it. And I really appreciate the time that Mo and Glenn McGordy spent speaking with me individually. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Dorn. I came to the board a few weeks ago and addressed you, and my sole issue is pointed at my concern about the loss of the Potter Valley project, the water from the Eel River. And I appreciate that a few weeks ago there was a headline and that the board had discussed the issue, and I believe there was 2 board members that said we would vote with it, but we would like to see it come from the grassroots. I understand that. I'm learning a lot this afternoon. I truly am the new kid on the block here. I mean, there's people like Janet Polly and Devin Bohr who've been involved with this for a long time, and people in all the different water districts. My concern is that something happens, and I'm learning also this afternoon that there's a real time issue. I mean, I've been thinking, oh, okay, we have until November to get this on the ballot. Wrong. Whatever it's going to take to get it on the ballot, and of course not increasing the taxes. And I am willing to be devoted to participating on the grassroots effort if there's time in this, and maybe they can be simultaneously. And if it has to come from the Board of Supervisors because of timing, and there's not enough time to bring it from the grassroots. I'm jealous of the Friends of the Library. I mean, what a great job they've done, and I wish we would have started this a long time ago. But the loss of water, it'd be devastating for all the reasons that I've stated in the past. And of course, I realized minus the revenue that would come into the general county from sales tax that would affect all of the county, that the water districts on the coast, they aren't directly going to benefit from it. But again, whatever I can do to participate to help I want to. I just care about the county and this need for water. So thank you.
That's the kind of offer we want to hear. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Guinness McFadden. I live in Potter Valley, and I'm on the Potter Valley Irrigation District. I'm not here as a spokesman for them, but I think they agree with my contention about what's going on. No matter what happens today, I'm encouraged by the fact that this issue, the irrigation with Potter Valley, is being brought forward to you in a way that I hope is impressive. There's some misstatements of facts. For example, Potter Valley Irrigation District has been paying for water for over 80 years. It hasn't been free, as has been said by numerous people. We've been paying. It's a 100-year-old system that was put in by our predecessors in interest with horses and teams, and is pretty efficient and does an excellent job. We don't pay as much as Ukiah or Willits or Fort Bragg, but as Mr. McGordy said, there are things that have to be done to that water that don't have to be done to the Potter Valley water. I respect Mr. Jurdy. I read his memo. Two things. He said today that if there's a problem in any part of Mendocino County, it's a problem for the whole county. Aha. That might cause to be bitten out him a little bit, because I realized what happened when they put Lake Mendocino together. The county had it to a vote, and the coast said, why should we vote to spend money for the inland people? And they didn't. And Sonoma County got the water. So that's an issue. That's a problem. We've got to figure out a way how we can blend the wishes of both sides of the mountain. And there's one other thing I'd like to gently remind Mr. Jurdy about. Last summer, when the trucks were leaving this part of the county, taking water over to the coast because the coast was running out of water, what he ought to do is look at the West Fork of the Russian River right now. And that's what the river will look like if somehow we don't get it together as a unit, as a group, as neighbors, as county members, and the people who depend on the water to the south of us to save the Potter Valley project. It's important for the whole county. Thanks.
Well, I was going to say good afternoon, but I guess good evening, Board. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And first, I just want to echo some of the comments by all speakers today. I mean, this is frustrating that we're sort of in this conversation again, making this sort of coastal versus inland or cause versus cause. There's always going to be various needs out there. I think this is a critical time. If we look back, as statements have been made the last 5 years with fire, obviously that's at the forefront of people's minds right now. Water supply going into a third year, no matter where you're at in this county. And we have membership throughout the county. So I am invested in looking at water security, water supply, from inland to the coast, north to south. So one thing to point out, though, that, you know, as representing Farm Bureau, people often don't think about the investment that's made by the agricultural community into water infrastructure. We don't pay a monthly water bill. We pay it up front by the millions of dollars when we have to develop off-stream ponds, when we have to improve off-stream ponds, when we have to put in liners, when we have to go for water rights amendments. If anybody's ever gone through a water right amendment, planned for 20 years and several million dollars in attorney's fees to do so. And some of them take 20 years and they never get accomplished. So I don't want to create this sort of user versus user debate. I don't want to create this coastal versus inland debate. This is a county-wide issue. Just like we've talked about for an hour on EMS, water and fire is not going to be specific to each individual district that you represent. this is, again, taking off your hat and looking at a countywide perspective. So we don't have a solid proposal in front of us yet. I do like what Supervisor Mulhern has presented in terms of a concept of looking at how do we take this funding mechanism and distribute it and work. I mean, yes, I invested in the Potter Valley project. You know, I stated this 2 weeks ago, I'll state it again. Look at the economic driver for this county. How many individuals in Supervisors Haschak's district work in Ukiah? How many individuals in the 5th district work in Ukiah? This is an economic driver that provides tax base, whether that's tax from sales tax, tax from coming from property tax, employment benefits, those multipliers, that farm gate value. That all goes back to the county into the general fund. That can get allocated for road projects. That gets allocated back for public safety. So I don't want to see that dispersed and not paid attention to. If we lose the economic driver in the inland part of this county, it will affect every district. So those are facts that should be considered in this conversation. And I do encourage you to look at how we can together fund fire and water projects in this county.
Good evening, Board. I spoke with you last month. I'll remind you, my name is Dave Latouf. I'm Chief with Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department. And just to circle back on that note, I want to let you know that every fire agency except Fort Bragg responds to every medical call, every ambulance call. I'm also the current president representing the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. I was on the TOT ballot resolution, and I want to remind everybody that the voters did vote for all of that funding going to fire. So please forgive me if I am rehashing some of the remarks from the last item. You're all aware that EMS in this county is failing, the model is failing. All fire agencies that are mostly volunteer are filling in the EMS void. There's 60 to 80% of their calls are connected to that. EMS and fire response go hand in hand and provide for the emergencies involving both the residents and visitors of this county. Actual fire responses are the least service called upon. However, fires are fearful and dangerous events that require expensive equipment, highly trained personnel, costly infrastructure to house them. Local fire agencies are in need of secure revenue streams. The county contributes some funding. The remaining gap is filled by local property tax, barbecues and bake sales. It's not sustainable. I'm asking the board to look to the future to increase funding for fire agencies by providing secure, dedicated revenue streams. This board has options to achieve this goal. A sales tax may be one way, but there may be other avenues. However, a dedicated funding stream needs to be found and is long overdue. These are big challenges for this board. If or when a sales tax is chosen to be placed on the ballot, fire should be part of the ballot measure language in a neutral way. This may be the right time or it may not. Again, a board decision, but the fire funding distribution mechanism is in place. All citizens first need to feel secure with food, shelter, and safety before they can enjoy any other kind of leisure activities. Fire, EMS are a large part of the foundation for our county residences and visitors to feel secure. In closing, there's a great need in this county to initiate secure, dedicated revenues for fire. This issue has been kicked down the road for years. You have an opportunity. The time to act is now. All board members need to realize that this is an urgent priority. That's all my remarks. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tamara Alaniz, Brook Trails Township Community Services District. I would like to start by saying that the Brook Trails Township Board of Directors did talk about this item at their last meeting. We were very interested in both providing feedback to this board and also offering assistance and participation in the process. So I would like to thank Supervisor Mulherin for what I think is representative of a very good start for the ballot language. I think that what we've heard time and time again today is that we want the board to take this seriously. And I think what my board of directors has said and what I think we've seen today is that this board is taking it seriously. So I would encourage you to continue to do so. The Brook Trails Board does support the institution of a ballot measure to continue the 3/8 cent sales tax and share those funds between fire and water purposes. We do hope that there won't be delay in getting the information to you so that you can make this decision in July. Thank you.
I do have a question for Chief Latouf. Sorry I was slow. If you wouldn't mind coming back up. And the question is, I don't know where the board will take this today, but if there is a proposal, and the one that seems to be most likely is Supervisor Mulhern's, there's a question about how to divide the funds. And I'm hesitant to use the 172 because I don't know that the public can grasp what 172 funds are. And the explanation involves a long series of events that got us here. I'm wondering, as the president of the Fire Chiefs Association, do you believe the chiefs would support using the TOT formula? Because we could reference the exact language that was already passed by voters and explain in the effort to pass it that it's the same as the existing campground TOT, just an additional stream. And I guess part two, maybe you want the second question. Are you committed to getting the fire chiefs together in short time? We may, if we move forward, we're going to have some back and forth more often than a monthly meeting.
Well, to the first question, we've been pretty amiable about the funding coming our way. We see it as whatever we're getting is beneficial. My gut feeling is that the chiefs will be satisfied with the TOT formula.
Okay. And are you willing to take that back to them? If not, we may give direction today and be able to tune it when it comes back, if it comes back. But we're going to need a close partnership with the Chiefs Association. And I'm not trying to steer it in any particular direction. I just want to make sure that going forward we have regular communication.
The next Chiefs meeting is July 13th in Mendocino. Is that too late?
Probably. I think you would need to call a special meeting or have the chiefs authorize you to speak on their behalf.
Well, I'll certainly put it out in an email to the chiefs. Perhaps you can get me the question wording a little more fine-tuned sooner than later, and I'll get that out.
Thank you. Yeah. If that's all the comment, one more in room.
I apologize. I may or may not have broken several traffic laws getting here in time. But my name is Phil Williams. Mr. Chair, Ms. Mulhern, and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I serve as Special Water Counsel for the City of Ukiah, but I want to be clear that I'm offering my comments in my personal capacity as a father and community member here. Recently moved here in the past few years, albeit my experience is largely informed through my experience as Water Counsel and many of the related issues, especially fire, given the past decade we've had in the state. And I applaud the leadership and vision in identifying a need regarding fire and water. and approaching the voters of our community with an opportunity to fund those needs. I believe we face the challenges we do precisely because of a lack of vision and leadership from the past. We have inherited a legacy of dereliction. The vision this approach takes reflects a welcome rejection of that legacy. We ought to be asking our neighbors to give more for our collective future, and we ought not to be afraid of their answer. As Abraham Lincoln would often say, trust the people, they will point the way. And just touching on this, right, I would suggest that again, just as a member of this community, the choice between libraries, a healthy library system, which I have 2 young children who love going to a library. I'm all in improving that system. But the choice between a healthy library system and a healthy fire escape or a healthy water escape in this county, I'm sorry, that's a false choice, and it reflects shockingly myopic thinking. My counsel is that any suggestion for a sales tax ought to be for a specific tax. Such an approach not only demonstrates to the voters that our leaders have gone through the thoughtful exercise of identifying a specific need, but it also provides necessary accountability for those funds if they are approved by the voters. I will defer to your leadership as to how best those funds may be directed, obviously, but offer the following thoughts. I've worked with the U.S. Forestry Service on many issues regarding the WUI, the wildland-urban interface, and I have seen firsthand how certain mitigation measures in that space have profound impacts on the fire escape around communities and profound positive impacts. Related to water, I would suggest to you that the coming challenges our community will face from climate change and reoperations of the Potter Valley Project, we would be very well served by a focus on developing and securing a reliable water supply. Perhaps that is raising Coyote Valley Dam, though I would suggest that may better be accomplished through bonding. Or perhaps it is increased water recycling capability or improved groundwater development, and I mean actual groundwater development. An important additional consideration has to be the profound income and wealth disparity we experience in this county. Any additional tax must not only be proportional to the benefit provided, but it must also reflect this income disparity. Scripture counsels that to whom much has been given, even more shall be required. Those of us, and I include myself, who are financially more fortunate in this county should willingly shoulder more of the financial burden of lifting our county up and advancing it forward. And I will tell you that I'm fully committed to that. And finally, as to the politics and in instilling our community the need to begin to break the myopic patterns of the past and securing for our children and ourselves a brighter future for our county, I leave that in your entirely capable hands. Thank you for your service to our community and for your consideration of my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to go to online comment. The first is Ed O'Brien.
I think I'm unmuted.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your efforts. I'm going to make it very quick. I really enjoyed listening to Jen Banks explaining the situation in the county. I do believe that we are in trouble with fire as well as water here on the coast. I think that the proposal by the supervisor from Ukiah is a good solution, 60% for fire, 40% for water. I think that there is no choice. We have to work on the emergencies first. I think the luxuries do come later, and as much as I love libraries, they are more of a luxury. I thank you very much for your attention.
Ben McMillan.
Ed, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to join in, and not join in so far, but participate in what I consider to be a really important and dialogue that's occurred today. So thank you for that opportunity, and thank you for the depth of your discussion. I'm with, first of all, my name is Ben McMillan, and I'm with the Fire Districts Association as well as the Elk Community Services District. The thoughts that I'm about to give are my own personal ones, because I really haven't had a time to reach out to all of our member districts for their collective input. So what you're hearing from me is me. I started preparing for today's brief presentation with a plan to advocate for fire agencies' needs. These are needs you've all heard repeated many times and you mostly agree with. So today I changed the tack and I decided to urge you to rethink and change the focus. Instead of saying fire needs a big pot of money to handle ongoing shortfalls, I believe we should be saying EMS needs a big pot of money to provide life-saving emergency responses and to not fail in this task. I've been involved with fire and EMS public service for 18 years now. It began with a 911 emergency call. First responders and EMTs and an ambulance responded. A CalStar flight, the closest hospital, and a life-saving ER treatment. And finally, I had a triple bypass heart surgery. I owe my life to the people, resources, and the organization of this EMS system. I want it to succeed in every case with every patient. Now, years later, serious problems plague our ambulance responses throughout the whole county. These problems are worsening. They're not getting better. Ambulance services are a canary in the coal mine. 60 to 70% of all fire agency 911 dispatches are emergency medical calls. Providers of these emergency responses are experiencing the same funding and staffing problems facing ambulance providers. They're just not yet as visible. Rather than saying fire needs money, change the narrative to EMS needs to stay alive so you can stay alive. EMS can't be allowed to fail. Funding is critically needed to shore up EMS services throughout the county. Yes, a sales tax can be an avenue to capture additional funds, but another is to consider shifting allocations of existing public safety funding to cover these unmet county responsibilities. This, I believe, is a choice for you as leaders of our county. Fire is a major player in providing EM services needs the county to step up and provide funding to meet its obligations, its EMS obligations, no matter what the source. Fire agencies don't want to find ourselves in a squabble, pitted against other entities seeking support through the ballot process. We want to continue providing and improving our emergency response capabilities, not get into a fray. The overwhelming majority of fire agency functions and staffing resources are directed to fulfilling an obligation of the county. We're doing it because it's our duty to protect the lives, safety, and property of our community members and visitors. And we've chosen to include medical aid when at all possible. The obligation remains the county's. And so now, to kind of summarize, I'm certain I've taken some editorial liberties for emphasis, but not knowingly incorrect. I haven't recommended a course of action for a possible sales tax because I believe this is a hard choice for you as a board to make, not ours. Thank you, and thank you for making the difficult choices. That's it. Any questions?
Not seeing any questions. Next, we have Peter McNamee.
Good afternoon, board members. I have to say that it's difficult for everyone, I think, to really focus on a wise policy to follow in regard to what's been presented to you today. What I think the testimony from people in the audience and those online have already alluded to is that we lack a lot of important information about what our situation is and what's the appropriate response to that situation. In many cases, having a lack of good information tends to produce the bad outcome of people being suspicious that what we're doing is attempting a quick and dirty solution to a problem, and that it will ultimately end up eroding the public's confidence in the overall quality of government in our county. And so I would suggest to you that you have a difficult situation, and that difficult situation is, I think there's general agreement that we have unmet needs in the county. What's not been really fleshed out is how the county and the people in the county need to prioritize how those needs need to be met. The second question I think that you have that's equally at issue here is whether or not a sales tax is really the appropriate funding mechanism. And I think there are serious questions about equity issues in regard to that several people have already raised. Unfortunately, sales taxes are a regressive tax. They fall the heaviest upon those who have to spend the bulk of their income on just supporting themselves rather than requiring those who benefit the most from the services that government generates as a result of those goods and services being delivered, paying the cost and bearing the burden of the benefit that they receive. And so with those things in mind, I would say that it's premature to move forward on this kind of proposal being before the voters in November. Unfortunately, I think what would happen is that you're liable to see a vote that's uninformed. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to that issue today.
Kyle Farmer.
This is Ron Edwards. Are you wanting me to speak now?
I think Kyle dropped off. Ron Edwards, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, board. And I'll keep this short, is that I really see your frustration in having to deal with these difficult issues. I appreciate Supervisor Haschek on not wanting to spend $5,000 on a survey. And the frustration is that I see that this is really the most important issue facing the county, fire and water. Yet, the turnout is hard for you guys to really get a feel. Where if we were talking about expanding cannabis, you had 200 speakers show up. And I don't know what it will take to get that kind of buy-in and feedback from the general public. I'm just pleading to the public to pay attention to help you guys make a decision, because this is way more important than the cannabis issue. Thank you.
Kyle Farmer.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, everybody kind of said everything already. I am a firefighter out here in Potter Valley, and I could really back Ted up with his depressing avoid the death spiral approach to this question. I think that's one of the reasons why this isn't probably going to be. It's going to really take some leadership on. People's eyes kind of start getting heavy when you start trying to talk to them about. So I guess I appreciate everything everybody said today. I appreciate what Ted had to say. This is not going to be something that's going to get people really excited, because it's really just an existential question about how do we keep on moving forward? How do we make sure our kids have a future here? How do we make sure our kids' teachers choose to stay here? Because as our water situation is now, our community members are questioning whether or not it's the right place to be. So avoid the death spiral.
Linda Bailey.
Hello, my name is Linda Bailey. I just want to add to my less than eloquent early morning comments on the phone-in. And I'd just like to point out that when the county library budget increases, so does what the library give to the general fund, because the county chooses to impose 887 costs on the library system. And in recent years, that has been in excess of $300,000 a year directly from the library into the general fund. I totally support Supervisor Jurdy's comments and also those of Jim Shields. Thank you.
And I want to respond to that one. I don't know that this board has control of the A87 situation. A87 refers to an IRS circular. And
it's absolutely voluntary for the county. The county is not required to charge the library.
Well,
IRS only applies to federal grants and also to state. It is totally within the discretion of the Board of Supervisors.
We can't turn it into a discussion now. I'd be happy for it to come back and maybe county council could highlight. But my point is, I don't think it's the Board of Supervisors. I think it's between the auditor, the IRS, and our library. And if it were as easy as a vote by the board, I would sponsor it. But let's hold that for when it's agendized properly. Next speaker, we have call-in user 7. Can you state your name for the record?
I guess it's me. My name is Michael Schaefer. I'm your 5th District representative to the lab, but I also have over 20 years of trying to raise money for fire departments. So I've got lots of hats in this situation. I think the things I want to emphasize to you is one, look at the past, and the Board of Supervisors doesn't have a good track record of putting general sales taxes on the ballot. Measure C failed. The first iteration of the camping TOT tax failed, and only was rescued when it was attached to an advisory indicating that money would be spent by fire departments. And you know, it was concerning earlier when you talked about having a general sales tax and thinking about allocating those dollars later for other purposes. And I was glad, Supervisor Williams, you rose to the defense of that, but at the same time, the advisory measure that was passed along with the cannabis tax indicated that 50% of those taxes would go to 4 designated areas, and not a penny has gone to any of them. And yet the cannabis taxes have I think, cumulatively been over $10 million. Anyway, that's my main point that I want to make is that the library tax initiative will be certified by the county and will be on the ballot, no matter what you decide to do. And it'll be the only measure on the ballot, unless you change your mind from what Supervisor Mulhern was proposing, where the money will actually go guaranteed to what the voters think it's going to go to. And that's going to be an important distinction that we're going to be sure to raise in a campaign, because we want the voters to know where the money is going to go. And if the Board of Supervisors goes ahead and puts this measure on the ballot, just your doing that is not going to get success, as you know, the failures of Measure C and the first TOT tax should show you. You're going to need to get the fire people and the water people to spend the tens of thousands of dollars that the library supporters are going to spend to get the message in front of the voters. And I think you've heard our case a little bit by, saying that you're going to just take up the 3/8 of a cent that's, left over from the sunset of Measure B, because that was our line and we've been using it since January. But we'll compete with you, and we'll I think I'm much surer of our victory than I am of yours. And so please don't put a half-baked measure on. I would encourage you to put an advisory measure with it that spells out what you're going to do and commit you to how you're going to be spending that money instead of just a general blurb in the ballot. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any final public comment? Anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to? Okay, it's back to the board. Oh, 3 voicemails. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Short. This is regarding agenda item 4D. I feel our county libraries are a precious resource for everyone, and that another sales tax ordinance on the same ballot will undermine, even sabotage, our opportunity to securely fund our libraries for the future. But if in the future there is to be another sales tax ordinance about fire safety and water projects, that this ordinance needs to clearly state what projects will be funded and who will benefit from those funds. Thank you.
Hello, I am Rosamond Crowder, and this is a comment on item 4D. I live in Ridgewood Park between Willits and Ukiah. I'm completely in agreement with Supervisor Jurdy that now is not the time to submit a sales tax initiative to voters in November. It's already a hard time for people with the cost of everything going up so much. It's so important that the county does not try to compete with voters for funding. Our county libraries are one of the few free services people have. Playing on people's fear of fire and water scarcity is uncalled for. I am particularly disturbed at the suggestion that sales tax revenue be used for the Potter Valley project. The irrigation district can raise funds by means of a benefit assessment district, so those who benefits are the ones providing funds. Keep in mind that Potter Valley residents have had access to unbelievably low-cost water for many decades. The beneficiaries could have been raising funds all these years by charging more for the water or having a surcharge. They can still charge more for the water now. Asking the public to fund this project that benefits a few landowners is not appropriate. I feel similarly about using sales tax revenue to fund trucking water to the coast. Communities on the coast have grown beyond their means of water production and need to fund water projects themselves. There are many other sources of revenue for fire departments and water projects. Our county museum is in danger of being closed. Sales tax revenue could keep all the money invested in this institution from going to waste. This is a use I, as a voter, could get behind, as long as I could also vote for the library initiative and not raise sales tax above the 3/8%. I am dubious that an advisory board could have any influence on county allocations. We have seen how the cannabis tax did not go to any of the suggested uses. I served on an advisory board for solid waste and watched how none of our recommendations were followed, even though our board had consensus. Please abandon this ordinance at this time, or at the very least, only ask for 1/8% so it does not compete with the library initiative. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
My name is Ellen Drell, and this comment is regarding item 4D on Wednesday, June 8th board meeting. I urge the board not to put this additional sales tax ordinance on this November's ballot for all the reasons cited in the Citizens Committee for the Library letter and in Supervisor Jurdy's memo. Also, it's abundantly clear from the staff report that the board is a very long way from having a sales tax measure ready for the ballot. There is no clear purpose stated. There are no specific projects described. There is no funding target. There are no stated benefits, and there's been no public outreach. County staff is asking for guidance on many of these basic ideas. But how can the board possibly give guidance before any of this has been discussed openly with the public? I urge the board to follow the example of the Citizens Committee for the Library and do the proper groundwork first before asking the public for money. In the meantime, please don't jeopardize the support for the public's libraries. Thank you.
Is that all of the voicemails? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, the comment was made a couple times about the cannabis tax not going to those items that it was supposed to, but it could be argued that that cannabis tax is going to all of those items that it's supposed to. So we just aren't tracking it like we should be, but it's certainly being spent there. If you look at the big picture of this, we have Measure A, which is generating 1/8 of a cent right now. And we have Measure B, which is generating 4/8 of a cent in tax. So between those two, right now, we have 5/8 of a cent tax. You know, if like what Mr. Hickey said, and we're trying to be collaborative on this, and we look at the good work that the library people have done to collect signatures, and that energy that people, the passion for keeping the libraries open and doing the essential work that's needed for them. And then we look at what needs to be done for fire, which we all realize is a critical issue, and water, which I think people really need to be educated, and we do need to have a real plan going forward with it. So if I look at the 5/8, and that would be keeping status quo going forward, if you take that 5/8, 1/8 of it is going to go to Measure B and continue on. The library wants that 1/8 to go up to 2/8, 1/4. And so that would be for the libraries, that's 3/8. And then we add another 1/8 for fire, and we use that Prop 172 format. And then we have 1/8 for water. And that's kind of the difficult one because we don't have a real tangible plan at this point. But I think that if, and I don't know if County Council, this is just totally crazy, but somehow we could have a meeting with the people who are doing the library tax, and Supervisor McGordy and I could keep working on this, the water issue and what we could do with that, and possibly using this format that Supervisor Mulhern used, but also creating the water agency too, or something that's going to be the face and provide that technical assistance for a lot of the water agencies. And I think 1/8 of the tax would generate about $1 million a year. So I don't know if at this time in the process that we can have that kind of meeting with the library people and try to figure out something that's a joint effort, because I think that working together, we could get this passed. I think competing, we're putting everything in jeopardy.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to Supervisor Hashak's comments, I don't know. I'm not, and I apologize. It may be just that it's getting a little bit late, but I'm not entirely sure that I followed all of the threads of that. So I'd ask: is your thought that essentially you'd put this process on hold until you had a chance to have some sort of a meeting with the proponents for the library tax measure and the full board? Is that?
Yeah, it would be, and also, I'm thinking that the library, when they get the citizens initiative, it will be a 50% threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we went with this proposal of 1/8 here, 1/8 there, would that generate the 2/3, or can we still do that advisory? And
so first of all, just with respect to the timeline, I do want to be clear. Supervisor Mulhern had asked earlier, and I did track down the specific dates. You do need to have the ordinance and the resolution ready for the elections official by August 12th. and Katrina would, Assessor Clerk Recorder Bartolome would very much appreciate it if we would provide it by August 2nd, because they do need some lead time with respect to getting some of their materials together. So you could delay, but I will just say that doesn't leave a whole lot of time to actually do some of the drafting and the work that my office would need to do to get this together once we've got the direction. With respect to your second question, if you did 50-50, if you simply had a total of a quarter-cent tax, there's a few ways you could do that. You could do that as a special tax and say that it is dedicated exclusively to fire or water, in which case it does trigger the 2/3 threshold. You can do it as a general tax, in which case legally there is no prohibition on the board repurposing it for any legitimate county purpose. It would go into the general fund, in which case it remains at the 50% threshold. That really depends on the choices that this board makes in how you decide to structure it. And then the additional choice that you'd have there is if you're keeping it in the quarter-eighths increments, the question I would have is essentially, do you want that as two separate taxes, which would mean there would be a total of three measures if you can count the library advisory or the library proposal, but you'd have two different tax measures that you are putting on the ballot, or would you want that consolidated into one and simply have a matter that then could be divided by the board later?
What I was thinking was a consolidated one where we're working with the library, the Friends of the Libraries, and putting them all together.
Sorry, do you mean include the library proposed tax all as one?
Right, and that's why we'd have to meet with them and
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize, I misunderstood the question. Short answer there is you probably don't have time for that. If they were willing to drop their proposal, which I understand is qualified, then conceptually this board could put a single tax on that might be sort of funding three different purposes. I need to analyze that a little bit more. That might be a possibility, but from their perspective, I don't know that there'd be a whole lot of reason to drop, if they already have the signatures, which I think was what was represented, to sort of drop it at this point in the process. And quite frankly, I don't know that there would be enough time to circulate a petition to get, and this board also could not initiate the process of circulating a petition to have a citizens initiative that would be encompassing all three topics.
No, I wasn't talking about us circulating a citizens initiative at this time. I was just thinking if the board took it over with agreement and collaboration by the library people.
Supervisor Mulhern, is it a follow-up question? No. Okay. Supervisor Haschak, I don't think the library folks will want to give up their qualifying initiative because right now they're in need of a 50% to pass, and it's for a specific purpose. Whereas if we were to take it over with their cooperation, either it would be 2/3 for a specific purpose, or it would no longer be a specific purpose. But the cooperation is noted. I appreciate the direction you're going of trying to find an answer that works for everyone. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really do think that we have an urgent need to fund fire and water issues in our community, and to Supervisor Jardy's memo during the break, I did look at both Measure B and Measure G were ballot measures that were put on the board or on the ballot by the Board of Supervisors, and they were both in July, according to the public record. Obviously, Supervisor Jardy was there, I was not. I really think that we have an urgent need for these climate action initiatives and that we should let the voters decide whether or not they feel the same way that we do. And I don't want to, by any means, take away from the hard work that the libraries have done. I think that it's very important. But I do think that there's an urgency for this board to move forward with putting a ballot initiative on the November ballot.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to make some constructive observations. One is I want to thank all the speakers in the comments. And just one comment that Ben McMillan, I always listen to his counsel. One of his comments was maybe don't restrict this to the previous funding formulas for fire, because it's really both fire and emergency services that go most closely hand in hand. And that was the discussion we just had in the immediate prior agenda items. So I think for two reasons, it would be a mistake for you to put the ballot measure on citing the previous formula. One, because you'd be then again in a position where an emerging issue, both for the public and for policymakers, of how do you fully fund a sufficient emergency services system if every time we have a tax, we exclude it from the advisory. So I think it would be a tactical mistake to exclude emergency services from any funding formula. Two, I just want everybody to think about this. With the 172 funds, the county, and I was a party to this before any of the rest of you were on the board, we agreed fundamentally it was wrong for the county all those years to take a sales tax that the state approved that was given to the county and not share it with the special districts. So we agreed with the fire departments that they should be made whole to the same extent as the county was being made whole. And I'm going to cite a number that's not precise, but let's say roughly the property tax that was shifted away from local governments that went to schools that then triggered Pete Wilson's proposal that resulted in 172, that sales tax equaled something like 75 cents on the dollar for what the county had lost in property taxes. And what we did is we said, we can't make you whole, fire districts, in the way you lost property tax as well, but we'll make you whole to the same extent that we're being made whole. So we dropped our share to, let's say, 70 cents on the dollar and gave them the difference so that they were made whole 70 cents on the dollar collectively. They then amongst themselves decided what they thought was an equitable way to distribute. They purposely wanted to lift up the smallest, most vulnerable fire departments. And since the money was going to the county, a separate allotment was directly going to the cities, there really wasn't a need for the county to negotiate or discuss this a whole heck of a lot with the cities because it was county money. The cities had their own allotment of 172 funds. Fast forward to the campground tax. We're collecting that campground tax from campgrounds that are in the county, not in the cities. So again, the formula we're using, not identical to 172, but similar, isn't really isn't proportional to the cities because the campgrounds are in the county and it's a county tax. Now the board's looking at a third funding mechanism, which I agree conceptually with, which is a sales tax to support fire and emergency services. The difference here is we're talking about, we can say it's an exchange for Measure B, and that's very true. Nevertheless, it is still a newly approved sales tax. And so the cities are going to see this as, well, okay, let's just say for sake of arguments, they're talking an 1/8 of a cent. They know exactly how much they would have collected with a different city-approved sales tax of 1/8 of a cent in their city. So if we had a measure a formula where they were going to get, let's say, 25 cents on the dollar, they're not going to be too thrilled with that. Or if we use the 172 formula or we use the campground formula, because they're going to see so little return on that sales tax. So I really think that you don't want to box yourselves in with the formula that were used in the past because it's going to be seen as a different new funding source. And a lot of the money is going to come from within the cities, at least collected from within the cities. We could say it's a countywide tax. We do have the legal authority to put it on the ballot in the cities, but I think it's political folly to not be sensitive to the fact that those cities are going to be looking at, hey, wait a second, we could have repurposed a 1/8 cent sales tax or a 1/4 cent sales tax for something that really would have specifically benefited our city residents. And so voters are going to be looking at that too. So I think it would be a political mistake to box yourself in with those other formulas and to exclude emergency services from the eligible activities. And it kind of goes to the fact that we're discussing this really late in the game. I mean, this is a discussion that should have happened, could have happened months ago, and including the cities in the discussion. It's quite possible that at least one city manager, Sage, was involved, City of Ukiah. But that, I know for a fact Fort Bragg and Willett's city staff were not a party to any of these sales tax discussions, and 10 elected council members in Fort Bragg and Willett's weren't as of yet. So maybe some of them are watching this meeting right now. So those are all things to think about in terms of flexibility and, in the language, and not lock yourself into a proportion that's going to be seen as inequitable to city voters and to the cities with this particular funding source. And then finally, I really think it's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way if the board puts a sales tax on the ballot that's in excess of 1/4 of a cent, because in 2019, not exactly this board, but the board, which is also the library board of directors, heard from the library advisory board that they were intending to go ahead with to renew a sales tax, which would include money for capital projects. And it was going to be 1/4 cent sales tax. And no one on this board in 2019 and 2020, 2021 ever put anything on this board's agenda to say, no, I'm not so sure about that. I think we ought to discuss this some more. Maybe it should be a 1/8 cent renewal and not 1/4 cent sales tax. So it really does, it's going to strike a lot of people as an 11th hour reversal by this board if we put something on the ballot that's in excess of 1/4 cent. Because as Supervisor Hashak's trying to say is, if we put anything on above and beyond 1/4 cent, they have a ballot measure that's on 1/4 cent. Measure B is going to remain at 1/8. There's a total of 5/8 tax that's in effect right now. If after the election, there's a possibility that the tax goes up above and beyond 5/8, people will know that when they're voting, and it's going to engender fewer favorable votes for both tax measures that are on the ballot. I don't think there's a high likelihood that this tax passes under the best of circumstances. If all 5 of us all endorse this tax, I don't know that it's going to pass. But I'm thinking there's so many pitfalls. I think it would be foolish not to try to at least address the pitfalls that we can see before this gets put on the ballot.
Dan, I hear you clearly that you're not in favor of this idea. And I'm trying to give weight to your view. Concern I have is we could have another mega fire. We are losing insurance coverage for houses every day in this county, which ultimately will hit the county's bottom line. A house that's not insurable, you can't close escrow where a loan is involved because you can't insure it, which means the assessment is less. That's the spiral down. Do you have another means to address these problems? I can't have my district going dry and tell people, well, I was afraid to put the funding source on the ballot. We didn't know if it would pass. The same with fire. I can't tell people they're losing their insurance or they don't have adequate fire protection or emergency medical response because we didn't at least ask. I don't know if it'll pass, but what other options do you see? Would you use county general fund?
I think I've said publicly before, I want to support a fire and emergency services sales tax. That was the next tax that I thought we would be pursuing after the library tax.
But seeing
I'm
that
surprised by.
Go ahead.
I'm just surprised by I never envisioned this board putting on a sales tax at the same time that the citizens were putting on the library tax, and we knew it was coming. It's not a surprise to us that this is happening. We're all aware. Yes, things have changed. And, we've all been busy, but I'm just saying this kind of planning, we should be able to carve out the time for it.
Dan, I don't disagree with that, but I think what's also caught us by surprise is an unprecedented drought. In fact, 3 in recent years. And it doesn't really, the board has no control of choreographing our tax measures with the climate. This is happening with or without us. We have a water problem that we can't solve today. that will affect the entire county. I live on the coast. I can't say it won't affect me. The economic impact of losing water in any part of this county, ag being unviable, residents suffering and moving, it affects all of us. Fire and EMS I have in the same category, and I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of last season, we asked inland where for support to haul water. Where I'm outnumbered, there's 3 inland supervisors and 2 on the coast. And inland came through and said, of course, we got water moving. Part of that was to ensure the TOT and the sales tax would still be generated on the coast. But I think the larger component is we have county supervisors who saw it was the time for unity, for compromise, to rise to the occasion of being county supervisors and not district supervisors. They didn't want anyone going without water. And I don't see this as a library versus fire versus water. I think water security is a county issue, and it's our job to protect all economic drivers. And the time for leadership is now. So I'm open to other proposals for funding, but kicking it down the road and saying, well, in 2 years we can have another opportunity to consider it. I don't know what we would do for the next 2 years. I don't think we will be successful at getting an infusion of funds from the state if we don't have a plan. And unless we have funds, I don't see that plan coming together. I don't see an ad hoc of the Board of Supervisors writing a credible proposal to fund water projects in our county. Supervisor Mulhern? Withdrawn. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, going back to my breakdown of the eighths, is that I do think that we should not be going for more than the 5/8 overall. And that should include what the library people are doing. And so that would mean that because we would have 1/8 going to Measure B, which would continue, 2/8 going to the library, and then we'd have 2/8 for water and fire. And I think that if we proceed with anything, that's the maximum we should go for, because I don't want to increase any tax.
Supervisor Mulhern?
My concern with that, Supervisor Haschak, is it's once you break it down in that way, it's really not a lot of money for water and fire, especially considering we know, especially around water, those projects are incredibly expensive, and it will be great to have seed money to be able to get additional grants, but even then, it's really not a lot of money to spread throughout the county.
No, and what I see with the water is it has to be money to write the grants and those kind of things, because we do not have the money to do any of these projects, really, even at $1 million a year.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I think that I like the idea of trying to be collaborative, but quite honestly, $1 million for fire, EMS, and $1 million for water probably isn't really move the needle enough for us to be able to be successful, quite honestly. And I agree that, boy, this is way too late to be starting on something as big as this. But I also think that I agree with Supervisor Williams. You can't sit here and ignore this. I mean, public safety and water supplies are 2 things that people get kind of upset about if you're not providing them as a supervisor. And libraries are wonderful. I've spent a lot of my life in them, and I support them. But sometimes you got to make hard choices. This is one of those times. I would certainly wish them success, but I also wish us more success, because we can't let this slide. This is just too important for us not to take this opportunity to address what are really critical emergencies.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No matter what the sales tax that is put on the ballot, and we just, no matter what level of sales tax, it won't be enough money by itself. So I think we could start from there. We should probably get more accurate numbers. I actually believe 1/8% is closer to $1.5 million. So it might be helpful if someone from county staff could look it up, but I think it's much more closer to 1.5 than $1 million. Secondly, each of these services have other means of funding. We don't have time today, but just in the earlier discussion about Anderson Valley, I thought I heard that Laytonville voters have approved a parcel tax that helps pay for their ALS service. And I thought I heard in the discussion that Anderson Valley has not. Maybe working collaboratively with Anderson Valley over time, they could get a voter approved parcel tax to provide some additional support if it turns out that these other funding streams that we're working on are not sufficient. We also heard, and it was somewhat dismissed, but I thought I heard from the Ukiah fire chief that reimbursement rates are looking like they're going to go from about $250 to about $750 for a transport. That's a threefold increase. So, I know we tend to see the glass half empty. I tend to see it half full. And, I don't think we should be looking for any one grant, any one funding source is going to solve any one problem. I think you work at problems over multiple years with multiple funding sources, and over time you make progress. I actually think we've made a tremendous amount of progress. I know we've got these demographic shifts where we've got people aging out of fire departments, so we don't have a lot of younger people in Mendocino County with the ability to afford to live here and to volunteer at fire departments. I know we have a structural issue there, but it is true that we've, from two different general fund funding sources, been able to come up with, at this point, $1.2 million a year in general fund contribution direct to the fire departments. We also have another $1.4 million that rarely gets discussed that this county provides in general fund subsidy for dispatch service for the fire departments. I was a fire board member at Fort Bragg and was unaware that the county was subsidizing it in that way, but it is a fact. So there's all sorts of ways that we can solve these problems. And I don't think putting on a 3/8 cent sales tax has much of any chance of success when they're going to see, I vote for, let's just say library tax is measure A, and let's say that this is measure B. People are going to see between the two, sales tax goes up. What are the chances that they both pass? I think it's pretty slim. I think if this board insists on going above a 1/4 cent, insists on making some structural problems in the advisory and how the money is allocated so that the cities don't feel it's within the realm of reason, I think those are two things right there that are going to hurt the initiative. And, I heard some encouraging suggestions from Supervisor Mulhern about a process that the water money could be divvied up in a way that people might trust. Again, I think trust is one of those things that's not easy to get, and especially when you're asking people to pay a tax. So I'm sad to say that I think when it comes to a tax, people really only need an excuse to vote no, and they need a compelling reason to vote yes. Everybody in the room can see a compelling reason to vote for all the taxes we discussed today, but the people that showed up today to talk about this issue are not necessarily the majority of the voters who are going to cast a ballot.
Supervisor Jurdy, if I've been on the losing end of votes plenty of times, and usually what I tell myself is the majority has spoken and it's time to come along with the board. If 3 or 4 decide to move forward with some type of sales tax, are you in a position to support the board, or are you going to campaign against? I think I'm asking not to shame you, but I think it's material to how the board moves forward, because it'll be difficult. But if we have one of the 5 of us is working against the board, it'll be even more challenging.
If it's 3/8, I'll definitely campaign against it. If it's 1/4, I'll be neutral. And maybe I'll support it. It really depends, because we don't have enough details yet. I heard some promising comments today about on the water side where I have the concerns. So if we're focused on a 1/4 cent sales tax, I could support it. I don't know that there's no guarantee if all the 5 of us support it that it's going to pass. But if we can focus on a 1/4 cent sales tax, then I could pledge to you that I'd be open to supporting it and voting to put it on the ballot and not campaigning against it.
So my final thoughts here, and then hopefully we might hear a motion. I think the difference between glass half full and glass half empty is how the climate is personally impacting the individual. If my home is insurable, the glass is half full. But if I'm one of the folks who's getting a cancellation notice, that glass is half empty. Likewise, if my employer doesn't have water security and I may not have work, that glass is half empty. And I guess I'm asking all 5 of us to look at the entire population of about 100,000 people and look at the people who are vulnerable and are suffering challenges that are not solvable without additional funding, and try to represent all 100,000 of them. There's a lot of inflation. Try going to dinner on the coast. You easily spend $100 for 2. You put $100 on the table, hopefully 20-25 tip. And this tax is asking you to throw a couple coins on the table. For water security for the county, for life-saving emergency response, I would be surprised if the public doesn't support throwing a couple coins on the table. We're making a big deal about a fraction of 1%. And then last, the funding formula, having thought about it here during the rest of the discussion, I think that Supervisor Mulhern is right with the 172, because it took a long time for the fire agencies to negotiate that formula. And it could be a can of worms opening up a new discussion about what's fair, rather than going what's already been decided by both this board and the 21 local fire agencies as fair. So to save time, I think I would support your original idea, and I'm sorry to have veered from it. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, with the insurance, I don't understand exactly how this tax will alleviate the insurance issues that we have in our county. So that would take a lot of explaining, I think, to the people too. As far as dinner on the coast, there's a lot of people who can't afford to go out to dinner on the coast. And I think to use that analogy is not considering the plight that a lot of people in our county have. And I think that EMS situation that we talked about earlier today is really relevant. And, how do we, if this whatever 8th or whatever is going to go towards fire, I would hope that it would go towards solving the EMS situation too. I think that that it shouldn't just be dedicated to one thing. It should be, for emergency services. And I do agree that it should be no more than a quarter or 2/8.
Real quick, the answer to the insurance situation, insurability of a structure, it's basically actuaries look at the risk in our county, in our individual communities, and they decide whether they can insure and at what rate. So the more capable the fire department, the more structures are saved, the lower the insurance cost and the more insurability of a community. Our fire departments are so poorly equipped for the new climate that a structure that's on fire likely won't be saved. That's why the insurance is so high. I think in California, the average for a 2-bedroom house is about $1,366. But if you live in a community that can't maintain a fire rating, you get canceled, and the California Fair Plan becomes the option. The California Fair Plan for that same house can run about $5,000. So people thinking they're going to spend a fraction of a cent, and throughout the year on all their purchases, it's substantial. But if they lose insurance and they have to get a $5,000 plan, that's a lot worse. That's where we are today. To do nothing and allow this to fester for 2 years is more of a financial impact to the pocket.
No, I've heard people saying that their fire rates are down because of fire safe councils and the work, being done there.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if what the best way to move forward is. County Counsel Curtis at the beginning of this item asked us to go through his memo. I have a suspicion we might have 3 supervisors in favor of 3/8 and 2 in favor of quarter or 1/8. So I'm wondering if to move the conversation along, because the memo does outline how to clearly define fire service, and EMS is included with fire service in the majority, I think, of all of our documents. It's reflected as part of our fire agency's funding. So maybe, I know that Supervisor McGordy has his hand up, but maybe Council Curtis could give us some direction at this point.
If I may respond to the chair, I think I also mentioned it's sort of the board's prerogative as to what the best way to proceed is. I would suggest, what I do need is direction on each of those points. If the board thinks at this point you can craft one motion, it's gonna cover all of these and have unanimity, or not unanimity, but have a majority that's going to pass that motion, that would be the most expeditious. But if we think, and I think I'm hearing that there may be some division on some of the specific points, what may be helpful would be to go through and to take a straw poll on each of those issues, and then have a final motion of direction that incorporates the results of the straw poll.
Works for the chair. Can we start on B? Oh, McGordy, do you still have a question, or should we begin the process?
Just real quick. So 2 things on water and fire rate. So Redwood Valley finally has fire hydrants, so I'm sure that's really improved their situation for water and fire insurance. And then Hopland also has a partially finished system. So there's examples about how you could improve things with infrastructure grants. And I want to be sure I understand both Supervisor Hasjack and Jurdy. So under your plan, basically, libraries would get 3/8 of, no, how much?
2/8.
2/8.
That's what they're going for, 2/8.
They're going for 2/8 because they already have 1/8. Is that correct?
Right.
So they would be getting 3/8 of a cent.
No.
They'd be getting 2/8. They'd go from...
Go up 1/8.
Okay, sorry. Math error. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'd like to start on B. We can come back to A. I think it's the most contentious. Do we want a general or a specific tax? I think the Mulhern proposal was general. Does it remain general? Yes. I'm going to back general. Supervisor Hasjack?
Sure, because that would just require 50%.
Glenn?
General.
Dan?
I think general is the only one that has a shot at passing.
Okay, so on B, the answer is general. C, geographic area taxed. I think all discussion to date has been the entire county. If you don't tax the cities, you lose 2/3 of the revenue. Entire county or unincorporated? Entire. Hasjack?
Entire.
McGordy?
Entire.
And Dan?
This is why I'm saying we really, before we make the final vote to put this on the ballot, we really need to talk to the cities. 2/3 of the money is coming from within the cities. But sure, countywide.
Was sure a entire county or an unincorporated?
In entire county.
Okay, entire county for C.
Mr. Chair, if I may, from this point on in the memo, I was going into some of the more specifics with respect to the assumption that there would be a specific tax. If I could try framing this a little bit differently, since the board's looking at a general tax, I guess I might start with, do you want an advisory measure? Do you want a resolution and no advisory measure, or just nothing at all?
Supervisor Mulhern pointed at Ukiah's Measure Y, which seemed to be very clear single item and yet was a general tax. Could we give direction for you to research that and tell us whether it's possible?
Yeah.
Yes. Which
Measure Y was a general tax with an advisory measure, and I recommend against that. I am proposing, or the proposal that I brought forward was a general tax with a resolution without an advisory measure.
What would appear without the advisory measure? I don't think you get the detail on the ballot.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to research that more. I think what was suggested is that there would be a statement that wouldn't, for example, talk about the breakdown of the funding formula allocation on the ballot, but that there might be some room to be able to have some statements to the effect of, to fund essential services such as fire and water. So
question about process. Time is of the essence. We can't be doing this from one regular meeting to the next. Do we need to call a special meeting based on county council's findings when available to make progress? Otherwise, we may get a surprise on our agenda, and the answer will be that's all the time we have.
If I may, Mr. Chair, one way you might be able to handle this is assuming that the language will look like what Ukiah's Measure Y was. Yeah. You can give direction on that basis, and if I find something different, I can try and bring it back with the potential for a special meeting more quickly. But if you give direction based on that assumption, then as long as that's consistent with the research that I find, then I would know what to do and what to bring back to you.
But there was an advisory on that, and we're asking for no advisory with the same type of language.
I think that between today and the publishing of the agenda for the June 21st meeting, we could reach out, and I guess I'm saying we, myself, I would be interested in reaching out to various stakeholders, including city electeds, and refining the language that I spoke about and trying to bring something forward.
Could we, with board approval, could we assign Supervisor Mulhern to work with County Council?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we understand your proposal. I support it. Haschek? Sure. McGordy?
Yes.
Jurdy?
I especially support her speaking to the cities.
Thank you. Any other questions to answer?
Yes. So the proposal, as I understand it, is still looking at the possibility of a resolution here that would have some sort of formula for proposed breakdown. And even though that wouldn't necessarily be on an advisory measure, I think I do want to get a little bit of direction on the specific allocations as to what you might be putting out there as a rough intent.
Is your proposal still Prop 172 allocation formula? Yes. I'm a yes. Haschek?
I'm not sure, and I need to research it a little
McGordy?
more.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Would you restate it, please?
The allocation to fire for the portion raised for fire, are you comfortable using the existing Prop 172 allocation formula that was approved by fire districts and the county? It's how we divide up the annual Prop 172 funds.
I'd like a little more information. Dan brings up some interesting flags, and I would like to know a little bit more about that before I commit.
Okay. And Jurdy?
I think the 172 formula cannot be used in the same way. A variation of it could certainly work, but I think when you consult the cities, you're going to need to have some variation of the 172 formula in order to get them to at least go neutral on the tax.
So can we also assign this to Supervisor Mulhern and County Council? I think you understand the board's concerns.
I do, and I think the original conversation was around one third being a base that went to all of the agencies, and then the 2/3 to Prop 172. So I can work to get some clarification on that from the cities and their electeds.
And I think what we're after is general fairness. I'm a little bit less concerned with the perfect allocation formula for fire. With water, every community wants to make sure they get their fair portion. When we have a large fire, you could have a fire in Covelo, and the South Coast and Hopland will be there, right? All those resources are pooled. And so, if it's not perfect, it won't matter on the fire ground when everybody shows up with all the equipment bought with the tax dollars. So if you could just aim for general fairness, city support, and a concept that you think this board will support Tall order. Next question.
So the next question actually ties into that. So with respect to water allocation, do you want to proceed with the recommendation or Supervisor Mulhorn's proposal of a water tech advisory group? What I could do, if you desire that, I could craft a resolution or an ordinance that would essentially create the composition of the body, have it spring up if the tax does in fact pass, and have it otherwise expire if the tax does not pass.
Do you support it still? I support it. On the condition that the representation is balanced between coast and inland. I'm afraid if voters see that it's weighted in one direction, they're less likely to support it. So equal representatives from the coast and inland.
I almost go a step further and say, well, maybe you are saying the same thing. Maybe it is the same thing. We've got to be sure that that we guarantee funds go to all 5 districts.
Yes. Do you support, Mo, do you support that?
Well, just for a point of clarification, the recommendation was for 1 representative from each city, which would then be representative of coastal and inland, 1 representative from inland water districts, 1 representative from coastal districts, and a Mendocino County representative.
Well, who is the Mendocino County representative?
To be determined. That might be, I don't know.
So you could, you've got a few options there, and I can also, if we want to work on this, I could bring back a few possibilities. You could certainly have it simply be someone appointed by the board. So depending upon the composition of the board.
It needs to be a technical person, not an elected official on this body. So just, I mean, it could be Howard or another water resource person.
I didn't mean to suggest that it necessarily would be the board itself, but the board could make the decision as to who that person would be.
Just make sure ultimately it's balanced. Don't have it lopsided where there's 1 more inland or 1 more on the coast. Okay. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think that there should be tribal representation too.
Suddenly it sounds like the Measure B committee of 11 members.
Well, if that,
I think that might help with the weighting, right? We have 2 coastal cities, 2 inland cities. We have 1 inland water person, 1 coastal water person, and then you have a representative of the county and a representative of the tribes, and then you have 8 on the body. 7.
I will note I generally recommend against bodies with equal numbers of members because you can deadlock.
Well, a deadlock wouldn't be the worst. It takes a majority to move any action.
And also just the discussion that I wanted to bring forward, and hopefully you all agree with, is that there would be a 5 to 10 year plan that was updated each year. So there may be potential, and I think this is for that to be balanced, but there may be, and I'll use District 2 as an example, there may be a year where District 2 doesn't need the water resources, whatever that might be, through planning or through projects, and that goes to other districts. So I don't necessarily want to say we're just going to divide the money in 5 equally. I really want for this technical advisory group to bring a fair plan forward, and we would have the people on that board that could do that, and they would bring that to the Board of Supervisors, and we would review it, or whoever was sitting in these chairs would review it annually. And at that point, there would be an opportunity to say, we want more of whichever district.
If I may, I think that's basically a good idea. Is just be sure that we don't get lopsided. So we say, oh, this year we're going to spend it all in 1 district. I think that would be a mistake. I'd want to be sure that we're making progress on water issues in all 5 districts as much as we can.
Yeah. Do we have agreement to ensure equal representation from coast and inland? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. County Council, next question.
I had a comment on that. That I think this idea it needs to be worked out, and that without a water agency or someone overviewing the whole thing, that we don't have a strategic plan. We'll have this tag group coming together a few times a year and putting forth projects. But what we really need in this county is someone who can go represent the county, help with getting grants, help with all that kind of technical assistance that the water agencies need. And I think that's would be a better use of our money rather than just spending it on this project and that project. We've got these huge issues like the Potter Valley project that's going to need some help and guidance.
So Supervisor Haschek, I agree with you, but I thought that was in line with the Mulhern proposal. I could see the advisory group deciding to fund a project, the project being a planning document and the expert, the specialist to guide us on putting a shovel-ready project to go out to bid and to submit as a grant application. So it wouldn't be spending money on this project or that project. It's just, as you've said, it would be the advisory committee steering us.
Well, I guess that's something that needs to be cleared up, because if we're taking this to the ballot,
Yeah.
you know, it needs to be really tangible.
Supervisor Mulhern, can you clarify? McGordy?
You know, I still have a dream that we would have at least one appointed water expert that's on our staff, because we need to have more than just the amateurs show up to play the Golden State Warriors. This is when we go into negotiations, we have to have somebody who really, really has their act together and knows how the game is played. And that to me still really means the staff. And that's probably outside of this discussion, because I still think that there's hope that we'll find money to put together a water team that's internal to Mendocino County. And it may be across several departments, but we have to have in-house people to deal with things.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I think it's really important as we take this to the voters that we not have it be part of, for lack of a better word, the county, the maze that becomes the county. And I think that if the technical advising group from these various, jurisdictions say that this is the way that we think the water agencies should be, what it should look like, how it should be funded, I think that would be part of one of their first projects. And I know that we already have a consultant that has done the studies, spoken to stakeholders. Like, I think that information exists, but I don't want to go to the voters and tell them that we're going to pay some person $250,000 with this money. I want for that money to be seed money for future projects. And if part of whatever the tag decides a future project should be is how the water agency should work, then that's great. But every document I've seen so far is that is not what they want to do. So I think it's important to be, again, realistic of voter expectations. And I don't think that adding a layer to the county department is the best way to use the funds.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree. That's 3. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to be clear, because there was a statement about guaranteeing funds, and I think everyone understands, but I think it's good to be clear. I can set up a structure for a general tax in which you have an advisory body that's going to give you some recommendations as to the best ways to use the funds. I can't guarantee the use of funds in any particular manner, or it will become a special tax. So
understood.
Just want that to be crystal clear. And then the next question I would have would be, are we looking at one ordinance or 2 ordinances?
Well, I prefer one. I think combining it confuses voters, and there may be some voters that want to vote for one or the other. In the aggregate, we may pass both if they're separate, but I'm looking towards my colleagues. I vote for 1. Mulhern is 1. Haschek? No opinion. McGordy?
1.
And Jurdy?
Probably at the moment, I'll say 1, but we can always change that later, I guess.
So 1 wins for now. In County Council, you may, in case this comes up again, you may want to be ready with a change set if we decide to split it.
I will try to prepare for that contingency. And then I think that just leaves the big one, which would be the amount of the tax.
Okay, we're back to A, the amount of tax. Looking for a proposal. Supervisor Mulhern.
I propose that we use the 3/8 of a cent that's sunsetting from Measure B.
McGordy.
Oh boy, I'm having a hard time deciding here because 3/8 is what I went in thinking. I would hate to walk away from empty-handed from this discussion. I do not want to turn our board into competing interests where we're campaigning against each other. That would be really destructive. So my mind's not completely made up.
So we don't know the amount. Supervisor Jurdy, I'm sorry for skipping over you.
If it's a quarter cent, I think I could pledge to the group that I would support it. But like I said, I think the best of circumstances, this thing is not a guarantee.
I understand, but I think you said it at 2/8 you will help us, and at 3/8 you're going to campaign against us.
Yeah.
I'd go for 2/8.
We don't have 3 in either direction. Is there any compromise on splitting the difference?
So I think I heard Supervisor Mulhern for 3/8 and Supervisors Jurdy and Hashak for 1/2. Or sorry, 1/4. My apologies. Are both Williams and McGordy then undecided?
I'm undecided, leaning towards 3/8. I don't like the idea of a supervisor campaigning against us, but again, I'm concerned if we raise too little, we can't carry out the mission. It's not the best outcome.
Yeah, I would say I can draft it either way, and that's a relatively small and easy item for me to fix if this is done as one tax as opposed to 2. But this is a decision that you will need to make, and you have to do it in 8-cent increments. So there really isn't some middle ground there between those two.
Understood. So I think you should let the board, all 5 of us, think about it and plug in that number when it comes back. Yes. Go ahead.
So I think it's okay if we all 5 don't agree on the percentage amount. I mean, I think we all clearly understand the need for fire and water services in our county, and hopefully somehow we'll get, I mean, obviously I'm in support of 3/8 because I think we need that much money to be successful. But either way, however we get to 3 or 2, I mean, it would be disappointing if a supervisor actively campaigned against any measure that's for all of our own best interests. But at the end of the day, it's not up to us. We are 5 votes. It's up to the voters of the county what they want to do when it's on the ballot. So, I mean, obviously I'm in support of 3/8, but however we can get to at least majority to get it on the ballot, I won't campaign against it if it's less than what I wanted.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for County Council? CEO?
Darcy Antle, Interim CEO. I just wanted to point out that your timelines are very short, and to put this, you're going to go out to a few of the cities and work with County Council. We have to publish in 6 days for the 6/21. So I just throwing that out there so everybody's on the same page.
I would appreciate is to expedite this, and as soon as it's ready, call a special meeting so that we don't get to our next regular meeting and find that the board can't agree.
I would just point out that calling a special meeting is the power of the chair.
Okay, well, is everyone comfortable with that? Or at least 2 of you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see nodding heads. All right, so County Council, Supervisor Mulhern will work with County Council. County Council will tell the chair when we're ready for a special meeting. Any other items to resolve?
No, I believe that covers it. I just, I know there's some division on different issues here. So does the majority of the board want me to proceed as directed at this point?
Do you want a motion?
It may
be a good idea. And just for the record, I think this proposal was 60% fire, 40% water. Is that still true? Yes. And the rest of the board agrees?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, inviting a motion. Supervisor Jurdy.
First, I just want to say it's not some arbitrary point that I'm trying to make about the 3/8 versus 2/8. We've known since 2019 that the Library Advisory Board, Friends of the Library, were going to go to the ballot in this election for an increase with the renewal from 1/8 to 2/8. If any of us had reservations about them doing that, someone should have made an agenda item in 2019, 2020, 2021, or prior to this late date, prior to them circulating petitions. That didn't happen. At this point, I don't think it's good governance for us to be putting on a ballot a tax at the same time. I don't think it's really good for us to put a ballot at the same time. But in particular, I don't think if we're going to increase the sales tax. So that's the issue for the 1/4 cent. Had we said something to them earlier, then yeah, maybe they would have gone ahead with a 1/8 and we would have gone ahead with a 3/8. But we never had that conversation with them. That's the issue on the 3/8 versus 2/8 at this point. And I think it's going to reflect poorly on us if we put a tax on that's more than 2/8 at this point. So anyway, that's the reason for it. So I'll move the item as discussed and agreed to here. And I'm saying that with the assumption that we haven't finalized the issue of the, well, I'm just going to say I'm only going to make this motion if it's for 2/8.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. Not unless this one fails, where you can talk one of them into changing it.
Could I,
Supervisor, County Counsel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. If I could ask for just clarification on the motion, is this the direction so far had been to put off the question of the 2/8 or 3/8? Is this to instead proceed with direction for the 1/4 cent and everything else as discussed in the straw poll?
That was my
Yes.
question. Yeah.
Yes.
But we can still change it when it comes back. So it's not really deciding anything. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, before a final decision, I'd like to talk to my stakeholders and just see what they have to say.
So it's always a good idea. Yeah. And as far as good governance, I don't think it was good governance to put so much carbon and methane in the air. And that's really what we're dealing with here. Is I didn't know that we'd have another year of drought. And what if 2023 is a repeat? So it's like none of this was planned. The board didn't plan to have two items colliding. We're dealing with an emergency, and if the emergency were a fire, nobody would be questioning putting water on the fire, even if it had a cost. This is just as big, maybe a larger emergency, and we're kind of questioning, well, should we wait a couple of years? Our climate is on fire. We may not have water. So we have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Mulhern? Are you going to support it?
I don't support 2/8. I would support an alternate motion that brought back a proposal that left the actual percentage for further debate at our next meeting.
So if I could just add.
Are we voting on this or not?
You could.
Yeah, we have a
call
motion.
the question.
Yes.
Call the question.
All right, let's vote. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
No.
Supervisor Mulhern?
No.
And Chair Williams?
No.
Motion fails with Supervisors Williams, McGordy, and Mulhern dissenting.
Is there an alternate motion?
I move the proposed discussion that we've had today regarding a sales tax measure with a 3/8 percentage.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Can we try another motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we direct county council to work on this and figure out the fraction of increase at the next meeting.
So the same as the Jurdy and Mulhern motions, but leaving the amount blank?
Right.
I would second that.
There's a motion from Supervisor Haschak, second from Mulhern. Any discussion? Not seeing any, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.
Well, that would have been our last item, but we have one more, actually. We have a reconsideration of, so we're back on agendized item 4A, which was the fiscal year 22-23 budget.
Actually, Mr. Chair, before we go to that, did we report out a closed?
If we didn't, reporting out of closed session on 7A, there was no reportable action. So now we're on 4A, the fiscal year budget, and we're looking for a motion to reconsider, and we need a majority vote on this. And it's because the item that came up this morning to use the reserve may not be possible the way the item is worded, and we will need to address it by potentially reopening the public hearing. And County Council, there's a decision tree here. I'm going down it a little bit too far.
Yeah,
do you want us to reopen the public hearing?
So what I would suggest, Mr. Chair, is if we might be able to take 4A and 4B together, and I think it might help for the board if I could just start by explaining sort of the answer to the question that the chair had initially posed when we were on 4B this morning.
Go for it.
So the question had been essentially, was this the correct procedural measure to be drawing the monies from the general reserves? And in looking at that, I don't know that it is. So when you designate something as a general reserve under the California statutes, that has a very particular meaning, and it essentially makes the money untouchable with the exception of during an emergency. Otherwise, the only time that you're able to adjust the reserve is during the setting of the budget, during the annual budget process. So at the time of budget adoption, you can increase or decrease your reserves. In this case, my understanding is that the proposal was to take and I apologize, I forget if it was 350 or 400,000 from the general reserves with some intent to be paying it back later. If that were coming in, say, August or December, that would be an action that you wouldn't be able to take absent an emergency. However, we do happen to be agendized for the budget meetings for today and for yesterday. And you had made a motion yesterday to accept the presentation and direct staff to come back with a resolution for the final proposed budget for the 21st. Should the board desire, you can essentially proceed with the proposed action by having a motion to reconsider that direction and then providing alternate direction. And I have some proposed language, and I do want to thank CEO staff and my own office and acting Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison for their assistance in working through this on such short notice. But we have some proposed language for how to tackle that. I do want to make sure that the board is aware there is an additional layer of complication here, which is that it's not just about the 350 or 400,000, but rather the jail project had not been set aside. And let me back up just a little bit. The key distinction here is between a general reserve and a designated reserve. When you have your designated reserve, the board is able to draw out of that from a 4/5 vote at any point during the fiscal year. When you have a general reserve, the board can only draw out of that pursuant to a 4/5 vote and a declared emergency, and then a certain list of particular items in connection with the emergency. So, for example, the emergency relief efforts, replacement of a building that was destroyed due to disaster, these sorts of things you can use the general reserve for. The process that was brought forward for you today was the same as for a designated reserve, but I think erroneously there was a classification of the funds as general reserve rather than designated reserve. So in this case, what you would have to do is change your budget allocation for fiscal year 22-23 in order to take some of the money out of the general reserve and put it into a designated reserve, a fraction of which we would now be using to go ahead and fund this proposed project. My understanding is that because the jail, you may be going through the same situation with the jail project in that that money is not separately budgeted. It was relying upon the refinancing of the bonds, which, as I understand it, would come in at a lower interest rate and create some additional unanticipated revenue. But there was a desire to obligate the money and to proceed with the contractual bids before such time as the bonds were finalized. That's permissible under the Treasury rules. You can do that retroactively, and you passed resolutions already to authorize your ability to do that. But in order for those funds to be available for that use, they would need to be in a designated reserve rather than a general reserve. So after discussion with the auditor controller and the CEO, I don't want to speak for Ms. Antle here, but it sounds like 4.5 would be sufficient to address that by shifting that from from the general reserves to a designated reserve for these particular projects. And we do have some motion language should the board desire to go that route.
Okay, so the starting point is we need a motion to reconsider the budget item approved yesterday.
I move we reconsider the budget item from yesterday.
Second.
Roll call, any public comment? Any public comment online? I don't see any. Ready for a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry, there is one online. There's a number ending in 2452. Are you trying to comment on this item, the reconsideration? You have to unmute. Please state your name for the record.
You can press *6 to unmute yourself on the phone.
All right, this may just be a hand that was left up from earlier. Okay, not seeing any public comment. Let's vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now, County Council, do you have a motion for us, or would you like to reopen the hearing?
Yeah, so I do want to be transparent. So there's an additional sort of decision here. It does not appear to me that you're obligated to reopen the public hearing. The board can, in fact, adopt a budget proposal that is different than what was presented during the public hearing. However, to do so, your final budget resolution, which will be coming back, would have to be passed on a 4/5 vote. Alternatively, you can reopen the public hearing. Staff can submit the language in writing, and you'd be looking at a simple majority vote. I would just note that second option is probably going to be a little bit more, a little slower. So if you think you have the 4/5 on this, you may choose simply to proceed without reopening. I would, however, recommend you still have an opportunity for public comment.
Got it. Can you give us that motion?
Yes. So, and actually, let me walk you through each of these. So, the language My apologies. Give me just 1 second here.
My recommendation is to go with the 4/5. I don't see it failing. If it does, we can reopen the hearing.
And you wouldn't need a further motion at this point. You can simply proceed along that front. Let me give you the language of the proposed motion here. So at this point, you would be looking at a motion to amend the fiscal year 22-23 Mendocino County proposed budget to release $4.5 million from the county's general reserve at the close of fiscal year 21-22 for placement in a new general fund designated reserve of $4.5 million for fiscal year 22-23 bond issuance related projects, including the following projects: Administrative Center roof upgrades Phase 3, agriculture roof replacement, Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC replacement, and Mendocino County Jail expansion project. The motion would further increase appropriations to CI 82-7802 operating transfer in the amount of $350,000, ND 86-5802 operating transfer out of $350,000, and let's see, and then CI 86-4360 facility improvements of $350,000. You'd further accept the executive office budget report and presentations from all departments for the fiscal year 2022 budget hearings, and approve the fiscal year 2022-23 CEO proposed budget and recommendations as amended today, and direct the auditor controller to prepare the required documents for adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 final budget on June 21st, 2022.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor. Do we need any discussion? Does everyone understand what we're doing here? All right. Well, I support it. I think it's unfortunate that we have to use our reserves, but I don't see another option. Ready for public comment. There is no public in the room. Public comment online. I don't see any hands. We're ready for a vote.
Chair Williams, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Who was the maker of the motion?
The maker was Mulhern and the second was Haschek.
Thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
And then
motion carries unanimously.
There's more. County Council?
My apologies. With respect to item 4B, if you do want to proceed to go ahead and authorize that at this time so that they can begin with the process of soliciting bids, you would need a motion to instead of the recommended action that is listed there, you would instead need a motion to authorize the Facilities and Fleet Division Manager to establish a capital improvement project to complete Fort Bragg Justice Center HVAC replacement, 700 South Franklin Street, Fort Bragg, in the amount of $400,000, with $350,000 to be allocated from the designated reserve fund, which you just established, for bond issuance related projects, authorize the Facilities and Fleet Division Manager to act as project manager to enter into contracts and approve change orders for the project pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 20142, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment? None in the room. Any online? No hands online. We're ready to vote.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that was our last item. We're ready to adjourn. Good meeting. Adjourned at 7 o'clock.